Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. What if I told you that one of history's greatest minds spent his final night sleeping peacefully, knowing he would die the next morning, not tossing and turning, not bargaining with the gods, not overcome with terror or regret, just sleeping. Sleeping so soundly, in fact, that his closest friend couldn't bear to wake him. This isn't fiction. This isn't mythology. This happened in Athens in the year 399 BCE, in a cold prison cell, where a 70-year-old man named Socrates lay waiting for his execution. His friend Crito arrived before dawn. He'd bribed the guards, as friends of condemned men often did, hoping to steal a few final moments together. But when Crito entered that cell, he found something that stopped him cold. Socrates was asleep, not the fitful sleep of the anxious, not the restless half-consciousness of someone awaiting death, but deep, peaceful, undisturbed sleep. The kind of sleep you might have after a satisfying day, with nothing weighing on your conscience, no worries about tomorrow. Crito sat there in the darkness, watching his dearest friend breathe. He couldn't understand it. In just hours, the sun would rise. The prison officials would arrive, the hemlock poison would be prepared, and Socrates would drink it and die. How could anyone sleep through their last night on earth? Later, when Socrates finally woke, Crito would remark on this. He said he had always thought Socrates had a happy disposition, but seeing him sleep so well made him believe it even more. Here was a man bearing what most would call the worst misfortune imaginable, and yet he slept as sweetly as a child. But here's what makes this story truly remarkable. Socrates wasn't just accepting death. He wasn't simply resigned to fate. He was, in a way we'll come to understand, actually looking forward to it. You see, Socrates had spent his entire life thinking about death, not in a morbid way, but as a philosopher thinks about anything, with relentless curiosity and rigorous questioning. And through all that thinking, he'd arrived at a conclusion that most of us would find utterly bizarre. He believed that death might actually be a good thing, perhaps even the best thing that could happen to a person. Now, before you think this is the story of a depressed man embracing oblivion, let me be clear. Socrates loved life. He loved conversation and ideas and the electric thrill of a good argument. He loved the city of Athens with its bustling markets and complicated politics. He loved his students, his friends, even his allegedly difficult wife, Xanthippe. This was not a man who had given up on living. So what did he know that we don't? What had he discovered through decades of philosophical inquiry that allowed him to face death not with fear, but with something approaching curiosity, maybe even hope? The answer lies in a radical idea, one that Socrates presented to the jury that condemned him. He told them that death was one of two things. Either it was a complete absence of consciousness, like a dreamless sleep, or it was a journey to another place where all the dead reside together. Think about that for a moment. Really think about it. When was the last time you had a truly deep, dreamless sleep? The kind where you close your eyes, and then suddenly it's morning, and it feels like no time has passed at all? The kind of sleep where you wake up refreshed, with no memory of dreams or worries, or the long hours passing. Socrates said that if death was like that, an eternal, peaceful, dreamless sleep, then it would actually be wonderful. A relief even. And if death wasn't annihilation, if consciousness continued, well then, Socrates reasoned, he would find himself in the company of all the great minds who had died before him. Homer, the legendary poet; Hesiod, who wrote of the gods; Odysseus, that clever hero; all the philosophers and wise ones who had puzzled over the same questions he spent his life exploring. And in that place, he imagined, he could do what he loved most: ask questions, seek truth, engage in endless philosophical dialogue. Except now, without the interruptions of hunger or tiredness, or the constant demands of maintaining a physical body. Either way, he concluded, death was nothing to fear. At worst, it was the best sleep you've ever had. At best, it was the ultimate education. But there's something else, something deeper in Socrates' attitude toward death that we need to understand. It wasn't just about what death might be, it was about what life had been. Socrates believed that a life well lived prepared you for death, that if you spent your time cultivating your mind, questioning assumptions, pursuing wisdom rather than pleasure or power or wealth, then when death came, you would greet it as an old friend. He had a phrase for this. He said that philosophy itself was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or life-denying, but because philosophy taught you to separate yourself from your body's endless demands. It taught you that your true self, your mind, your soul, whatever you want to call the thing that thinks and wonders and knows itself, was distinct from flesh and bone. The body needs constant maintenance. It gets hungry every few hours. It needs sleep. It gets sick, feels pain, grows old and weak. It's demanding and needy and, if we're being honest, kind of a nuisance when you're trying to think deep thoughts. Socrates joked about this. He said that the body was always interrupting philosophy with its needs. You're in the middle of contemplating the nature of justice, and suddenly you're hungry. You're on the verge of a breakthrough about the meaning of courage, and you need to use the bathroom. So death, which separated the mind from the body's tyranny, was something a philosopher might actually welcome. Not because life was bad, but because death promised something potentially better. Either oblivion, which meant no more suffering, no more physical pain, no more needs, or continuation in a realm of pure thought, where you could finally focus on what truly mattered without biological interruptions. This is why Socrates could sleep that final night. He had lived the kind of life that prepared him for this moment. He had examined everything, his beliefs, his actions, his values. He had questioned relentlessly, even when it made him unpopular, especially when it made him unpopular. He had pursued truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, virtue over victory. And now, as he lay in that prison cell with dawn approaching, he was at peace. Not because he was giving up, but because he was ready. He had done the work. He had lived the examined life. And death, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror for a man who had spent 7 decades preparing for it. When Crito finally woke him, Socrates greeted the day calmly. They would talk. One final philosophical conversation about duty and justice and whether Socrates should escape, even though he had the chance. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. That conversation comes later. For now, I want you to hold on to this image, an old man, condemned to death, sleeping peacefully through his final night. And I want you to ask yourself, what would it take for you to sleep like that? What kind of life would you need to live? What kind of wisdom would you need to possess? What fears would you need to release? Because that's what this story is really about. Not just how Socrates died, but how he lived. Not just his philosophy of death, but his philosophy of life, and how the two were inseparably intertwined. In ancient Athens, in the year 399 BCE, something extraordinary happened. A man faced death with the same calm he might bring to an afternoon walk. And in doing so, he left us with questions that still echo across 2,400 years. Questions about what matters, about what we should fear and what we shouldn't, about what it means to live well, and whether living well might actually be the secret to dying well. These are the questions we'll explore together tonight, and by the time we're done, you might find yourself thinking about death and life in ways you never have before. But first, we need to go back. Back before the trial, before the accusations, before the prison cell. Back to when Socrates was just a boy growing up in Athens, the son of a stonemason and a midwife, with no idea that he would become the most influential philosopher in Western history. We need to understand how he became the kind of man who could sleep peacefully before his execution. And that story begins, as so many great stories do, with a young person refusing to accept the answer he was given. It begins with a boy who questioned everything. Imagine Athens in the mid-5th century BCE. Not the ruins you might visit today, but a living, breathing city at the height of its power. The Parthenon is still being built, its marble gleaming white in the Mediterranean sun. The Agora, the great marketplace and public square, buzzes with merchants hawking olive oil and wine, politicians debating policy, artists selling their wares, and philosophers holding court on street corners. This is the world Socrates is born into, around 470 BCE. His father, Sophroniscus, is a stoneworker or sculptor. Sources differ, but we know he worked with his hands, shaping marble and limestone. His mother, Phaenarete, is a midwife. These are respectable professions, but not wealthy ones. Young Socrates grows up in a household that's comfortable enough, but far from the aristocratic circles that dominate Athenian politics and culture. And from what we can piece together, he was an odd child. Not odd in a way that worried his parents. At first, just curious, intense, always asking why, when other children accepted what they were told. While other boys played war games or practiced athletics, young Socrates seemed most content when he was thinking, or better yet, questioning. There's a story, and while we can't verify every detail, it captures something essential about who Socrates was even as a young person. His mother, Phaenarete, wanted him to have a better life than his parents had. She dreamed of him becoming a successful merchant. Maybe he could trade in olive oil or fine fabrics. Perhaps he could even own ships someday, importing goods from across the Mediterranean. It was a reasonable dream. Athens was a trading empire, and a clever young man could build a fortune if he applied himself. But Socrates showed no interest in commerce whatsoever. He was, to put it bluntly, terrible at the practical matters that would make him successful in business. He couldn't be bothered to think about profit margins or market trends. His mind was elsewhere, always elsewhere, grappling with questions that had no obvious practical value. One morning, according to the tale, his mother decided to teach him a lesson. She hired a teacher. Some accounts say it was a wise old man from the neighborhood to come and instruct young Socrates about the value of ambition and hard work. The teacher arrived and found the boy lounging in the courtyard, apparently lost in thought when he should have been studying or learning a trade. The teacher decided to use a parable, as teachers of that era often did. He told Socrates a simple story about two birds. One bird woke up early every morning and worked hard, catching the juiciest insects and feeding its young. The other bird slept in, and by the time it woke, all the good food was gone. It struggled to find anything to eat. The teacher finished his tale and looked at young Socrates expectantly. "Now, Socrates," he said, "what did you learn from this story?" The boy thought for a moment, and you can almost see the gears turning in his mind, even at that young age. Then he answered, "That the insects that wake up early get eaten by birds." The teacher blinked. Phaenarete sighed. Because there it was, the essence of Socratic thinking, even in childhood. He had taken the expected lesson, turned it sideways, and found a completely different conclusion. He had questioned the very framework of the parable. After all, from the insect's perspective, waking up early wasn't a virtue, it was a fatal mistake. Now we should be careful not to read too much into this story. It might be apocryphal, a legend that grew up around Socrates to illustrate his character. But true or not, it tells us something important. Even as a young person, Socrates had a mind that couldn't simply accept what it was told. He had to examine it from every angle. He had to question the assumptions behind the lesson. And this tendency only grew stronger as he matured. As a young man, Socrates did follow in his father's footsteps for a time, working as a stonecutter or sculptor. Some ancient sources claim he was quite good at it. There was supposedly a statue of the three Graces at the entrance to the Acropolis that Socrates carved, though this too is difficult to verify. What we do know is that he didn't stay in that profession. Something else was calling to him. He also served as a soldier, which surprises people who think of philosophers as weak or bookish. Athens was constantly at war during Socrates' lifetime, against Sparta, against Persia, against various allies who had become enemies, and Socrates fought in several campaigns. By all accounts, he was an excellent soldier, brave in battle, able to endure hardship, and notably tough. There's a famous story about him standing guard duty in the middle of winter, in freezing conditions, while other soldiers huddled together for warmth. Socrates stood there barefoot, apparently lost in thought, seemingly immune to the cold. But warfare, like stone-cutting, didn't hold his attention for long. The questions kept pulling at him. Questions about courage, about justice, about what made a life worth living. Questions that nobody seemed to have good answers to, even though everyone pretended they did. The turning point, the moment that changed everything, came when Socrates was in his 30s. One of his friends, a man named Chaerephon, made a pilgrimage to Delphi, to the famous oracle of Apollo. This was a common practice in ancient Greece. You would travel to Delphi, make an offering, and ask the oracle, a priestess who supposedly channeled the wisdom of the god Apollo, a question. Usually people asked about practical matters. Should I marry this person? Will my crops succeed? Should I start a new business venture? But Chaerephon, knowing his friend Socrates and his constant questioning and his obvious intelligence, asked the oracle something different. He asked, "Is anyone wiser than Socrates?" And the oracle gave an answer that would reverberate through a history. She said, "No one is wiser than Socrates." When Chaerephon returned to Athens and told Socrates what the oracle had said, Socrates was baffled, confused, even disturbed, because the one thing Socrates was absolutely certain of was that he wasn't wise. He didn't know the answers to the big questions. He didn't understand the nature of justice or courage or goodness. He was full of questions, not answers. But there was a problem. The oracle at Delphi was believed to speak divine truth. To dismiss the oracle's pronouncement would be impious, possibly even dangerous. So Socrates found himself in a paradox. The oracle said he was the wisest man in Athens, but he knew he wasn't wise. How could both things be true? This is when Socrates made a decision that would define the rest of his life. He decided to test the oracle's statement. He would go around Athens and find someone who was truly wise, someone who understood these deep questions about how to live and what was truly good. And when he found such a person, he would bring them to the oracle and prove that the oracle had been wrong, or at least unclear. So he started visiting people who had reputations for wisdom. First, he went to the politicians, the men who made decisions about war and peace, about law and justice. Surely they understood what justice really was. But when Socrates questioned them, really questioned them, their knowledge fell apart. They had opinions, certainly, strongly held opinions. But they couldn't defend those opinions under examination. They couldn't explain why they believed what they believed. They just believed it. Then he tried the poets and artists, thinking perhaps wisdom lived there. These were men who created beautiful works, who seemed to understand human nature in their tragedies and comedies. But again, when questioned, they couldn't explain the wisdom they seemed to embody in their art. They created by inspiration or instinct, but couldn't articulate the truths their work contained. Finally, he went to the craftsmen, the potters, the shipbuilders, the smiths. These men had real knowledge. They understood their crafts deeply. A shipbuilder could tell you exactly why a hull needed to be constructed in a certain way, could explain the principles behind what made a ship seaworthy. But then Socrates noticed something interesting. Because they were experts in their crafts, these men assumed they were experts in everything else too. The shipbuilder, who knew everything about ships, thought he therefore understood justice, courage, and the good life. But he didn't. He just thought he did. And suddenly, Socrates understood what the oracle meant. He was the wisest man in Athens, not because he knew more than everyone else, but because he knew that he didn't know. Everyone else walked around thinking they understood things they didn't actually understand. Socrates, at least, was aware of his ignorance. And that awareness, that honest acknowledgement of not knowing, was a kind of wisdom in itself. This realization transformed him. It became his mission. He would spend the rest of his life doing exactly what he'd been doing to test the oracle, going around Athens, questioning people who claimed to know things, helping them see that they didn't actually know what they thought. They knew. He saw himself as a kind of midwife, like his mother had been. But instead of helping women birth children, he helped people birth ideas. Or rather, he helped them realize when their ideas were malformed, when their certainties were built on sand. He developed a method, what we now call the Socratic method. He would approach someone, often someone with a reputation for wisdom or virtue, and ask them to define something. Define justice, he'd say, or courage, or piety. And the person would give a confident definition. Then Socrates would ask questions about that definition, looking for contradictions, exceptions, problems. And almost always, he would find them. The definition would collapse. The person would have to revise it. And then Socrates would question the revision, and that would collapse too. He never claimed to have the right answer himself. He was just showing that the answers people confidently held weren't as solid as they thought. And some people found this enlightening. Younger men especially flocked to Socrates, fascinated by watching him dismantle the pretensions of their teachers and elders. They started following him around the agora, watching him work, but many others found it infuriating. Imagine being a respected politician or teacher going about your day, and this odd-looking man, Socrates, was famously ugly by Athenian standards, with a snub nose and bulging eyes, stops you in the marketplace and starts asking you questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd. Imagine being forced to admit that you don't actually understand justice, even though you've been making laws about it for years. Socrates made enemies, powerful enemies, people who felt humiliated by his questioning, people who saw him as a threat to the social order, to respect for authority, to the very fabric of Athenian society. And these enemies would remember. They would wait for their opportunity. And years later, when Athens was vulnerable and frightened after losing a war, they would strike. But that comes later. For now, in his 30s and 40s, Socrates is in his element. He's found his calling. He spends his days in the agora, questioning anyone who will engage with him. He's not wealthy. Philosophy doesn't pay, and unlike other teachers of his era, the sophists, he refuses to charge money for his conversations. He thinks wisdom can't be bought and sold like olives or cloth. This means he lives modestly, sometimes relying on the generosity of his admirers for meals. His wife, Xanthippe, is reportedly not thrilled about this arrangement. Ancient writers portrayed her as nagging and difficult, though we might consider that she had good reason to be frustrated with a husband who spent all his time philosophizing instead of earning a decent living. But Socrates doesn't care about comfort or wealth. He's discovered something more valuable than gold. He's discovered a way of living that makes every day an adventure. Every conversation is an opportunity to learn, to question, to dig deeper. He's fascinated by how the human mind works, by how we form beliefs, by how we fool ourselves into thinking we understand things we don't, and he's beginning to form some convictions of his own. Not answers to the big questions, he still doesn't claim to have those, but convictions about how to live. He believes that virtue is the most important thing, that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, that the quality of your soul matters more than the condition of your body or the size of your bank account, that an examined life, a life where you constantly question yourself and your beliefs, is the only life worth living. These aren't just abstract philosophical positions for Socrates. He lives them. When he's offered bribes, he refuses them. When powerful people tell him to stop asking questions, he ignores them. When he sees injustice, he speaks up, even when it's dangerous to do so. He's not trying to be a martyr or a hero. He's just being consistent with what he believes. And that consistency, that absolute refusal to compromise his principles for comfort or safety, is what makes him both admired and dangerous. Because a man who cannot be bribed, cannot be intimidated, and cannot be silenced is a threat to anyone whose power depends on lies, corruption, or unquestioned authority. Young Socrates, the boy who questioned the parable of the early bird, has grown into a man who questions everything and everyone. He's become exactly what Athens needs and exactly what Athens' elite fears. He's become a philosopher in the truest sense. Not someone who knows all the answers, but someone who asks all the right questions. And in asking those questions, he's challenging his fellow citizens to examine their own lives, to question their own beliefs, to wake up from the comfortable sleep of unthinking habit. He doesn't know it yet, but this mission will cost him everything. The same sharp mind that won him devoted followers will eventually bring him powerful enemies. The same integrity that made young men admire him will make old men fear him. The same questions that illuminated truth will be twisted into charges of impiety and corruption. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Right now, in the middle of his life, Socrates is at the peak of his powers. He's surrounded by brilliant, young minds who hang on his every word. He's engaged in the work he was born to do. He's living the examined life, and it feels right, feels true, feels like finally being the person he was always meant to be. And in living this way, he's developing a philosophy that will help him face his own death with courage and even joy. Because Socrates is learning something profound about what it means to be human, about what really matters, about how to separate the essential from the trivial. He's learning how to live. And in learning how to live, he's inadvertently learning how to die. But to understand that, we need to go deeper into his method, his madness, his peculiar genius. We need to walk with him through the agora, to hear him question and probe and dismantle the false certainties people cling to. We need to understand what it meant to be on the receiving end of Socratic examination. We need to experience the art of knowing nothing. Picture a typical morning in the agora of Athens. The sun hasn't yet reached its peak, so the marble colonnades still offer some shade from the Mediterranean heat. Vendors are setting up their stalls, pyramids of olives glistening with oil, fabric dyed in rich purples and reds, pottery both practical and decorative. The air smells of bread baking, of fish from the morning's catch, of incense from a nearby shrine. And there, near one of the columns, stands Socrates. He's in his 50s now, at the height of his powers. His appearance is distinctive, impossible to miss. While other philosophers of his era might dress in fine robes to signal their status, Socrates wears the same simple cloak year-round. His feet are bare. He's famous for going barefoot even in winter. His face, as we've mentioned, isn't conventionally handsome. Ancient sources describe him as looking somewhat like a satyr, those mythological creatures that were half man, half goat. But there's something magnetic about him anyway. When he speaks, people listen. A small crowd has already gathered around him. Some are his regular followers, young men from wealthy families who find traditional education boring, but find Socrates endlessly fascinating. Others are passers-by who've stopped out of curiosity. And approaching now is a man named Euthyphro, a religious expert who has a reputation for understanding the will of the gods. This is perfect for Socrates, because Euthyphro is on his way to the courthouse. He's prosecuting his own father for murder. It's a scandalous case that everyone in Athens is talking about. One of the father's workers killed a slave in a drunken rage, and the father bound the killer and threw him in a ditch while sending for religious guidance on what to do. The bound man died of exposure before the advice arrived. Now Euthyphro is charging his father with murder, claiming it's the pious thing to do. Socrates sees an opportunity. He approaches Euthyphro with what seems like genuine curiosity and respect. "Euthyphro, my friend," he says, "you must know a great deal about piety and impiety to be so confident in prosecuting your own father. Most men would worry about whether they were doing the right thing, but you clearly understand piety. Could you teach me? What exactly is piety?" You can imagine Euthyphro's reaction. He's flattered. Here's the famous Socrates, asking for his wisdom. Of course he can explain piety. He's an expert after all, so he offers his first definition. Piety is doing what I'm doing now, prosecuting wrongdoers, whether they're your father or anyone else. It seems like a reasonable answer. But watch what Socrates does next. He doesn't disagree. He doesn't argue. He just asks another question. That's an interesting example, he says. But I asked you what piety is in itself. You've given me an example of a pious act. But what makes an act pious? What is the essential nature of piety that all pious acts share? Euthyphro pauses. He revises his definition. Piety is what is loved by the gods. Better, Socrates agrees. That's more like a real definition. But then, and here's where the method gets interesting, he asks, but which gods? Don't the gods disagree with each other? Zeus approves of some things that Hera despises. Ares loves war while Athena prefers wisdom. So if the gods disagree, how can we say something is pious simply because a god loves it? Euthyphro sees the problem. He refines the definition again. Piety is what all the gods love. Now we're getting somewhere, Socrates says. But here comes the crucial question, the one that cuts to the heart of everything. Is something pious because the gods love it? Or do the gods love it because it is pious? Stop and think about that question for a moment. It sounds like word games, but it's not. It's asking something profound. Is piety just whatever the gods happen to approve of? In which case, piety is arbitrary, and if the gods change their minds, murder could become pious. Or is there something inherently pious about certain acts, something that exists independently of the gods' opinions, which the gods recognize and approve of? Euthyphro struggles with this. He tries several more definitions, each one sounding good at first, each one collapsing under Socrates' gentle questioning. And finally, frustrated, Euthyphro makes an excuse and hurries off to court, leaving Socrates with his crowd of onlookers, many of whom are now laughing or arguing among themselves about what piety really is. This is the Socratic method in action, and it's important to understand what just happened, because it's not what it might appear to be on the surface. Socrates didn't teach Euthyphro anything. He didn't provide a definition of piety. In fact, by the end of the conversation, Euthyphro is more confused than when he started. He came to the agora confident in his knowledge and left uncertain, even embarrassed. So what was the point? Was Socrates just being cruel? Was this intellectual bullying disguised as philosophy? No. This is where we need to understand something crucial about Socratic philosophy. Socrates believed that the first step toward wisdom was recognizing your own ignorance. Euthyphro thought he understood piety. He was so confident in that understanding that he was willing to prosecute his own father based on it. But he didn't actually understand it. He had opinions, strong ones, but they weren't built on solid ground. By questioning Euthyphro, Socrates wasn't trying to humiliate him. He was trying to help him, because as long as Euthyphro believed he understood piety when he really didn't, he would make decisions based on false knowledge. He might do terrible things, thinking they were pious. He would be dangerous to himself and others, precisely because of his unexamined certainty. But if Euthyphro could be brought to a state of aporia, that Greek word meaning at a loss, without a clear path forward, then something beautiful could happen. The certainty would crack open. Space would appear for real questioning, real learning. He would stop pretending to know and start genuinely seeking. This state of aporia, this experience of being at a loss, was essential to the Socratic method, and it wasn't comfortable. Imagine believing you understood something, building your life around that understanding, and then having someone show you through simple questions that you don't understand it at all. It's destabilizing, frightening even. This is why the young men loved Socrates. When you're young, you haven't yet built your entire life around certain beliefs. You're still flexible, still learning, still open to having your mind changed. Watching Socrates dismantle the certainties of your elders is thrilling. It's permission to question everything you've been told. It's liberation. But this is also why older men, established men, powerful men, hated him. They had reputations to protect. They had built careers on their supposed wisdom. They had made decisions, some of them life and death decisions, based on beliefs they now discovered were shaky at best. To admit uncertainty at that point in life felt like admitting their entire lives had been based on sand. Let me walk you through another example, because the pattern is so consistent, so revealing. One day, a famous general approaches Socrates. The man has won battles, led armies, received honors from the city. And Socrates asks him, "What is courage?" The general is confident. He knows courage. He's demonstrated it in battle. Courage, he says, is standing your ground in battle, not retreating even when the enemy advances. Socrates nods thoughtfully. That's interesting. But what about the Scythian warriors who use a different tactic? They retreat strategically, drawing the enemy into traps, and this leads to victory. Are they not courageous? The general sees the point. All right, courage is knowing when to stand and when to retreat in order to achieve victory. So courage is a kind of knowledge, Socrates asks. Knowledge of what's dangerous and what's safe. Yes, exactly, the general agrees. But then, Socrates continues, a doctor has knowledge of what's dangerous and safe for sick patients. Does that make the doctor courageous? Or a ship's captain knows what's dangerous at sea? Is he displaying courage simply by having that knowledge? The general pauses. No, that's different. Courage is specifically about dangers in war. But why only in war? Socrates presses. Can't someone be courageous in facing poverty, or in facing disease, or in facing temptation? Are there not many kinds of dangers that require courage? And so it goes. Every answer leads to more questions. Every definition reveals exceptions, contradictions, or problems. And the general, who began the conversation certain he understood courage, he who had demonstrated courage in battle, ends it uncertain, at a loss. Now here's what's fascinating. Socrates never claims to have the right definition himself. He never says, "You're wrong, here's what courage really is." He maintains throughout that he doesn't know. And this seems paradoxical, almost maddening. How can someone who doesn't know the answer still demonstrate that everyone else's answers are wrong? The answer lies in understanding the difference between knowing something and knowing about something. Socrates might not be able to define courage perfectly, but he knows enough about it to recognize when a definition fails. It's like how you might not be a chef, but you know when food tastes bad. You might not be able to compose a symphony, but you can tell when music is out of tune. Socrates had spent decades thinking about these concepts: justice, courage, piety, wisdom, goodness. He knew them intimately, even if he couldn't define them perfectly. He knew their contours, their complexities, their nuances. So when someone offered a simple, confident definition, he could immediately see its limitations. But there's something even deeper happening in the Socratic method. Socrates believed that the answers were already inside us, buried under layers of false certainty and unexamined assumptions. His questions weren't meant to fill an empty vessel with knowledge. They were meant to help you give birth to understanding. That was already there, waiting to be discovered. This is why he compared himself to a midwife, like his mother. A midwife doesn't create the baby. The baby already exists. The midwife just helps it come into the world. Similarly, Socrates believed that real knowledge was already in your soul, and his questions just helped you access it. There's a famous demonstration of this in one of Plato's dialogues. Socrates encounters an uneducated slave boy who has never studied mathematics, and through questions alone, never teaching, only asking, Socrates gets the boy to discover the Pythagorean theorem. The boy figures out the geometric proof himself, guided only by Socrates' questions. This, Socrates argued, proved that the knowledge was already there. It just needed to be drawn out. Whether you believe in Socrates' theory about knowledge being innate is less important than understanding what the method was trying to do. It was trying to wake people up, to shake them out of the comfortable sleep of unexamined opinion, to make them think for themselves rather than simply accepting what they'd been told. And it worked. At least it worked on people who were genuinely interested in truth. Those who came to Socrates with real curiosity, with humility, with openness to being wrong. They often had transformative experiences. They would leave conversations, feeling uncertain about things they'd been certain of. Yes, but also feeling more alive, more engaged, more aware. One of his students described it beautifully. He said that talking with Socrates was like being stung by a stingray. You'd be swimming along, confident and comfortable, and suddenly, zap, you're paralyzed, unable to move forward with your old certainties. But that paralysis was the beginning of real thought. The problem, of course, was that not everyone appreciated being stung. Some people came to Socrates wanting to show off their knowledge, expecting deference to their expertise. When Socrates questioned them and revealed the limits of that expertise, they didn't feel enlightened. They felt humiliated. And here's where things get dangerous. In a democratic society like Athens, reputation was everything. Your political power, your social standing, your ability to influence decisions, all of it rested on people respecting your wisdom and judgment. So when Socrates publicly demonstrated that you didn't actually understand what you claimed to understand, he wasn't just winning an argument. He was threatening your position in society. Imagine being a wealthy aristocrat who served on juries, advised the assembly, perhaps even led military campaigns. Your neighbors respect you. Young men ask your advice. You're invited to important symposia where decisions are made. And then this strange, ugly, barefoot philosopher stops you in the marketplace and starts asking questions that make you look foolish in front of a crowd that includes your peers, your rivals, and young people who used to respect you. What do you do? Do you admit you don't know what you thought you knew? Do you embrace the aporia, the uncertainty, and start genuinely seeking wisdom? Some did. Those became Socrates' friends and followers. But others, perhaps most, did something else. They got angry. They dismissed Socrates as a sophist, a word twister, a corrupter of youth who taught young people to disrespect their elders. They began to see him not as a gadfly trying to wake Athens up, but as a threat to social order, to tradition, to everything that made Athens great. These men started gathering, started talking among themselves, started plotting, because there's one thing powerful people hate more than being wrong. It's being publicly shown to be wrong, and Socrates had been publicly showing them to be wrong for decades. But Socrates didn't stop, couldn't stop. Because for him, the examined life was the only life worth living. To stop questioning, to accept easy answers, to let people walk around, confidently ignorant. That would be a betrayal of everything he'd learned from the oracle. He was the wisest man in Athens, precisely because he kept asking questions, kept examining, kept pushing. He believed he was on a divine mission. The god. Apollo had essentially told him, through the oracle, that his wisdom lay in recognizing his ignorance. And from that, Socrates had derived a calling. He was meant to go around Athens helping others recognize their ignorance too. He was meant to wake people up, even when it made him unpopular, even when it made him poor. He could have charged for his teaching like the sophists did, but he refused, believing wisdom couldn't be bought. Even when it started making him enemies in high places, even when those enemies started becoming dangerous. Because here's what Socrates understood that most of us forget. Comfort is the enemy of truth. If you want to believe comfortable lies, you'll never face uncomfortable truths. If you want to keep your assumptions intact, you can't examine them too closely. If you want peace and prosperity and respect, you probably shouldn't spend your days challenging people's most deeply held beliefs. But Socrates had chosen truth over comfort, wisdom over wealth, the examined life over the easy life. And that choice, that absolute commitment to questioning everything, was going to cost him everything. The powerful men he'd embarrassed were patient. They waited for the right moment, the right political climate. And it would come. Athens would suffer defeats, would become fearful and paranoid, would look for scapegoats. And when that moment came, they would strike. But we're not there yet. Right now, in the agora, Socrates is still free to question, still surrounded by devoted followers. still doing the work he was born to do. He's demonstrating day after day that wisdom begins with admitting you don't know. That the unexamined life isn't worth living, that questions are more valuable than answers. He's teaching, though he would insist he's not teaching, only questioning, an entire generation about how to think. Not what to think, but how. How to examine your beliefs, how to question your assumptions, how to distinguish between opinion and knowledge, how to be intellectually honest, how to value truth over ego. And in doing this work, in living this examined life, he's preparing himself for something he doesn't yet know is coming. He's developing a kind of spiritual strength, a philosophical courage that will serve him when the worst happens. He's learning to care more about his soul than his body, more about virtue than reputation, more about truth than survival. He's becoming the kind of man who could sleep peacefully the night before his execution, the kind of man who could drink hemlock without fear, the kind of man who could face death as he faced everything else, with questions, with curiosity, with absolute integrity. But to understand how he got there, we need to go deeper still. We need to understand what Socrates believed about the soul, about virtue, about what makes life meaningful. We need to understand his philosophy of the examined life, not just as a method for questioning others, but as a way of being in the world. Because the Socratic method wasn't just a debating technique. It was a spiritual practice, a way of cultivating wisdom, a path toward becoming fully human. And that's where we're going next. There's a line that Socrates spoke at his trial that has echoed through 2,400 years of human history. It's probably the most famous thing he ever said, and it's become so familiar that we sometimes forget how radical it was, and still is. The full, unexamined life is not worth living, not difficult, not less fulfilling, not suboptimal, not worth living. That's an extreme statement. Socrates is saying that a human life lived without self-examination, without questioning, without constant reflection on how you're living and why, is essentially worthless. It would be better not to live at all than to live unthinkingly. That's a strong claim, strong enough that it's worth taking seriously. What did Socrates mean? And more importantly, what does it mean to examine your life? What does that actually look like in practice? Let's start with what Socrates didn't mean. He wasn't talking about neurotic self-analysis, endless navel-gazing, or paralyzing overthinking that prevents you from taking action. He wasn't suggesting you should spend every moment introspecting to the point of being unable to function in the world. Socrates lived a full life. He was a soldier, a citizen, a husband, a friend. He participated in Athenian society even as he questioned it. No, the examined life was something different. It was about intentionality, about consciousness, about refusing to live on autopilot, doing things simply because that's what everyone does, or because that's what you've always done, or because it's comfortable and familiar. The examined life meant constantly asking yourself, why am I doing this? Is this making me a better person? Does this align with what I believe is good and true? Am I living according to my values, or am I betraying them? Have I really thought through what I believe, or am I just repeating what I've been told? It meant being willing to admit when you were wrong, being willing to change your mind when presented with better arguments, being willing to acknowledge that you don't know something even when everyone expects you to know. And most importantly, it meant caring more about the quality of your soul than about anything else. This concept, the soul, is central to understanding Socrates, but we need to be careful here. When Socrates talked about the soul, he wasn't necessarily talking about something religious or supernatural, at least not in the way we might think. The Greek word is psyche, and it meant something like that which makes you alive, your consciousness, your mind, your capacity for thought and choice and character. For Socrates, the soul was the real you. Your body was just the vehicle, the temporary housing. Your soul was what persisted, what mattered, what you should cultivate and care for above all else. Think about how we typically live. We spend enormous amounts of time energy, and money taking care of our bodies. We feed them, exercise them, rest them, dress them, groom them. We worry constantly about their health, their appearance, their comfort, and that's not wrong. Bodies need maintenance. But Socrates noticed that we almost never give the same attention to our souls. We don't feed our minds with the same care we feed our bodies. We don't exercise our capacity for wisdom and virtue. We don't examine whether our characters are healthy or diseased. We just assume that however we are is fine, that our beliefs and values and habits don't need the same kind of deliberate cultivation that our bodies do. And this, Socrates thought, was completely backwards, because your body is temporary. It's going to age, decay, and die no matter how well you take care of it. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, your virtue, that's what defines who you really are. That's what lasts. Whether you believe in an afterlife or not, your soul is what you contribute to the world, what you leave behind, what you really are when everything else is stripped away. So the examined life was fundamentally about tending to your soul, making sure that the person you were becoming was the person you wanted to be, ensuring that you were growing in wisdom, in virtue, in understanding, not just in wealth or power or reputation. But what does it mean to have a healthy soul? What does virtue actually look like? For Socrates, virtue wasn't about following rules or obeying commandments. It was about knowledge, real knowledge. He believed that if you truly understood what was good, you would naturally do it. Nobody does. Wrong willingly, he argued. People do wrong things because they're confused, because they mistake what's bad for what's good, because they don't really understand what they're doing. This might sound naive at first. Surely people sometimes knowingly do bad things. Don't we all have experiences of knowing something is wrong but doing it anyway? But Socrates would say, when you do something you know is wrong, it's because in that moment you believe you're getting something good from it. You lie because you believe the benefit of the lie outweighs the cost. You cheat because you believe success gained through cheating is worth more than integrity. You're mistaking a lesser good, temporary pleasure, advantage, safety, for the greater good of having a virtuous soul. If you really understood, deeply understood, that harming your soul is the worst thing you can do to yourself, you wouldn't do it. If you viscerally felt the truth that it's better to suffer injustice than to commit it, you would never choose to be unjust, even when you could get away with it. This is why Socrates spent so much time trying to clarify what things like justice, courage, and goodness really were. Because if people truly understood virtue, they would naturally pursue it. The problem wasn't that people were evil. The problem was that they were confused. Let me give you a concrete example of what this looked like in practice. There's a story about Socrates serving on a jury, one of the few times he held any official position in Athens. A group of generals had won a major naval battle, but a storm prevented them from recovering the bodies of fallen soldiers. This was considered a serious religious violation in ancient Athens. The bodies needed proper burial rites, or the souls would wander restlessly. The Field Assembly, in its anger and grief, wanted to try all 10 generals together and execute them all. This was illegal. Each man had the right to an individual trial. But the mob was furious. They wanted justice, or what they thought was justice. They wanted revenge. Socrates was the one member of the presiding committee who refused to allow the illegal vote. He stood alone against the entire angry assembly. People threatened him. They could have charged him with obstruction. They could have harmed him. But Socrates wouldn't budge, because he had examined what justice required, and he knew that violating the law in order to punish people for violating the law was incoherent. It was wrong, no matter how many people demanded it. This is the examined life in action. Socrates had thought deeply about justice. He had questioned his assumptions about it. He had refined his understanding through countless conversations. And because of that work, when the moment came, he knew what to do. His examination had prepared him for the test. Most people, most of the time, operate on unexamined principles. They believe things because their parents believe them, or their society believes them, or they've always believed them. And these unexamined beliefs work fine until they're tested, until you're asked to compromise them for safety or profit or acceptance. Then they crumble because they were never really yours. You never really thought about whether you believed them. You just inherited them. But Socrates had examined everything. He had tested his principles against every objection he could think of. He had refined them through dialogue and debate. So when the moment came to act on them, he had the strength to do it. The examined life had given him certainty, not the false certainty of unquestioned assumption, but the earned certainty of hard-won understanding. This is also why Socrates insisted that virtue was knowledge. If you really know what's right, if you've examined it and tested it and made it truly yours, you'll do it. You won't be swayed by threats or bribes or social pressure, because you'll understand in your bones that compromising your soul for any external reward is a terrible trade. Now you might be thinking, this sounds exhausting. Do I really need to question everything all the time? Can't I just live, make reasonable decisions, try to be a decent person? And the answer is, you can live that way. Most people do, but Socrates would ask you, is that really living? Or is that just existing on autopilot, letting circumstances and social pressure determine who you are? The examined life isn't about being perfect. It's not about never making mistakes. Socrates himself admitted constantly that he didn't have all the answers. The examined life is about being awake, being conscious, being intentional, making choices rather than just reacting to stimuli. It's about asking yourself regularly, am I living according to my values? What are my values? Why do I hold them? Am I becoming the person I want to become? If not, what needs to change? What am I assuming without questioning? Where am I lying to myself? Where am I choosing comfort over truth? These aren't comfortable questions. Examining your life means confronting things you'd rather not confront. It means admitting you've been wrong about things. It means changing behaviors you've grown comfortable with. It means acknowledging that you're not as good, as wise, as virtuous as you'd like to believe. But Socrates would say, isn't temporary discomfort worth it to actually become the person you should be? Isn't a moment of ego-bruising honesty better than a lifetime of self-deception? What's the point of being comfortable if you're comfortable with a lie? And here's where Socrates' philosophy connects directly to his view of death. Because if the quality of your soul is what really matters, if who you are is more important than what you have or how you appear, then death loses much of its power over you. Think about what we're usually afraid of when we fear death. We're afraid of losing our possessions, our status, our pleasures, our relationships, our experiences, all the things that make up our external life. But if you've spent your life cultivating your soul, if you've examined your life and found it good, if you know you've pursued wisdom and virtue to the best of your ability, then death is just a transition. If death is annihilation, you won't suffer. You'll simply cease to experience anything, like dreamless sleep. And if death is continuation, then you'll take your soul with you, and that's the only thing that really matters anyway. This is why Socrates could face death calmly, not because he was sure what death was. He admitted he didn't know, but because he had lived the examined life. He had tended to his soul. He had pursued virtue over pleasure, wisdom over wealth, truth over comfort. Whatever death turned out to be, he was ready for it. His soul was in good condition. Compare that to someone who has never examined their life, someone who has pursued wealth and power and pleasure, assuming those things made life meaningful. Someone who has built their identity on their body, their possessions, their social status. For such a person, death is terrifying, because death takes away everything they've spent their life accumulating, everything they've used to define themselves. But someone who has cultivated their soul, death can't touch what really matters to them. Their wealth might be taken away, but their wisdom remains. Their body might fail, but their character endures. Their reputation might be slandered, but they know who they really are. This is the practical benefit of the examined life. It's not just about being more thoughtful or philosophical. It's about building something that can't be taken from you. It's about knowing yourself so well that external circumstances can't shake you. It's about having a foundation of examined, tested, chosen principles that you can stand on when everything else is uncertain. Socrates believed that most people were prisoners without knowing it. They were enslaved to their appetites, their fears, their need for approval. They thought they were free because they could go where they wanted and do what they wanted, but they weren't really making free choices. They were just reacting to whatever stimulus was strongest at the moment. Hungry, eat, tired, sleep, afraid, run, angry, strike back. They were like animals, driven by impulse and instinct rather than reason and reflection. The examined life was liberation from that slavery. When you examined your life, you became conscious of your patterns. You saw how you were being controlled by unexamined desires and fears. And in seeing them, you could choose differently. You could decide deliberately what kind of person you wanted to be. You could cultivate some desires and starve others. You could face your fears and see which ones were rational and which were phantoms. This is why Socrates said that the examined life was the only life worth living for a human being, because examination was what made you fully human. Without it, you were just a clever animal. With it, you became something more, a rational being, capable of self-determination, able to choose virtue over vice, even when virtue was harder. And Socrates lived this philosophy. Every story we have about him shows a man who had examined his life and found clarity. He was offered bribes and refused them because he had examined whether wealth mattered more than integrity and found it didn't. He was threatened with death if he continued teaching, and he continued anyway because he had examined whether life was worth living without the freedom to pursue wisdom and found it wasn't. He was given the chance to escape prison and he refused because he had examined what justice required and found that he couldn't violate the laws he had lived under all his life just to save himself. These weren't easy choices. Socrates wasn't superhuman. He felt fear, discomfort, attachment to life just like anyone else. But his examination had given him something stronger than those feelings. It had given him conviction. Not blind faith, but examined, tested, chosen. Conviction about what really mattered and what didn't. And this conviction gave him peace. The kind of peace that let him sleep soundly the night before his execution. The kind of peace that let him comfort his grieving friends rather than needing comfort himself. The kind of peace that comes from knowing, really knowing, that you've lived well, that your soul is in good condition, that you've done what you could to become who you should be. This is what the examined life offers. Not easy answers, not comfortable, certainty, not a life free from difficulty or pain, but clarity, purpose, integrity, the knowledge that you're living deliberately, consciously, in accordance with principles you've chosen after real thought. And in Socrates' view, that was the only life worth living. Everything else, wealth, power, pleasure, even life itself, was secondary. The quality of your soul, the state of your character, the depth of your wisdom, that was what mattered. That was what you should examine, cultivate, protect. Because your soul is the only thing that's really yours. Everything else can be taken away. Your possessions can be stolen. Your reputation can be slandered. Your body can be imprisoned or killed. But your soul, who you really are, what you really believe, the wisdom you've gained, the virtue you've cultivated, that remains yours. That goes with you, wherever you go. That is you. And when you understand that, really understand it at a bone-deep level, then you're free in a way that most people never experience. Free from the fear of loss, because you can't lose what really matters. Free from the need for approval, because you know your own worth through examination, rather than through others' opinions. Free from the terror of death, because death can only take what was temporary anyway. This is what Socrates had achieved through his examined life. This is what allowed him to face his accusers with calm confidence. This is what let him sleep peacefully on his final night. But to understand how he got to that point, to really grasp the full story, we need to see how his examined life, his refusal to compromise, his insistence on questioning everything, eventually brought him into fatal conflict with Athens itself. We need to see what happens when the examined life collides with power, fear, and a city looking for someone to blame. We need to see the accusation. Athens in 404 BCE is not the Athens of Socrates' youth. The city that once led the Greek world, that built the Parthenon and pioneered democracy, that produced the great playwrights and thinkers, is broken. The Peloponnesian War, a brutal, decades-long conflict with Sparta, has finally ended, and Athens lost catastrophically. The long walls that protected the city from invasion have been torn down. The powerful navy that made Athens an empire has been reduced to a handful of ships. The democracy that Athenians were so proud of has been temporarily overthrown by a brutal oligarchy called the 30 Tyrants, sponsored by Sparta. The city is traumatized, defeated, humiliated, and deeply, deeply afraid. Fear makes people dangerous. Fear makes them look for enemies within. Fear makes them suspicious of anyone different, anyone questioning, anyone who doesn't fit neatly into the story the city tells itself. And there's one man in Athens who has spent his entire adult life questioning everything, who has made enemies among the powerful, who has an entire generation of young followers who learned from him to challenge authority. That man, of course, is Socrates, and his enemies have been waiting for this moment. Let's be clear about who these enemies were and why they hated him so much. There was Anytus, a wealthy leather merchant who had been prominent in the democratic resistance against the 30 Tyrants. He was a patriot by his own estimation, a defender of Athenian values, and his son had fallen under Socrates' influence, spending time with the philosopher instead of learning his father's business. Worse, the young man had apparently started questioning his father's beliefs, using Socratic methods to point out contradictions in Anytus's thinking. You can imagine how well that went over. Then there was Miletus, a poet, or someone who fancied himself one. Socrates had probably humiliated him in public at some point, as he had so many self-important artists who claimed their work came from divine inspiration, but couldn't explain what wisdom their poetry actually contained. Miletus wasn't particularly bright or influential, but he was angry and willing to be used as a tool. And there was Lycon, a rhetorician, representing a whole class of professional speakers and teachers whom Socrates had spent years demonstrating weren't as wise as they pretended to be. These men and others like them had been collecting grievances for years. Every time Socrates embarrassed someone in the agora, every time he made a politician look foolish, every time a young man questioned his father's authority after studying with Socrates, every time someone's reputation suffered because Socrates exposed their ignorance. All of it had been building, accumulating, like a debt that would eventually come due. But they needed the right moment. You couldn't just charge Socrates when Athens was confident and secure. He was too well known, too well liked by too many people, including powerful ones. His students included Plato from one of Athens' most distinguished families, and Xenophon, who would become a famous general and historian. Alcibiades, one of Athens' most brilliant but controversial leaders, had been associated with Socrates. Ah, Alcibiades. There's a name that matters. This is important for understanding what happens next. Alcibiades was extraordinarily talented, charismatic, intelligent, ambitious, and completely unscrupulous. He'd been a student of Socrates in his youth. Later, he'd betrayed Athens, defecting to Sparta during the war. Then, he'd betrayed Sparta too. He was brilliant and immoral, exactly the kind of person who learns Socratic questioning, but uses it for manipulation rather than wisdom. When Athens was looking for someone to blame for its defeat, for its loss of moral character, for its young, men becoming disrespectful and cynical, it was easy to point at Socrates and say, Look at what he produced. Look at Alcibiades. Look at Critias, another former associate who became one of the most brutal of the 30 tyrants. See what happens. When you teach young men to question everything, they lose respect for tradition, for the gods, for authority. They become dangerous. It was a profoundly unfair argument. Socrates had tried to teach Alcibiades virtue, not vice. He'd tried to show him that wisdom was more valuable than power. It wasn't Socrates' fault that Alcibiades had learned to argue brilliantly, but had no interest in becoming good. But fair or not, the association was damaging. So, in 399 BCE, 5 years after the war ended, and 3 years after democracy had been restored, Socrates' enemies finally made their move. The city was still fragile, still paranoid, still looking for scapegoats. The timing was perfect. The charges were carefully crafted. 3 accusations, each one technically a capital offense. First, corrupting the youth of Athens. This was vague, enough to mean almost anything. It could refer to his questioning of authority, his influence on young men like Alcibiades, his encouragement of independent thinking. It played on every parent's fear that their children were being led astray. Second, not believing in the gods of the city. This was potentially the most dangerous charge. Athens took religion seriously. The gods weren't abstract theological concepts. They were thought to directly influence the city's welfare. If Socrates didn't believe in them properly, if he was impious, he could be bringing divine wrath down on Athens. This could explain why Athens had suffered such devastating defeat. The gods were angry because men like Socrates had corrupted the city's piety. Third, introducing new divinities. This charge was interesting because it contradicted the second one. How could he both not believe in the gods and also introduce new ones? But the accusers were referring to something Socrates often talked about. His daimonion, an inner voice or divine sign that warned him away from certain actions. To his enemies, this sounded like he was claiming to have a private connection to divinity that bypassed the official religious channels. It sounded arrogant, heretical, dangerous. The penalty proposed? Death. When Socrates received the summons to trial, he must have known how serious this was. At 70 years old, he'd lived through enough Athenian politics to recognize a politically motivated prosecution. He knew these men. He probably knew exactly which of his past humiliations they were avenging. But here's what's remarkable. He didn't run. Athens had no police force. It would have been relatively easy to slip away to another city-state, to live out his remaining years in comfortable exile. Many of his friends urged him to do exactly that. Why stay and face trial when the outcome was uncertain and the penalty was death? Socrates' answer was simple. He couldn't live a life inconsistent with his principles. He had spent 70 years arguing that a good person never willingly commits injustice, that it's better to suffer wrong than to do wrong, that you should obey the laws of your city even when it's inconvenient. How could he flee now? How could he save his body by corrupting his soul? So he stayed, and when the day of the trial came, he walked into that courtroom prepared to defend not just himself, but his entire way of life. The trial took place in a large public court. 500 Athenian citizens served as jurors, a huge number by our standards, but typical for Athens. The accusers spoke first, presenting their case. Then Socrates would have his chance to defend himself. There were no lawyers. You represented yourself, made your own arguments. At the end, the jury would vote by dropping a pebble into one of 2 urns, one for guilty, one for innocent. We don't know exactly what Meletus and Anytus said in their accusations, but we have Plato's account of Socrates' defense speech, which he titled The Apology, though apology here means defense, not sorry. And what's astonishing about this speech is that it barely defends Socrates at all, at least not in the way you'd expect. A normal defendant in an Athenian court would have pulled out all the stops. He would have brought his children to weep and beg for mercy. He would have reminded the jury of his military service, his contributions to the city. He would have flattered the jurors, appealed to their emotions, done everything possible to win sympathy. Socrates did almost none of this. Instead, he used the trial as an opportunity to explain, to justify his entire philosophical mission. In a way, he put Athens itself on trial. He began by addressing the charges, but not in the straightforward way the jury expected. He said that before he could answer the formal accusations of Miletus, he needed to address older, deeper prejudices that had built up over decades. He needed to clear away the misconceptions. There are people, he told the jury, who have been saying for years that Socrates is a busybody, someone who inquires into things beneath the earth and in the sky, who makes the weaker argument appear the stronger, and who teaches these things to others. He was referring to a comedy written decades earlier by Aristophanes, called The Clouds, which had portrayed Socrates as a ridiculous figure who ran a thinkery, where he taught young men to argue their way out of debts and obligations. It was satire, exaggerated for laughs, but it had shaped how many Athenians thought about Socrates. "I have nothing to do with such investigations," Socrates told them. "I don't claim to know about the physical world. I don't teach people to make the weaker arguments stronger. I don't run a school or charge fees like the sophists do." So, what did he do? Here Socrates told them about the oracle at Delphi, about his mission to test the oracle's claim that no one was wiser than he was. He explained how he'd gone to supposedly wise people and found they didn't actually know what they claimed to know. How he'd realized that his wisdom consisted in acknowledging his ignorance, while others claimed false knowledge. "This is what I still do," he told them. "I go around examining anyone who seems to be wise, and when I find they're not, I help the god by revealing this. This work keeps me busy. I'm so occupied with this mission that I've neglected my own affairs and live in poverty." Can you imagine how this sounded to the jury? He's on trial for his life, and instead of begging for mercy, he's explaining that he's on a divine mission to expose people's ignorance. He's essentially admitting to the very behavior his accusers found so offensive, but framing it as a service to the god. Then he addressed why the young men followed him around. They enjoy hearing people questioned who think they're wise but aren't. And they try to imitate me, examining others. And when they do, those who are exposed get angry, but not at themselves for being foolish. They get angry at Socrates for supposedly corrupting these young men. It's a brilliant rhetorical move. He's saying, "You don't really think I'm corrupting the youth. You're just angry because I and my students have exposed your ignorance." But then he did something extraordinary, something that probably sealed his fate. He turned to Miletus directly and began to cross-examine him, right there in court, using the Socratic method on his accuser. "Miletus," he said, "you claim I corrupt the youth, but tell me, who improves them? Who makes them better?" Miletus, probably not expecting this approach, fumbled a bit and said, "The laws? No, I mean what person? Who has the knowledge to improve young people?" "The jurors," Miletus answered. "All of them?" "Yes." "What about the audience here, and the council members, and the assembly? Do they all improve the youth?" "Yes, all of them." "So, according to you," Socrates said, "every Athenian improves the youth except me, and I alone corrupt them. Is that really what you're saying?" You can almost hear the trap closing, because obviously it's absurd to claim that literally everyone improves young people, except one man. Socrates was demonstrating, right there in court, that Miletus hadn't thought through his accusations. He was revealing the prosecutor's ignorance the same way he'd done to countless people in the agora. Then Socrates pressed further. "Tell me, Miletus, is it better to live among good citizens or bad ones?" "Good ones, obviously. And does anyone want to be harmed by those around them?" "Of course not." "Then you're accusing me either of corrupting the youth unintentionally, or of corrupting them knowing that they'll harm me. The first means I shouldn't be punished. You should educate me. The second makes no sense. Why would I intentionally make my neighbors worse, knowing they'd harm me?" It was classic Socratic argumentation. He was showing that the charges were incoherent, but he wasn't making friends with the jury. He was doing to Miletus what he'd done to so many others, and the jury was watching someone they might know personally, someone who'd brought these charges, being made to look foolish. When Socrates addressed the religious charges about not believing in the gods, he was even more pointed. He got Miletus to contradict himself, first saying Socrates didn't believe in gods at all, then saying he introduced new ones. You can't have it both ways, Miletus. Either I'm an atheist, or I believe in new gods. Which is it? By the time Socrates was done with Miletus, he'd thoroughly demolished the logical consistency of the charges. He'd shown them to be poorly thought out, contradictory, probably motivated by personal grudges rather than genuine concern for Athens. But then, and this is crucial, instead of stopping there, instead of pivoting to sympathy and mercy, Socrates doubled down. He told the jury that even if they offered to acquit him on the condition that he stopped philosophizing, he would refuse. "I cannot stop," he said. "The God has placed me here to question people and help them care for their souls. If you kill me, you won't find another like me easily. I'm like a gadfly on a noble but sluggish horse. I sting you awake. You might swat me away, but you'll regret it when you fall back into sleepy thoughtlessness." And then he said something that must have infuriated many in that courtroom. "I'm doing you a favor by being here. In fact, Athens should give me free meals for life in the Prytaneum, the highest honor the city could bestow, usually reserved for Olympic victors and great benefactors. Because no one cares more for your welfare than I do." Can you imagine? He's on trial for his life, and he's telling 500 jurors that they should be honoring him, not prosecuting him. That he's Athens' greatest asset. That they need him more than he needs them. It was defiant, proud, uncompromising. And it was completely in character, because Socrates had never compromised his principles for comfort or safety. Why would he start now? He did, toward the end of his speech, acknowledge his military service. He mentioned that he'd served with distinction at 3 major battles: Potidaea, Amphipolis, Delium. He'd held his post when others fled. He'd been brave in the face of death. "If I was willing to risk death in battle to serve Athens," he said, "how can I abandon the post the God has given me now, just because I'm afraid? That would be true impiety, disobeying the divine mission because I fear death." And he concluded with a statement that would echo through history. "I'm not afraid of death, gentlemen. I'm afraid of doing wrong. Death is nothing to fear. What I fear is standing before the gods someday and having to explain why I betrayed truth and virtue to save my life." When the speech ended, the jury voted. It was close, much closer than his accusers probably expected. Out of 500 jurors, about 280 voted guilty. About 220 voted to acquit. If just 30 people had voted differently, Socrates would have walked free, but they didn't. The verdict was guilty. Now came the penalty phase. In Athenian law, the prosecution proposed a penalty, and the defense could propose an alternative. The jury would then choose between them. The prosecution had proposed death. This was Socrates' chance. He could propose exile. He could propose a fine. The jury had voted guilty, but it was close enough that they might choose a gentler punishment if he gave them the option. Many jurors probably wanted to punish him somehow, but didn't want him dead. Instead, Socrates initially proposed that Athens give him free meals for life in the Prytaneum. He was serious, or at least he was making a philosophical point about what justice really required. But obviously, this wasn't going to fly with a jury that had just convicted him. His friends, watching in horror, finally convinced him to at least propose a fine. Socrates offered to pay 30 minae, a significant sum, guaranteed by wealthy friends like Plato. It was still less than might be expected, still somewhat insulting to the court's dignity. The jury voted again on the penalty. This time, more voted for death. The margin was larger. By trying to maintain his dignity, by refusing to grovel or compromise, Socrates had alienated jurors who might have shown mercy. His pride, or his integrity, depending on how you view it, had sealed His fate. The verdict was final. Death by hemlock poison. And here's what's remarkable. Socrates' immediate reaction wasn't fear or anger or even sadness. It was philosophical speculation. He turned to the jurors and gave one final speech, separate from his defense about what this meant. To those who had voted to acquit him, he said, "Don't be upset for me. This might be a blessing. My daimonion, my inner warning voice, which has stopped me whenever I was about to do something wrong, it didn't stop me at all today. Not when I entered the court, not during my speech, not at any point. That suggests that what happened to me is good, not bad." And then he offered that analysis of death we've already touched on. Either death is like a dreamless sleep, in which case it's pleasant, a relief from life's troubles, or death is a journey to another place, where he'll meet the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Either way, nothing to fear. If I die now, having lived a good life, what loss is that? But if I'd compromised my principles to live longer, that would have been true death, the death of my soul. To the jurors who had voted for his death, he was less kind. "You think you've escaped being tested by condemning me, but I warn you, you'll have more critics now, younger ones, harsher ones. By killing me, you won't silence the questions. You'll just create more questioners." It was a prophecy, and it would prove true. Plato would write, Xenophon would write, others would remember. The death of Socrates would become more powerful than the life of Socrates. His enemies thought they were silencing a troublesome gadfly. They were creating a martyr for philosophy itself. As the court session ended and the guards prepared to take Socrates to prison, he turned to his friends with what might have been a slight smile. "Now it's time for us to go. I to death, and you to life. Which of us goes to the better fate, only the God knows." Even at that moment, sentenced to die, he was questioning. Still uncertain, still humble in the face of the ultimate mystery. But one thing he was certain of: he'd lived according to his principles. He'd maintained his integrity. He'd refused to compromise his soul to save his body. And that meant, in the deepest sense, he'd won. The jury might have condemned him to death, but they couldn't make him do wrong. They couldn't corrupt his virtue. They couldn't touch what really mattered. The examined life had prepared him for this moment, and he was ready. But between the sentencing and the execution, there would be weeks of waiting, weeks in prison, time for friends to visit, to argue, to plead, to plan escapes. Time for Socrates to have conversations that would be remembered forever. Time for one particular dream, mysterious and symbolic, that would reveal something about what he was feeling beneath that philosophical calm. Time for temptation. Time for final tests. Time for goodbyes. And time, on that last night, for the deepest sleep a condemned man had ever slept. The prison is quiet now. It's early morning, that liminal time between night and dawn, when the world holds its breath. The stone walls are cold, the light still grey and uncertain. And in this silence, Socrates is asleep. His friend Crito sits, watching him, as we mentioned at the beginning of our story. But what we didn't tell you yet is what Socrates was dreaming. What vision came to him in that prison cell, in those weeks between his trial and his execution. Dreams fascinated the ancient Greeks in ways we might struggle to understand today. They weren't simply random firing of neurons, the brain processing daily events. Dreams were messages, prophecies, windows into a reality deeper than the waking world. The gods spoke through dreams. The dead visited in dreams. Your dreams could tell you the future, warn you of danger, reveal hidden truths. So when Socrates had a particular dream during his imprisonment, and when he chose to tell people about it, they paid attention. They tried to interpret it. And we should too, because this dream reveals something important about what Socrates was feeling beneath his philosophical composure. The dream was simple on the surface, but rich with symbolism. Socrates dreamed that a woman came to him. She was beautiful, dressed in white robes, and she spoke to him, quoting a line from Homer's Iliad. On the third day, you will reach fertile Phthia. That's it. That's the whole dream. A beautiful woman, in white, a quote from Homer, a mention of Phthia and the third day. But let's unpack what this meant, because every element carries weight. First, the woman in white. White was associated with purity, with the divine, with death. White robes were what you wore for religious ceremonies, for funerals. So already, the imagery suggests something sacred, something connected to the boundary between life and death. Then there's the quote itself, from the Iliad. It's what Achilles says, or at least what Homer imagines Achilles thinking, when he's angry at Agamemnon and considering abandoning the Greek army at Troy. Achilles is furious because Agamemnon has dishonored him, taken his war prize, treated him unjustly, and Achilles thinks, why should I stay here and fight for these people? I could go home. I could reach Phthia, his homeland, in 3 days if I left now. Phthia, in the geography of Homer's world, was Achilles' home. It was where he came from, where he belonged. It represented safety, comfort, the place where he was loved and valued rather than dishonored and disrespected. And the third day in Socrates' dream, well, that had an obvious interpretation. Socrates told Crito about this dream, and he interpreted it himself. It meant he would die in 3 days. That was when the sacred ship would return from Delos, ending the religious period during which no executions could be carried out. The third day would bring his death. But here's what's interesting, what's revealing about what might have been happening in Socrates' psyche. Why did his dreaming mind choose this particular quote? Why Achilles and Phthia? Why this image of going home? Because Achilles' situation in that moment has parallels to Socrates' situation. Achilles has been dishonored by the very people he's been serving. He's been fighting for the Greek army, risking his life, demonstrating his excellence in battle. And how do they repay him? By treating him unjustly, by taking what's rightfully his, by disrespecting him in front of everyone. Sound familiar? Socrates had spent his life serving Athens, trying to make his fellow citizens better, stinging them awake to examine their lives. And how did Athens repay him? By putting him on trial, convicting him on false charges, sentencing him to death. In the Iliad, Achilles has a choice. He can stay and fight, achieving glory but dying young. Or he can go home to Phthia, living a long, comfortable life, but being forgotten by history. His mother, the goddess Thetis, has told him this explicitly. 2 fates await you. Choose. And Socrates, in his prison cell, faced a similar choice, didn't he? He could escape. His friends were offering him that option, and we'll hear more about that soon. He could flee to Thessaly, which was, coincidentally, the region where historical Phthia was located. He could go home, metaphorically speaking, return to safety and comfort, live out his remaining years in peace, or he could stay, face death, achieve the kind of immortality that comes from dying for your principles. So the dream reveals something. Beneath Socrates' philosophical calm, beneath his rational arguments about why death is nothing to fear, there was a human being who felt what had been done to him, who felt dishonored, like Achilles, who thought about escape, about going somewhere safe, about leaving this whole unjust situation behind. The woman in white, was she calling him home? Was she death itself, beautiful and pure, promising relief? Or was she a vision of escape, of the life he could still have if he chose it? And here's where the dream gets even more layered, even more psychologically fascinating, because Socrates told this dream to Crito, and he interpreted it as a prophecy of his death. But dreams are slippery things. They can mean multiple things at once. Yes, on one level, the dream is saying, in 3 days, you'll die. You'll reach your true home, whatever that is. Phthia might represent Hades, the afterlife, the final destination. But on another level, the dream might be expressing a wish, a desire, deep and probably inadmissible to Socrates' conscious mind, to escape, to go to Thessaly, to fertile Phthia, to live. The dream gives him permission to think about escape by disguising it as a prophecy of death. Think about the symbolism of fertility. Fertile phthia. The Greek word is piothen, emphasizing richness, abundance, life-giving land. Is that really a metaphor for death? Or is it a metaphor for life, for escaping Athens and going somewhere you can grow old, have more conversations, see more sunrises? But Socrates, committed to his principles, interprets the dream in the way that allows him to stay on his chosen path. He reads it as a prophecy that closes off the possibility of escape rather than opening it up. The dream is clear, he tells Crito. I'll die in 3 days. Is the dream really that clear? Or is Socrates choosing the interpretation that fits with what he's already decided to do? We can't know for certain. Dream interpretation, even in our modern age with psychology and neuroscience, remains more art than science. In ancient Athens, it was even more ambiguous. The same dream could be read multiple ways, but what we can say is this: the dream reveals that Socrates was human, that he wasn't simply a rational thinking machine, calmly analyzing his situation without emotion. The dream shows us the conflict beneath the surface, the pull toward life, toward escape, toward fertile Phthia, where he could rest and be safe. And it shows us that he felt the parallel to Achilles, that he saw himself as having been dishonored by his city, just as Achilles was dishonored by Agamemnon, that he understood he was making a choice between two fates, escape and obscurity, or death and immortal fame. Achilles, in the end, chose glory over long life. He stayed at Troy. He fought. He died young. And he became the most famous hero in Greek mythology, his name remembered for thousands of years. Socrates would make the same choice. But unlike Achilles, whose choice was driven by pride and the desire for glory, Socrates' choice was driven by principle, by the belief that it's better to die justly than to live unjustly, by the conviction that escaping would corrupt his soul, more surely than hemlock could kill his body. Still, the dream shows us it was a choice, not an easy, automatic decision, but a genuine struggle. The human part of Socrates wanted to live, wanted to escape, wanted relief from this terrible situation. The philosophical part of Socrates knew what he had to do. And the dream, with its beautiful woman in white, with its promise of reaching home in 3 days, bridged both possibilities. It could be read as encouragement to escape, or as prophecy of death. It was ambiguous enough to hold both meanings, to let Socrates think about escape while still choosing to stay. There's another layer to consider. The woman in white, who was she? Socrates doesn't say in any account we have, but Crito, hearing the dream, might have thought of Thetis, Achilles' divine mother. Thetis appears to Achilles in the Iliad to warn him, to advise him, to comfort him. She's a liminal figure, divine, but also deeply maternal, connected to both the mortal world and the realm of the gods. Could the woman in Socrates' dream represent that same kind of figure? A divine messenger, yes, but also a maternal presence. Remember, Socrates compared himself to a midwife. He'd spent his life helping others give birth to ideas. His own mother had been a midwife, bringing physical life into the world. And now, facing death, he dreams of a woman who might be guiding him through that final birth, the birth of the soul from the body, as he understood death, the transition from this life to whatever comes next. The woman in white isn't threatening. She's beautiful. She quotes poetry. She promises arrival at a fertile homeland. Whether that homeland is death or escape, it's portrayed as something to move toward, not something to fear. This is consistent with everything Socrates had said about death. He wasn't afraid of it. He was curious about it, and his dream reflects that. Death appears not as a monster or an ending, but as a beautiful guide promising to take him home. But there's a melancholy to it too, isn't there? The dream admits something Socrates rarely admitted consciously. He was tired. Fertile Phthia is a place of rest. After all his years of questioning, of fighting, of standing alone against the ignorance and hostility of his fellow citizens. Wouldn't it be nice to just stop, to rest, to go home, whether home meant Thessaly and continued life, or Hades and the afterlife, or simply the cessation of consciousness, dreamless sleep, as he described it. The dream suggests a longing for peace, for an end to struggle, and maybe that's part of why he could face death with such calm. Not just because of his philosophical arguments, but because he was, in a very human way, ready. Ready to stop fighting, ready to rest, ready to see if the beautiful woman in white was telling the truth about what waited for him. The ancient Greeks believed dreams could be prophetic, but they also believed they could be deceptive. There were true dreams sent by the gods through the gate of horn, and there were false dreams sent through the gate of ivory, designed to mislead or confuse. Was Socrates' dream true or false? Did it really foretell his death in 3 days? Or did it offer him an escape he chose not to take? Both, perhaps. The dream was true in that Socrates did die 3 days later, just as he predicted. But it might have been false in suggesting that death was the only way to reach fertile Phthia. There was another Phthia available, the physical place in Thessaly where Crito wanted to take him. But Socrates chose to read the dream as prophecy rather than invitation. He chose to see the woman in white as psychopomp, a guide to the underworld, rather than as a call to escape. And in choosing that interpretation, he made it true. This is the power of interpretation, of the stories we tell ourselves about what things mean. Socrates could have used the dream as justification to escape. The gods are telling me to go to Phthia, to Thessaly. He could have read it that way. Many might have. Instead, he used it as confirmation of his chosen path. The dream became evidence that he was right to stay, right to face death, right to trust that whatever came next would be his true homecoming. And when Crito woke him, when they talked about the dream, Socrates was at peace with his interpretation. The dream is clear, Crito. In 3 days, I'll reach fertile Phthia. I'll go home. But Crito wasn't ready to accept that interpretation. Crito heard the dream and thought, 3 days. We have 3 days to save him. 3 days to convince him, to escape. 3 days before we lose the best man we've ever known. Because Crito had a different dream. Not a sleeping dream, but a waking one. A dream of getting Socrates out of Athens, safely away to Thessaly, where they could sit together and talk philosophy for a few more years. Where Socrates could live out his days in peace, respected and honored, far from the fear and pettiness of defeated Athens. And Crito was going to try one last time to make that dream real. He was going to present Socrates with an offer of escape, with arguments for why it was right and good, and what Socrates should do. The beautiful woman in white had appeared in a dream, ambiguous and mysterious. But Crito was real, present, pleading. And the choice between Socrates' interpretation of the dream and Crito's hope would become the subject of one of the most moving conversations in all of philosophy. A conversation about duty and friendship, about justice and survival, about whether it's ever right to break the law to save your own life. A conversation that would test everything Socrates believed about the examined life, about virtue, about what really matters when death is 3 days away and escape is possible. The dream of the woman in white was mysterious and symbolic, open to interpretation, dwelling in the ambiguous realm between waking and sleeping, between prophecy and wish fulfillment. But the conversation with Crito would be concrete, real, immediate, and far more difficult to navigate than any dream. Because in dreams, you're alone with your subconscious, your wishes, your fears. But when you wake up, you're confronted with the people who love you, who want you to live, who think they know what's best for you, even when you've chosen differently. And that's a test no philosophy can fully prepare you for. When Socrates finally wakes from his dream, the first thing he sees is Crito's face. His old friend has been sitting there for some time, watching him sleep, wrestling with what he's about to do. Crito is a wealthy man, one of Socrates' oldest friends. They grew up together in Athens. They're roughly the same age, though Crito has lived a more conventional life, managing his estates, raising his family, participating in civic affairs without making waves. He's always admired Socrates, perhaps even been a bit in awe of him, but he's also worried about him, worried that Socrates' principles will get him killed. And now those fears have come true. The trial is over. The sentence has been passed. In just a few days, 3 days, as Socrates' dream suggested, the ship will return from Delos and the execution will be carried out. But Crito has a plan, and he's been waiting for Socrates to wake up so he can present it. Socrates, he begins, and there's urgency in his voice, desperation even. I have bad news. The ship has been sighted. It will arrive today or tomorrow. When it does, you must die. But it doesn't have to be that way. Socrates sits up, probably running his hand through his hair, that same gesture of his when he's thinking. He's calm. Tell me what you're thinking, Crito. And so Crito makes his case. It's a carefully constructed argument, and it reveals a lot about how a normal, decent person thinks. Someone who loves his friend and wants to save him, but who doesn't quite understand why Socrates is so committed to staying. First, Crito appeals to reputation, his own reputation. Socrates, if you die, people will think I could have saved you but didn't want to spend the money. They'll think I valued my wealth more than my friend's life. My reputation will be ruined. It's an understandable concern. In Athens, your reputation was everything, and Crito is essentially saying, don't make me look bad by dying when I could have saved you. But Crito senses that this argument might not work on Socrates, who has never cared much about reputation. So he tries another angle. Besides, why should we care what the majority thinks? The people who matter, the ones whose opinions are worth. Considering we'll know the truth, that you refused to escape, that I tried to save you. Socrates must have smiled at this. Crito is trying to use Socratic principles against him. You've always said we shouldn't care about popular opinion, only about what's actually right. So let the masses think what they want. But then Crito shifts to more practical concerns. You're worried that if you escape, your friends will get in trouble. Don't worry. We've arranged everything. I have money. Other friends have contributed. We can bribe the guards easily. They don't want much. We have contacts in Thessaly where you can live safely. You'll be welcomed there, protected. You can continue your philosophical work in peace. This is tempting, isn't it? The chance to live out your remaining years doing what you love, surrounded by friends, free from persecution. What principle could be more important than that? But Crito isn't done. Now he appeals to duty. Not duty to the law, but duty to the people Socrates will leave behind. Think of your sons, Socrates. You have 3 boys. If you die, you abandon them. You'll leave them without a father, without guidance. You've always taught that we should care for our children, raise them properly. How can you do that if you're dead? This is a low blow, and Crito probably knows it. He's using Socrates' own values against him. You care about education, about helping the young become virtuous. But you're abandoning your own sons. And then Crito delivers what he thinks is his strongest argument. Besides, Socrates, your enemies want you to die. They convicted you unjustly. Why should you cooperate with injustice? Why should you help your enemies achieve their unjust goals? By staying here and dying, you're making it easy for them. You're practically committing suicide, doing their work for them. Let that sink in. Crito is arguing that accepting an unjust death sentence is itself unjust, that Socrates has a duty to resist, to escape, to deny his enemies their victory. Please, Socrates, Crito concludes, and you can hear the emotion in his voice now, all the careful arguments giving way to simple human pleading. Please, don't choose death when you could choose life. Don't choose to orphan your sons. Don't abandon your friends. Don't give your enemies what they want. Save yourself. It's not too late. Imagine that moment, your oldest friend, a good man who loves you, begging you to save your own life, offering you an escape, a way out, a chance to continue doing what You love in safety and comfort, and all you have to do is walk out of this prison cell. What would you do? Socrates takes his time responding. This isn't a casual conversation in the agora with a stranger. This is his friend. These arguments deserve serious consideration. But as he begins to speak, it becomes clear that his mind is already made up. And what he's about to do is show Crito and us why principles matter more than life itself. Crito, my dear friend, he begins gently, your eagerness to help me is admirable, but we can't decide this based on emotion or fear. We have to examine it rationally. We have to think it through using the same principles we've always held. And then, Socrates does something remarkable. He examines the question of whether he should escape using the very method he's used his whole life. He questions, he probes, he looks for contradictions and principles. First, he says, you mentioned reputation. You're worried about what people, will think. But Crito, when have we ever cared about majority opinion? The majority can't make us wise or foolish. They can't make us good or bad. They can kill us, yes, but they can't touch what really matters, our souls. So why should their opinion influence this decision? Crito nods. He can't argue with this. It's what Socrates has always taught. So we should only care about the opinions of people who understand these matters, people who understand justice and right action. And what do those people say? They say we should never do wrong, never under any circumstances. Agreed? Agreed, Crito says. And we've always believed that doing wrong is bad for the person who does it, yes? That injustice harms the soul of the unjust person more than anything else. Yes, we've always said that. And we've also agreed that we should never return wrong for wrong, never commit injustice even in response to injustice. Even if someone hurts us unjustly, we shouldn't hurt them back, because that would be doing wrong ourselves, right? Crito hesitates. This is harder to accept. It goes against every instinct for revenge, for justice as retaliation. But it's what Socrates has always taught. Yes, that's what we've said. Good. Then we agree on our principles. Now let's see if escaping would violate them. And here's where Socrates' argument becomes brilliant and strange. He asks Crito to imagine that the laws of Athens themselves could speak. Imagine that as he's about to escape, the laws appear before him personified, and they ask him, Socrates, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy us? It's a rhetorical device, a thought experiment, but it's powerful. Socrates is about to give voice to the laws, to let them make their case for why he should stay and die. The laws speak. Socrates, we brought you into the world. Through us, your parents married legally and had you. We educated you. We gave you the framework within which you lived your entire life. We protected you. We gave you the freedom to pursue philosophy. We never forced you to stay in Athens. You could have left at any time if you disagreed with us. But you stayed. For 70 years you lived under our protection, raised your family here, did your work here. Doesn't that imply an agreement, a covenant? Socrates is essentially arguing that by living in Athens his whole life, by participating in its civic life, by raising his children there, he entered into an implicit contract with the city's laws. And that contract binds him even. Now, the laws continue. If you escape now, Socrates, you'll be breaking that agreement. You'll be saying that the laws apply to everyone except you. You participated in the trial. You had your chance to defend yourself. The jury voted. And now, because you don't like the outcome, you want to ignore the law and escape. How is that different from what you've spent your life arguing against, people who think the rules don't apply to them? It's a powerful argument. Socrates has spent his life insisting that virtue matters, that we should care about justice, that we should examine our actions. How can he now act unjustly by breaking the law, even an unjust law? But the law is unjust, Crito might interject. You were wrongly convicted, and here's Socrates' response. Yes, the jury applied the law unjustly. The men who accused me acted unjustly, but the law itself is not unjust. The law that requires a fair trial, that's just. The men who violated it in spirit are unjust, but I can't fix that injustice by committing another injustice. I can't break the law to protest how the law was broken in my case. Think about what Socrates is saying. He's making a distinction between the law as a system and the particular application of that law by imperfect humans. The system is worth preserving, even when individuals within that system act badly. If he escapes, he's not just saving his own life, he's undermining the entire legal system. He's saying that anyone who disagrees with a verdict can simply ignore it. He's weakening the rule of law itself, the thing that makes Athens a civilization rather than an anarchy. The personified laws make this explicit. Socrates, if you escape, where will you go? To Thessaly, as Crito suggests. What will you say to the people there? Will you tell them you're a great teacher of virtue who ran away from justice when it became inconvenient? Will you teach their young men to respect laws and justice while being a living example of someone who didn't? And what about your own sons? You think you're abandoning them by dying. At least if you die here, legally, accepting your sentence, they'll have a father they can respect, a father who lived by his principles to the end. But if you escape, you make yourself a fugitive. You teach your sons that principles don't matter when your life is at stake. Is that really better for them? Crito is silent now. He can see where this is going, but he's hoping Socrates will find a way around it, some argument that allows him to live without compromising his integrity. But Socrates doesn't find that argument. Instead, he reinforces the original point. Crito, we agreed that we should never do wrong, that injustice harms our souls, that we shouldn't return wrong for wrong. Escaping would be doing wrong, breaking my covenant with the laws, undermining the legal system, acting as if the rules don't apply to me. But you'll die, Crito says, and now there's anguish in his voice, pure human grief at the thought of losing his friend. Yes, Socrates says quietly, I'll die, but I'll die with my soul intact. I'll die having lived according to my principles. Crito, what would be the point of a few more years of life if I lived them as a hypocrite? If I taught virtue for 70 years and then abandoned it to save my skin? There's a long silence. Crito has no answer to this. Besides, Socrates adds, and maybe there's a slight smile, we've talked about death. It might be the best sleep I've ever had, or it might be a journey to meet all the great thinkers of the past. Either way, it's nothing to fear. But Crito isn't comforted. You're thinking of yourself, of your principles. What about us? What about the people who love you? Don't we get a say? Don't our feelings matter? It's a fair question. Isn't there something selfish about Socrates' choice? He gets to die with his integrity intact, sure, but his friends have to live with the grief, the loss, the knowledge that they could have saved him, but he refused. Socrates softens. Crito, I know this is hard. I know you want me to live, and I love you for that. But you have to understand, if I escaped, I couldn't live with myself. Every day, I would know that I had betrayed everything I believed in. I would be a living lie. Would you really want me to survive that way? And then he offers one final image, one final argument. Crito, imagine we're about to escape, and the laws appear before us. They ask me, Socrates, after all we've done for you, after 70 years of protection and freedom, are you really going to betray us now? Are you going to destroy us by showing that anyone can ignore the law when it's inconvenient? What could I possibly say to justify that? How could I look at the laws and claim I'm acting virtuously? Crito has no response. He knows Socrates is right, at least according to Socrates' own principles. But that doesn't make it any easier to accept. The voice I hear, Socrates says finally, is like the sound of flutes in a religious ecstasy, drowning out all other arguments. I can't hear anything else, Crito. The laws are speaking to me, and I cannot disobey them. It's almost mystical, this language. Socrates, the great rationalist, the questioner of everything, is describing his moral certainty in religious terms. He hears voices, not his usual daimonian warning him away from wrong action, but the voice of the laws themselves, calling him to stay true to his covenant. And Crito, faced with this absolute conviction, this unshakable commitment to principle, can only surrender. If you say so, Socrates, then I have nothing more to say, but it breaks my heart. I know, dear friend, I know. They sit together in silence for a while. The conversation is over. The decision is made. There will be no escape. Socrates will face his execution with the same integrity he's shown his entire life. But what this conversation reveals, what Crito's temptation exposed, is just how strong Socrates' principles really were. It's one thing to talk about virtue and justice in the abstract, in the agora, when you're not facing death. It's another thing entirely to choose death over life, because escaping would require you to act unjustly. Most of us, if we're honest, would escape. We'd find a way to rationalize it. We'd say the law is unjust, so breaking it is justified. We'd say our lives matter more than abstract principles. We'd say our families need us. We'd find a reason, because the instinct for self-preservation is so strong. But Socrates didn't. He examined the question using the same rigorous method he'd always used, and he found that escaping would violate the principles he'd lived by for 70 years. So he stayed, not because he wanted to die, but because living as a hypocrite was worse than dying with integrity. This is what the examined life looks like when it's truly tested. This is what it means to care more about your soul than your body. This is the practical application of everything Socrates had been teaching. And Crito, even in his grief, must have understood that he was witnessing something extraordinary. His friend wasn't just talking about philosophy anymore. He was living it, demonstrating it, proving through his choice that the principles he'd taught were real and binding and worth dying for. The offer of escape had been genuine. The temptation was real. For a moment, Socrates could have chosen life, comfort, more years of philosophy, the chance to see his sons grow up. But he chose differently. He chose to stay, to drink the hemlock, to die according to law, rather than live as a fugitive from it. And in making that choice, he completed his life's work. He showed, once and for all, that virtue isn't just a nice idea for philosophical discussions. It's the most real thing there is. More real than self-preservation, more real than the love of friends, more real even than life itself. The conversation with Crito was over. The escape plan was refused. The beautiful woman in white from the dream was right. In 3 days, Socrates would reach fertile Phthia, not the Thessaly of exile, but the Hades of his imagination, or the dreamless sleep of annihilation, or whatever waited beyond death. But first, there would be one more night, one more deep, peaceful sleep. The sleep of someone whose conscience is clear, whose soul is in order, whose life has been lived well. And in the morning, he would face his final day with the same courage, the same integrity, the same commitment to truth that had defined all his days. Because that's what the examined life had given him, not the ability to escape death, but the ability to face it without fear. Not the power to avoid suffering, but the strength to suffer justly rather than to survive unjustly. It was enough, more than enough. It was everything. After Crito leaves, after the conversation about escape has ended, after the decision has been made final, Socrates is alone in his cell. The stone walls are cold. The small window lets in the grey light of late afternoon. Tomorrow, the ship will arrive. Tomorrow he will die. What do you do with that knowledge? How do you spend your last night on earth when you know, with absolute certainty, that morning will bring your execution? Most of us can't really imagine it. We think about death in abstract terms, as something far off, something that happens to other people or to our future selves, but not to us, not now, not tomorrow morning. But Socrates knew. The countdown was definite. The hours were numbered, and what did he do with those hours? According to every account we have, he did something that still astounds people more than 2,000 years later. He slept. Not fitfully, tossing and turning with anxiety. Not sedated or exhausted into unconsciousness, but peacefully, deeply, soundly, the kind of sleep you have when your mind is at rest, when nothing is troubling your conscience, when you're at peace with yourself and the world. Crito, who had been visiting throughout the imprisonment and who came again early that final morning, found Socrates sleeping so peacefully that he couldn't bring himself to wake him. He sat there in the pre-dawn darkness, watching his friend breathe, marveling at the calmness of his face. How? How is this possible? How does someone sleep peacefully the night before their execution? Let's think about what keeps us awake at night in normal circumstances. Worry about the future, regret about the past, anxiety about things we can't control, guilt about things we've done wrong, fear of loss, pain, failure, death. Our minds race, spinning through scenarios, obsessing over problems, rehearsing conversations, imagining disasters. But Socrates had none of this keeping him awake. Or rather, he'd done the work of examining and resolving all of it. Worry about the future? He'd examined death thoroughly and concluded it was either dreamless sleep or continuation in another realm. Either way, nothing to fear. The future, at least his personal future, was settled. There was nothing more to worry about. Regret about the past. He'd lived the examined life. He'd done his best to pursue wisdom and virtue. He'd questioned everything, including himself. Were there mistakes? Certainly, but they were honest mistakes, made in good faith, not betrayals of his principles. There was nothing he needed to lie awake regretting. Guilt about wrong actions. This is key. Socrates hadn't compromised his principles to save himself. He'd refused to escape even when he could have. He was dying unjustly, yes, but he wasn't acting unjustly. His conscience was clear. There was no guilt gnawing at him, no voice saying, "You betrayed yourself. You're a hypocrite. You didn't live up to what you believed." Anxiety about things beyond his control. He'd long ago accepted that he couldn't control what other people did, their opinions, their judgments, their actions. He could only control himself, his own choices, his own soul, and he'd controlled that well. The rest was up to the gods, or fate, or chance, whatever you wanted to call it. Fear of the pain of death? The hemlock poison, as we'll see, was relatively painless. It caused gradual numbness and paralysis, working from the extremities inward. Unpleasant, certainly, but not agony. And Socrates had already faced death in battle multiple times. He knew he could endure physical discomfort without losing his composure. So what was left to keep him awake? Nothing. Everything that usually keeps humans tossing and turning in the night. He'd addressed it, examined it, resolved it, accepted it. This is the power of the examined life when it's fully realized. Socrates had spent 70 years preparing for this moment, though he probably didn't know it. Every conversation about virtue, every questioning of assumptions, every examination of what really mattered, every choice to prioritize soul over body, wisdom over wealth, integrity over comfort, all of it had been training for this final test, and he passed. Not because he was superhuman or felt no fear, but because he'd done the work. He'd examined his life and found it good. He'd lived according to his principles and had no reason for regret. He'd faced the temptation to escape and chosen justice over survival. There was nothing left to resolve, nothing left to worry about, nothing left to keep him awake. So he slept. And in sleeping peacefully that final night, he demonstrated something profound about what philosophy, real philosophy, lived philosophy, can do for a person. There's a concept in ancient Greek thought that we should understand here. The word is ataraxia. It means tranquility, imperturbability, freedom from disturbance. It was considered one of the highest goals a human could achieve, to have a mind so well ordered, so at peace, that nothing could disturb it. The Stoics, who would come after Socrates and be deeply influenced by him, made ataraxia central to their philosophy. They believed that through rational examination of what's truly good and truly bad, through distinguishing between what you can control and what you can't, through accepting fate while maintaining virtue, you could achieve a state of profound inner peace. Not numbness or indifference, but genuine tranquility rooted in wisdom. And the Epicureans, another school that followed, also sought ataraxia, though they pursued it differently. They thought that by understanding the nature of the world, by recognizing that the gods don't intervene in human affairs, by accepting that death is simply the cessation of sensation, you could free yourself from the fears and superstitions that disturb most people's peace. Both schools, different as they were, agreed on this. The goal was peace of mind, and both looked back to Socrates as an example of someone who had achieved it, because there he was, sleeping peacefully in his cell, while his friends sat vigil with tear-stained faces. There he was, facing certain death in the morning, and resting as soundly as a child. This wasn't insensitivity or delusion. Socrates wasn't pretending the execution wasn't happening. He wasn't in denial. He'd examined the situation fully, rationally, from every angle, and having examined it, having made his choice, having done what he believed was right, he had achieved perfect peace. Think about how different this is from how most of us face much smaller challenges. We have a difficult conversation coming up, and we lie awake rehearsing what to say. We have a medical test scheduled, and we can't sleep for worrying about the results. We have a decision to make, and we toss and turn, weighing the options. But Socrates, facing the ultimate challenge, death itself, slept peacefully, because he'd already done the work. He'd already weighed the options, made the decision, aligned his actions with his principles. There was nothing left to agonize over. This is what the examined life offers, not a life free from challenges or difficulties or even death, but a life where you've done the work of figuring out what matters, what doesn't, and how to act accordingly. And having done that work, you can rest, even on your final night, even when tomorrow brings hemlock. There's also something deeply beautiful about Crito watching him sleep. Think about that scene from Crito's perspective. He's about to lose his oldest friend. He's tried everything he can think of to save him. He's pleaded, argued, offered escape, used every rhetorical tool available. And Socrates has said no to all of it. Crito must be devastated, angry maybe at Socrates' stubbornness, confused about why principles matter more than life, grieving for the conversations they'll never have, the years they won't spend together, the world that will be diminished when Socrates is gone. And yet, watching Socrates sleep so peacefully, Crito can't help but feel a kind of awe, because he's witnessing something rare and precious. He's seeing what it looks like when someone has truly mastered themselves, when fear has no power, when conscience is clear, when the soul is at peace. Crito later told people about this moment. He said it moved him profoundly, seeing Socrates sleep so well. It confirmed something he'd always believed about his friend, but had never seen demonstrated so clearly. That Socrates had achieved a kind of wisdom that transcended normal human anxieties. And perhaps Crito also understood in that moment why Socrates had to refuse the escape. Because if Socrates had escaped, if he'd saved his body by compromising his principles, he wouldn't be able to sleep like this. He'd lie awake tormented by guilt, by the knowledge that he'd betrayed everything he believed in. He'd have his life, but he'd lose his peace. Better to die peacefully than to live in turmoil. Better to face tomorrow with a clear conscience than to escape into years of regret. This is what Socrates had tried to explain to Crito during their conversation, that there are things worse than death. That living as a hypocrite, betraying your principles, corrupting your soul, these are the real disasters. Death is just a transition, probably a good one. But spiritual corruption, moral compromise, the death of integrity, that's the real death. and it's one you have to live with every day afterward. Socrates had chosen to keep his soul intact, and because of that choice, he could sleep. His body might die tomorrow, but his soul was healthy, strong, at peace, and in the hierarchy of values he'd spent his life articulating, that was what mattered. There's a parallel worth noting here with something Socrates had said years earlier about sleep and death. He described dreamless sleep as one of the most pleasant experiences a person can have. The kind of sleep where you close your eyes and open them, and it feels like no time has passed, no dreams have occurred, just pure, undisturbed rest. He'd said that if death was like that, eternal, dreamless sleep, it would be wonderful. Think about your best night of sleep ever. Deep, restorative, peaceful, no nightmares, no waking, just perfect rest. If death is that, infinitely extended, how is that frightening? And now, on his final night, Socrates was experiencing exactly that kind of sleep. Deep, dreamless, peaceful. Was this a preview, a taste of what death might be like? If so, it was nothing to fear. It was actually quite pleasant. Or maybe, if death turned out to be continuation rather than cessation, the peaceful sleep was Socrates' way of showing that he had no fear of that possibility either. He wasn't staying awake fretting about the afterlife, worrying about judgment or punishment, or whether he'd measure up. He'd lived well. If there was an afterlife with judgment, he was ready for it. Either way, he could rest. And rest he did. There's something else worth considering about sleep as a metaphor for death. Sleep is a kind of daily death, isn't it? Every night, we lose consciousness. We cease to be aware of the world around us. We're vulnerable, helpless, essentially dead to the waking world for hours at a time. And yet we do this willingly, eagerly even. We look forward to sleep. We crave it when we're tired. We create comfortable beds and quiet rooms specifically to facilitate sleep. We don't lie awake thinking, if I go to sleep, I'll lose consciousness and that's terrifying. We just sleep. Why? Because we've done it before, because we wake up refreshed, because sleep is natural and necessary and good. Socrates might have been thinking about this parallel. If we can trust sleep, this daily mini-death, why can't we trust death, the final sleep? If every night we surrender consciousness without fear, why should the final surrender be different? Unless, of course, death isn't sleep at all, but awakening. In which case, Socrates would wake from this final night into something even more interesting than another day in Athens. He'd wake into whatever reality lay beyond the physical world. And that prospect didn't frighten him either. It intrigued him, so he slept. Peacefully, deeply, without worry or fear or regret. The sleep of someone who has lived well and is ready for whatever comes next. And as the night passed, as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon set and the first grey light of dawn began to touch the horizon, Socrates slept on, his breathing steady, his face calm, no nightmares troubling him, no anxiety keeping him awake. Crito sat watching, perhaps dozing himself occasionally, then waking with a start to check if Socrates was still there, still breathing, still with him for a few more hours. And when the sun finally rose, when the light grew strong enough to fill the cell, when the sounds of Athens waking began to filter through the small window, Crito still couldn't bring himself to wake his friend. Let him have this last bit of peace, this final deep sleep. Let him rest as long as possible before the day's grim business begins. But eventually, sounds came from outside the cell. Footsteps, voices, the guards moving about, the prison official who would oversee the execution preparing for his duties. The morning was advancing. The ship from Delos must have arrived, or would arrive soon. It was time. Time for Socrates to wake. Time for the final conversations, the final preparations, the final hours. Crito leaned forward. He probably put his hand on Socrates' shoulder gently. "Socrates," he said quietly, "it's morning. It's time to wake up." And Socrates opened his eyes. not startled or disoriented, but calmly, as one wakes from a good night's sleep. He looked at Crito. Maybe he smiled slightly. "Good morning, my friend," he might have said. "Is it time?" "Yes," Crito answered, and his voice probably broke a little. "It's time." Socrates sat up, stretched perhaps, oriented himself to the day, his last day, and according to every account we have, he greeted it with the same calm he'd shown the night before. No panic, no last-minute regrets, no breakdown or crisis, just acceptance, readiness, peace. Because he'd slept well, he'd rested. His conscience was clear, his principles intact, his soul at peace. Whatever this day brought, he was ready for it. The examined life had given him this gift, the ability to face his final morning with tranquility, to wake from peaceful sleep into the day of his death without fear. And that gift, that profound, inner peace in the face of ultimate loss, was the culmination of everything he taught and lived. It was proof that philosophy wasn't just words, wasn't just clever arguments and abstract principles. It was something real, something powerful, something that could sustain you even when everything else was being taken away. Socrates had slept peacefully on his final night. And in doing so, he demonstrated something extraordinary about what human beings can achieve when they live deliberately, examine thoroughly, and choose virtue over everything else. He'd shown that death, the thing we fear most, can be faced without terror. That life, even when it's about to end, can still be lived with grace. That the soul, properly tended, can remain at peace even when the body faces destruction. He'd shown, in the simplest and most profound way possible, what the examined life makes possible. And now, as morning light filled his cell and his final day began, he would show one more thing: how to die well, how to face the end with dignity, with courage, with philosophical grace. But before we get to that final scene, we need to understand what Socrates believed about death itself. We need to explore his two possibilities in depth: the dreamless sleep or the journey to another realm. We need to understand why neither option frightened him, and what that tells us about how to think about our own mortality. Because Socrates' peaceful sleep was rooted in his philosophical understanding of death. And that understanding, radical in its time and still challenging today, is the key to everything that follows. Now that Socrates is awake, now that his final day has begun, we need to step back and really understand what he believed about death. Because his calm in the face of execution wasn't just personal courage or stoic resignation. It was rooted in a carefully thought-out philosophy of death that challenged everything most people believed, and still challenges us today. Let's return to the argument Socrates made to the jury after they'd sentenced him to death. This wasn't his defense speech trying to avoid conviction. That was over. The verdict was in. Death was certain. And with nothing left to lose, Socrates could speak with complete honesty about what he really thought. He told them that death was one of two things. Just two possibilities, that's all. And either way, there was nothing to fear. Let's explore both possibilities deeply, because understanding them is crucial to understanding how Socrates could face his execution with such tranquility. The first possibility: death is complete annihilation, total cessation of consciousness, the end of perception, thought, feeling, awareness. When you die, you simply stop existing. There is no you anymore to experience anything. No pain, no boredom, no loneliness, nothing. Just nothing. For most people, this is the terrifying option. We think non-existence, the end of me, never experiencing anything again, never seeing, hearing, feeling, thinking. That's horrible. But Socrates asked, is it? Really? He compared death to dreamless sleep. Think about the times you've slept so deeply that you had no dreams, no awareness of time passing. You close your eyes at night, and then, instantly, from your subjective experience, It's morning. Hours have passed, but you experienced none of them. There was no you during that time to experience anything. Was that terrible? Was it frightening? Or was it actually quite pleasant? Don't we often wake from deep, dreamless sleep, feeling refreshed, restored, peaceful? Socrates asked the jury to think about the best sleep they'd ever had. That night when you were perfectly comfortable, perfectly safe, perfectly tired from a good day's work. You lay down and simply stopped. And when you woke, it felt like mere moments had passed, and you felt wonderful. Now, he said, compare that single night of perfect sleep to all the other days and nights of your life. Days filled with worry, pain, frustration, disappointment. Nights of anxiety, bad dreams, restless tossing. Even your best days, aren't they filled with needs and wants and efforts and struggles? If you had to choose between one more night of perfect, dreamless sleep and one more day of ordinary life with all its troubles, which would you choose? When you frame it that way, Socrates suggested, death as annihilation starts to look less like a tragedy and more like a gift. It's eternal rest, perfect peace, freedom from all suffering, all anxiety, all the exhausting business of being alive and conscious. You won't be bored because you won't exist to be bored. You won't miss anything because you won't exist to miss it. You won't regret the loss of consciousness because you won't be conscious to feel regret. It's not like being trapped in a dark room aware of your confinement. It's just not being. And not being has no experience of itself. Think about this carefully, because it's a radical reframing of death. We fear death as a loss, the loss of everything we are, everything we have, everything we might experience. But loss is something that happens to someone. You can only lose something if you exist to experience that loss. If death is annihilation, there's no you left to experience the loss. The loss happens to your loved ones, certainly. They lose you, but you don't lose anything because you're not there anymore to have or to lose. Socrates was essentially arguing that fearing death as annihilation is philosophically incoherent. You're fearing a state in which you won't exist to experience fear or anything else. You're worried about a condition in which you won't be present to be worried. It's like being afraid of the time before you were born. Were you suffering during the millions of years before you existed? Were you anxious about not being alive yet? Of course not. You weren't there to suffer or be anxious. Death as annihilation is just returning to that state. And that state wasn't bad. It wasn't anything at all. The Roman philosopher Lucretius, who was influenced by Greek thought, put it beautifully a few centuries after Socrates. He said, "Why should we fear death? When we exist, death is not present. And when death is present, we do not exist. Death is nothing to us." Socrates anticipated this argument. If death is nothing, if it's just the cessation of being, then it's not something to fear. At worst, it's neutral. At best, it's the most perfect rest you could ever have. But Socrates didn't stop there, because there was a second possibility. What if death isn't annihilation? What if consciousness continues? What if the soul, the psyche, the essential you, survives the death of the body and goes somewhere else? For many people, this might seem like the comforting option. At least you still exist. At least there's something rather than nothing. But it could also be terrifying. What if you go to a place of punishment? What if you're judged and found wanting? What if the afterlife is worse than this life? Socrates addressed these concerns head-on, and his answer reveals something beautiful about how he understood justice, virtue, and the nature of reality itself. He said, "If there is an afterlife, if consciousness continues after death, then I'm going to Hades, the Greek underworld, where all the dead were believed to go. And what's in Hades? According to the traditional stories, the place is ruled by just judges: Minos, Rhadamanthus, Aeacus. These were legendary figures known for their fairness and wisdom. So if I go there, Socrates reasoned, I'll be judged justly. not by corrupt politicians or frightened mobs, but by truly just judges who can see into my soul and know what I really am. And that prospect didn't frighten Socrates at all. In fact, it excited him, because he believed he'd lived a good life, not a perfect life. He never claimed perfection, but a life devoted to virtue, to truth-seeking, to helping others examine their lives. If his soul was going to be judged by truly just judges, he was confident the judgment would be fair. Think about what this reveals. Socrates wasn't afraid of divine judgment because he had examined his own life thoroughly. He knew himself. He'd spent 70 years questioning his own motives, examining his own actions, checking whether he was living according to his principles. He wasn't perfect, but he was honest, and he believed that genuine, examined honesty was what mattered. If you've spent your life lying to yourself, pretending to be virtuous while acting viciously, then yes, you should fear judgment, because judgment will reveal the truth you've been hiding from. But if you've lived the examined life, if you've been honest with yourself about your flaws and worked to improve, if you've tried genuinely to be good rather than merely to appear good, then judgment is nothing to fear. It's just truth-telling, and truth is what philosophers seek. So that was Socrates' first reason not to fear an afterlife with judgment. He'd lived well enough that he had nothing to hide from just judges. But there was more. There was something that excited him about the possibility of an afterlife, something that made him almost eager for death if this was what awaited him. All the dead are in Hades. All of them. Every person who ever lived and died before you, which means, and this is what made Socrates' eyes light up when he talked about it, he would get to meet all the great thinkers and heroes of the past. Homer, the legendary poet whose works defined Greek culture. Hesiod, who wrote about the origin of the gods. Odysseus, that clever hero who spent 10 years trying to get home from Troy. Agamemnon, who led the Greek army. Ajax, the great warrior. All the wise men and women who had puzzled over the same questions Socrates spent his life asking. Imagine being Socrates and thinking about this. You've spent your entire life seeking wisdom, asking questions, trying to understand virtue and justice and the good life. You've talked with thousands of people, but most of them didn't really understand what you were trying to do. They got defensive or confused or angry when you questioned them. But in Hades, you'd be surrounded by the greatest minds in history, and you'd have eternity to talk with them. No interruptions for meals or sleep or bodily needs, because you wouldn't have a body anymore. Just pure conversation, pure thought, pure philosophical inquiry, forever. For Socrates, this sounded like paradise. This was his idea of heaven, not harps and clouds, but endless philosophical dialogue with the most interesting people who ever lived. And here's the best part. According to Socrates, they don't execute you in Hades for asking annoying questions. He'd be free to do what got him killed in Athens. Question everyone, examine every claim, pursue truth relentlessly, without any risk of being silenced. He could ask Odysseus whether he really was as wise as Homer claimed. He could question the famous lawmakers about whether they truly understood justice. He could spend centuries just exploring the meaning of courage with Achilles and Ajax. The work he'd started in Athens could continue forever, but without all the inconvenient limitations of having a body. Can you hear the genuine excitement in this? Socrates wasn't just making the best of a bad situation, wasn't just rationalizing away his fear. He was genuinely intrigued by the possibility of death as continuation. If that's what death was, it might actually be better than life. And he pointed out something else interesting. In Athens, his questioning had made him enemies. It had gotten him condemned to death. But in Hades, the only authority figures were just judges. And they wouldn't condemn him for pursuing truth. They would understand. They would appreciate. They might even join in. So if death was continuation, Socrates win-win. He'd either be with just judges who would recognize his virtue, or he'd be free to do what he loved most without fear of persecution. Either way, it was good. Do you see what Socrates did here? He took the two basic possibilities that most people fear, either non-existence or judgment, and reframed both of them as potentially positive. Non-existence. That's perfect rest, dreamless sleep, freedom from all suffering. Judgment. That's finally being evaluated fairly by those who truly understand justice, plus the opportunity to pursue wisdom forever. Neither option is frightening. Both could be good. Therefore, death itself is nothing to fear. But there's something even deeper in Socrates' argument that we need to understand. His lack of fear wasn't just based on abstract logical possibilities. It was rooted in something more fundamental, his understanding of what really matters. Remember what Socrates believed was most important: the quality of your soul. Not your body, not your possessions, not your reputation, your soul, your character, your virtue, your wisdom. That was what really mattered, what really defined who you were. And here's the crucial point. Death can't touch that. If death is annihilation, then yes, your soul ceases to exist along with everything else. But in that case, there's no you left to regret it or suffer from it. And before you cease to exist, your soul was good. You lived well. The quality of your existence while it lasted was high. That's what mattered. If death is continuation, then your soul is literally all you take with you. Your body gets left behind. Your possessions stay in Athens. Your reputation is in the hands of whoever wants to gossip about you. But your soul, your character, your wisdom, everything you've cultivated through examination and effort that goes with you, that's yours forever. So either way, having invested in your soul rather than in external things, you're prepared. You've put your energy into the one thing that either doesn't matter if you cease to exist, or is all that matters if you continue to exist. This is why Socrates could say that a good person has nothing to fear from death. Not because good people get special treatment or divine protection, but because if you've cultivated your soul, if you've lived virtuously, if you've examined your life and found it good, then you've prepared for either possibility. The person who has spent their life accumulating wealth, death takes that away. The person who has invested everything in their body, their beauty, their strength, their physical pleasures, death destroys that. The person whose entire identity is wrapped up in their social status or their career or other people's opinions of them, death strips all of that away. But the person who has cultivated virtue, who has gained wisdom, who has developed their character, death can't touch any of that. It either preserves it eternally or ends everything, including the capacity to suffer, loss. This is the genius of Socrates' philosophy of death. It's not wishful thinking or blind faith. It's a careful analysis of possibilities, combined with a clear understanding of what's valuable. If you value things that death can take away, you'll fear death. If you value the one thing death either preserves or makes irrelevant, you won't fear death. It's almost that simple. Of course, Socrates acknowledged that he didn't know which possibility was true. He couldn't know. No one who was alive could know for certain what happened after death. That was one of the few things he was absolutely certain of, his own ignorance about death's true nature. But that's the point. He didn't need to know. He'd examined both possibilities, thought them through carefully, and found that neither was frightening. So death itself, whatever it turned out to be, held no terror. This is the examined life applied to the ultimate question. Instead of just inheriting fears about death from culture or religion or other people, Socrates examined those fears. He looked at what death might actually be, thought through the implications of each possibility, and realized that there was nothing there that should frighten a person who had lived well. And this brings us back to why he could sleep peacefully that final night. He wasn't in denial about death. He wasn't pretending it wasn't happening or suppressing his fear. He had genuinely examined death, understood it as well as anyone could, and concluded that it was, at worst, nothing, and, at best, wonderful. So, why not sleep? Why lie awake worrying about something that might be perfect rest, or might be the greatest adventure? Why fear losing consciousness when that's either the end and thus not fearful, or the beginning of something better? The examined life had given him this gift. The ability to think clearly about death without panic, to analyze it rationally, to strip away the culturally inherited fears and see what was really there. And what was really there was either nothing or something good, not much to lose sleep over. But we need to be honest about something. This works if, and only if, you've lived well. Socrates' calm in the face of death was rooted in his confidence that he'd cultivated his soul, that he'd lived virtuously, that he had nothing to be ashamed of before just judges. What if you haven't? What if you've spent your life pursuing wealth and power and pleasure? What if you've betrayed your principles for comfort? What if you've harmed others for personal gain? What if you've lived unexamined, driven by appetites and fears rather than reason and virtue? Then death becomes terrifying. Because if it's annihilation, you've wasted the only existence you had. You spent your one life accumulating things that don't matter, neglecting the one thing that does, your soul. And if it's continuation with judgment, then you face an accounting that you're not prepared for. You've built a soul that's corrupt, weak, driven by base desires rather than wisdom. And that's what you take with you into eternity. Socrates' philosophy of death is comforting, but it's not cheap comfort. It's not, everyone goes to heaven regardless of how they lived. It's, if you live well, examining your life and cultivating virtue, then death holds no terror because you've invested in what matters. The comfort comes from the work. The peace comes from the examination. The fearlessness comes from the virtue. You can't fake it. You can't suddenly adopt this philosophy on your deathbed and expect it to work. It's the culmination of a lifetime of living examined, thinking clearly, choosing virtue over vice, soul over body, truth over comfort. Socrates could face death with calm because he'd spent 70 years preparing for it. Not intentionally preparing for this specific execution. He'd hoped to live longer, but preparing nonetheless, by living the kind of life that made death, whenever it came, nothing to fear. This is what the examined life offers. Not immortality, not escape from death, but the ability to face death without terror, to meet it with curiosity rather than dread, to see it as a friend rather than an enemy, because you've done the work. You've cultivated what matters, you've lived well, and whatever death brings, perfect rest or eternal conversation with the greatest minds in history, you're ready for it. That readiness, that peace, that freedom from fear, that's the gift of philosophy properly lived. That's what Socrates demonstrated in that prison cell. That's why he could sleep peacefully and wake calmly and face his final hours with grace. He'd examined death, found it good, and was ready to experience it. But before he would drink the hemlock, before the final moment came, there would be more conversations, more examinations, more demonstrations of how to live and die with wisdom. Because even in his final hours, Socrates had lessons to teach. There's an aspect of Socrates' philosophy that might seem strange to us, even troubling. But to understand why he could face death not just calmly, but almost eagerly, we need to explore it. This is the idea that the body is a kind of prison for the soul, and that death, which separates soul from body, is actually a liberation. Now, before we go further, we should be clear. This doesn't mean Socrates hated life or was suicidal, or thought existence was inherently bad. He loved good conversation, beautiful ideas, his friends, the city of Athens. He laughed, ate, walked in the sunshine. He appreciated life, but he also believed that the body was, in many ways, an obstacle to what he really wanted to do, and what he really wanted to do was think clearly, pursue wisdom, understand truth. Let's explore this idea carefully because it's central to understanding his philosophy of death. Think about your typical day. How much of it is consumed by the needs of your body? You wake up and within an hour or so, you're hungry. You need breakfast. Then you need to clean yourself, shower, brush your teeth, attend to basic hygiene. You need to dress yourself appropriately for the weather and social situation. Then, a few hours later, you're hungry again. You need lunch, and you need to go to the bathroom. And maybe you're getting tired. Your body needs rest, even though you just woke up a few hours ago. Or you're getting stiff from sitting, so you need to move around. Or you're cold, or hot, or thirsty, or experiencing some discomfort that demands attention. Then you need dinner, more bathroom trips, more adjustments to your environment to keep your body comfortable. And eventually, whether you want to or not, you need to sleep. Your body shuts down for approximately a third of your life, and there's nothing you can do about it. This is every single day. Your body constantly interrupting. Your mind with demands. Feed me, rest me, warm me, cool me, empty me, scratch this itch, adjust this position. Pay attention to this pain. For most of us, this is just normal life. We don't think much about it. It's just how things are. But Socrates looked at it differently. He saw all these bodily needs as interruptions to what really mattered. Thinking, learning, pursuing wisdom. He'd be in the middle of a fascinating philosophical conversation, and someone would say, "Socrates, let's continue this over lunch, I'm starving." The body's needs would interrupt the mind's work, or he'd be lying awake at night, turning over a difficult philosophical problem, and his body would demand sleep. The very moment when he might be on the verge of understanding something important, his body would force unconsciousness on him. Or he'd want to spend hours thinking about justice, but his body would get sick or feel pain, or need to be somewhere else to earn money to feed itself. The body, from this perspective, is demanding and needy and constant. It requires maintenance the way a machine requires maintenance. Except, you can't just take a day off from maintaining your body. It needs attention every single day, multiple times per day, for your entire life. And that's when everything goes well. When your body is healthy and young and strong. As you age, the maintenance becomes even more demanding. Things hurt. Things stop working properly. You need more rest, more medical attention, more accommodation for increasing limitations. Socrates was 70 when he died, old by ancient standards, though not unheard of. He'd lived long enough to experience his body's decline, to feel things that used to be easy become difficult, to need more rest, to have less energy, to feel the body becoming less obedient to the will. And through all of this, his mind, his soul, remained sharp, still asking questions, still pursuing wisdom, still trying to understand, but increasingly trapped in a body that was wearing out. Now, contrast this with what Socrates imagined consciousness without a body would be like. In his vision of the afterlife, if there was one, souls existed as pure mind, no bodies, no physical needs, no hunger or thirst or tiredness or pain, which meant no interruptions to thinking. You could pursue a philosophical question for as long as you wanted without needing to stop for lunch. You could have a conversation with Homer or Hesiod that lasted centuries without anyone needing to sleep. You could focus completely on ideas without any bodily discomfort distracting you. From Socrates' perspective, this sounded wonderful. This was what philosophy had been training him for all along. Life as pure thought, pure reason, pure consciousness, without all the messy biological needs getting in the way. This is why he said that philosophy was practicing for death. Not because philosophers were morbid or death-obsessed, but because philosophical practice was essentially learning to separate your soul from your body's demands, learning to think clearly despite physical discomfort, learning to prioritize mental cultivation over physical pleasure, learning to identify yourself with your mind rather than your body. Every time Socrates stood in the agora for hours, so absorbed in conversation that he forgot to eat, he was practicing this separation. Every time he endured physical hardship, in military campaigns without complaint, he was strengthening his soul's independence from his body's discomfort. Every time he chose to live in poverty rather than abandon philosophy, he was demonstrating that his soul's health mattered more than his body's comfort. He was training himself to be essentially less attached to his body, less identified with it, less controlled by its needs and wants and demands. And this training, this lifelong practice, was what made death less frightening, because death was just the final and complete version of what he'd been practicing all along. The ultimate separation of soul from body, the final liberation from physical demands. Now, we need to be careful here. There's a version of this philosophy that can become unhealthy, the idea that the body is evil, that physical pleasure is wrong, that we should punish or deny our bodies. That's not what Socrates was teaching. He wasn't an ascetic who tortured his body or denied it all pleasure. He ate when he was hungry. He appreciated good food when it was offered. He had a family, which implies physical intimacy. He wore simple clothes, but he wore clothes. He went barefoot, but not because he thought feet were evil, more likely because it was comfortable for him, and he didn't care about social conventions. The point wasn't that bodies are bad. The point was that bodies are temporary and demanding, while souls can be permanent and self-sufficient. So if you have to choose where to invest your limited time and energy, invest in your soul. Think of it this way. Imagine you're renting an apartment temporarily. You know you'll only be there for a year, maybe less. How much time and money do you put into renovating it? Probably not much. You keep it clean and functional, but you don't invest heavily in improving something you'll have to leave soon. But if you're building a house you'll live in for decades, or that you'll pass on to your children, you invest differently. You put in the time and effort to make it strong and beautiful and lasting. For Socrates, the body was like the rental apartment, temporary housing. You maintain it sufficiently, but you don't mistake it for your real home. Your real home is your soul. That's what you invest in, what you improve, what you cultivate with care. And death was just moving day. Time to leave the temporary housing and either move to a permanent home if there's an afterlife, or simply end the lease if death is annihilation. Either way, you weren't supposed to be overly attached to the apartment. It was never really yours. This metaphor helps explain why Socrates could face his execution with equanimity. The state of Athens was going to destroy his body, his temporary housing. So what? He'd known from the beginning it was temporary. He hadn't invested his identity in it. He'd focused on his soul, on cultivating virtue and wisdom, and that couldn't be destroyed by hemlock. There's a story that illustrates this beautifully. During Socrates' imprisonment, a friend came to visit and found him sitting up, rubbing his leg where the chains had been removed. The guard had just taken off the leg irons, and Socrates was experiencing that mixture of pain and pleasure as circulation returned. He remarked on how strange it was, pain and pleasure, such opposites, yet they follow each other so closely. Remove the pain, and pleasure comes. Indulge in too much pleasure, and pain often follows. They're bound together, these physical sensations. And then he made an offhand comment about how if someone were going to write a fable about pain and pleasure, they could describe them as two creatures that Zeus decided to tie together by their heads, so that wherever one goes, the other follows. This is revealing. Here's Socrates, hours or days from execution, and he's philosophizing about the nature of pleasure and pain, based on having his leg irons removed. He's not despairing about his fate or raging against injustice. He's observing, analyzing, trying to understand, and his observation is essentially this. Physical sensations, pleasure and pain, are bound together and inherently unstable. You can't have one without the other, but that's a feature of bodily existence, not of the soul. The soul, properly cultivated, can be at peace regardless of whether the body is experiencing pleasure or pain. This is what Socrates had achieved. His body was in prison, his body had been chained, his body would soon be poisoned. But his soul, his soul was free, free from the dominance of physical sensation, free from the tyranny of bodily needs, free from fear of bodily death. And this freedom, this independence of soul from body, was what philosophy had given him. It was what the examined life had cultivated. And it was what made death not just bearable, but, in a strange way, a culmination of everything he'd been working toward. Think about what death represented for Socrates. If his philosophy was right, if death was either annihilation or continuation as pure mind, then either way it meant freedom from the body's constant demands. No more hunger interrupting thoughts, no more tiredness forcing sleep when you want to think, no more pain distracting from philosophy, no more aging body limiting what you can do, no more biological needs determining how you spend your time. Just consciousness, just thought, just the soul, doing what it does best, thinking, understanding, pursuing wisdom, without any physical obstacles. For someone who had spent their entire life frustrated by the body's interruptions, this was genuinely appealing. Not because life was bad, but because this aspect of life, being bound to a needy, aging, mortal body, was finally ending. It's like being a painter who loves to paint, but whose hands are arthritic and painful. Every brushstroke costs something. The thing you love most is impeded by your physical condition. And then imagine someone offers you a way to paint without hands, to create directly from imagination without physical limitations. Wouldn't that be appealing? Not because you hate painting or hate life, but because you could finally do what you love without the physical impediments. That's how Socrates thought about death. He loved wisdom, loved philosophy, loved thinking and understanding, and his body increasingly got in the way. Death promised either perfect rest, fine, he was tired anyway, or pure consciousness, even better, philosophy without physical limitations. This is radically different from how most of us think about death. We fear losing our bodies because we identify with them. We are our bodies, in our understanding, our experiences, our pleasures, our connections to the world, all mediated through our bodies. To lose the body is to lose everything. But Socrates had spent his life cultivating a different identity. He identified with his soul, his mind, his consciousness. His body was something he had, not something he was. And when you have that perspective, death becomes much less frightening. There's a deeper philosophical point here about suffering and happiness. Socrates believed that most human misery comes from being too attached to the body and its pleasures. We suffer when our bodies are in pain. We suffer when we can't have the physical pleasures we crave. We suffer when our bodies age and decline. We suffer when we compare our bodies to others and find them lacking. All of this suffering comes from over-identifying with the body, from thinking that bodily condition determines happiness. But what if it doesn't? What if happiness comes from the soul's condition, from wisdom, virtue, integrity, self-knowledge? Then physical suffering becomes much more bearable. Not because it doesn't hurt, it does, but because it doesn't threaten what really matters. Your body can be uncomfortable, imprisoned, even dying, and your soul can still be at peace. This was Socrates' lived experience in that prison. His body was confined, awaiting execution, but his soul was free. He spent his final days having fascinating conversations, thinking through difficult problems, teaching and learning and doing what he loved most. The prison couldn't confine what really mattered, and the hemlock would soon kill his body. But his soul, if it continued, wonderful. If it didn't, he wouldn't be there to regret it. Either way, the hemlock was powerless against what truly mattered. This is the ultimate freedom that Socrates' philosophy offered. Freedom from the fear of bodily death, because you've learned to distinguish yourself from your body. Freedom from dependence on physical circumstances for happiness, because you've cultivated something interior that circumstances can't touch. It's not easy to achieve. It takes a lifetime of practice, of examination, of choosing soul over body, again and again. But for someone who does achieve it, death loses its sting. The body might be a prison, but the soul can be free. And death? Death was just the prison door opening. Socrates was ready to walk through that door. Not because he hated the prison, but because he'd never really been imprisoned in the first place. His soul had been free all along, and death would just make that freedom complete and obvious. In a few hours, he would demonstrate this one final time. He would show his friends that a man who has cultivated his soul can face bodily death with grace, with calm, with philosophical clarity. He would prove that the body's death is not the person's death, or at least not the death of what really matters. But we're not quite there yet. We have a few more things to understand about those final hours, about the people who gathered to say goodbye, about the conversations that happened, and the children who came to see their father one last time. Because even as Socrates prepared to demonstrate his philosophy of death, he remained fully human, a father, a friend, a teacher, a man saying farewell to the life he had loved, even as he welcomed what came next. The sun is climbing higher now. Morning has fully arrived, and with it comes the certainty. Today is the day. The ship from Delos has been sighted. The sacred period is over. There are no more delays, no more waiting, no more maybe tomorrow. Today, Socrates will die. His friends have been arriving at the prison since early morning. Not just Crito, but others, many others. They've come to spend these final hours with him, to say goodbye, to be present for whatever wisdom he might offer in his last moments. Plato would later write down the names he remembered. Apollodorus, who was emotional and dramatic, prone to tears. Critobulus and his father Crito, of course. Hermogenes, Epigenes, Aeschines, Antisthenes, Ctesippus, Menexenus, and others, about 18 or 20 men in total, crowding into that prison cell. Plato himself was sick that day, he tells us. He wasn't there, but he heard about it from those who were, and he reconstructed it as best he could. So what we know about Socrates' final hours comes to us filtered through the memories of grieving friends and the literary artistry of Plato. But even accounting for that, the basic story seems reliable, and it's extraordinary. When his friends enter, they find Socrates sitting up on his cot. His wife Xanthippe is there, holding their youngest son. She's been allowed to visit, but when she sees all the friends arriving, when she realizes this is it, this is the final day, she breaks down. "Socrates," she cries out, "this is the last time your friends will speak to you, and you to them." It's a raw, human moment of grief. Whatever their relationship had been over the years, ancient sources suggest it was complicated. She's losing her husband today. Her sons are losing their father, and she can't contain the anguish of that. Socrates looks at Crito and gently asks him to have someone take Xanthippe home. Not because he doesn't care, not because he's cold, but probably because he can see this is too much for her. And maybe because he knows that if he lets himself fully feel her grief, fully acknowledge what he's doing to his family, it will be harder to maintain his philosophical composure. So Xanthippe is led away weeping, holding their child, and Socrates turns to his friends, his philosophical companions. The men who have followed him through the agora, listened to his questions, tried to learn his methods. These are the people he'll spend his final hours with. And what does he do? What would you do if you knew you had only a few hours left to live? Socrates does what he's always done. He philosophizes. He asks questions. He pursues truth. Even now, especially now, he demonstrates what it means to live the examined life until the very end. They talk about the soul, about whether it's immortal, about what happens after death. The conversation goes deep. Plato reconstructed it later as the dialogue called Phaedo, and it's one of the most beautiful and philosophically rich texts we have. Socrates presents arguments for why the soul might be immortal. Not with certainty. He never claims certainty about what he doesn't know. but with reasonable arguments that give hope and comfort to his friends. He talks about how the soul might be like a harmony, or perhaps not like a harmony. He considers whether opposites come from opposites, whether life comes from death as death comes from life. He discusses the theory of recollection, the idea that learning is really remembering what the soul knew before birth. His friends raise objections. They question his arguments. And Socrates welcomes this, encourages it. Even in his final hours, he wants genuine philosophical inquiry, not just comfort or agreement. He wants to pursue truth, or at least pursue it as far as they can go. At one point, the conversation gets particularly intense. A friend named Cebes raises a powerful objection to Socrates' arguments about immortality, and the whole room goes quiet, uncertain. Has Cebes found a flaw in Socrates' reasoning? Does the soul's immortality rest on shaky ground after all? Socrates responds with one of the most beautiful passages in all of philosophy. He talks about the danger of misology, hatred of reason, just as there's misanthropy, hatred of humanity. He says that misology happens when you trust reasoning too much without examining it carefully, and then when that reasoning fails, you lose faith in reason itself. We must not allow into our souls the conviction that there is no soundness in reasoning, he tells them. Rather, we should believe that it is we who are not yet sound, and we must take courage and be eager to become sound. Even here, facing death, he's teaching them not to give up on reason and philosophy, even when it's difficult, even when the arguments are hard, even when the stakes are this high. They continue talking. The sun moves across the sky. Hours pass. And then, late in the afternoon, the prison servant enters. This is the man whose job it is to prepare the hemlock, to administer it, to oversee the execution. He's done this many times before. It's his duty, but he stops when he sees Socrates, and he starts to cry. "Socrates," he says, struggling to maintain his composure, "I know you won't be angry with me. You know I'm not responsible for this. Others are to blame. You've been the noblest, gentlest, best man who has ever come to this place. I know you won't rage at me, but at those who are responsible." And then he breaks down completely. "Farewell," he manages to say through his tears. "Try to bear what must be borne as easily as you can." This moment is heartbreaking. This prison servant who has seen countless executions, who has learned to be professional and detached, cannot maintain that detachment with Socrates. He's moved by something he's witnessed in these final weeks. The grace, the calm, the kindness of this condemned man. Socrates responds with characteristic gentleness. "Farewell to you too," he says. "I'll do as you say." Then he turns to his friends. "What a gracious man. Throughout my time here, he's visited me and talked with me, and now see how generously he weeps for me. Come, let's obey him. Let someone bring the poison if it's ready. If not, let the servant prepare it." Crito, still hoping for delay, suggests waiting. "The sun is still on the mountains, Socrates. It hasn't set yet. Others have delayed, feasting and drinking, spending time with their loved ones. There's no rush." But Socrates is firm. "Those men you mention have their reasons for doing that. They think they gain something by it, but I have my reasons for not doing it. I think I'd gain nothing by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes, clutching at life when there's nothing more to gain." "Go on," he tells Crito. "Do as I say." So Crito nods to the servant, who leaves to prepare the hemlock. While he's gone, there's a heavy silence in the room. Everyone knows what's coming. Some of the men are weeping openly now. The philosophical discussion seems impossible to continue. But then Socrates breaks the silence with something almost mundane. He asks if he should bathe before drinking the poison. It's a practical question. The custom was to wash the body before death, to save the women the trouble of washing a corpse. They tell him yes, that would be appropriate. So Socrates goes off to bathe, accompanied by Crito. The other friends wait. talking among themselves in low voices, thinking about what's about to happen, thinking about the loss they're about to suffer. When Socrates returns, clean and prepared, his 3 sons are brought to him, 2 older boys and the youngest, just a child. Xanthippe returns with them for a brief time. We don't know what Socrates said to his sons. Plato doesn't record it. Maybe it was too private, too painful. Maybe Plato wasn't told. But we can imagine instructions on how to live, encouragement to pursue virtue, apologies perhaps for leaving them, love expressed in whatever way Socrates expressed love, probably through teaching, through trying to make them understand why he had to do what he was doing. Then Xanthippe and the children are taken away again. Socrates returns to his friends, and the servant enters carrying a cup. The hemlock is ready. Socrates takes the cup without any hesitation, without any trembling. His friends later remarked on this. How steady his hand was, how calm his face. He asked the servant, with apparent genuine curiosity, "What do I need to do? Can I pour a libation from this to some god? Or not?" The servant explains that they've prepared only enough for the required dose, no extra for religious ritual. But, he adds, after you drink it, you should walk around until your legs feel heavy, then lie down. The poison will do its work. Socrates nods. Then he says something that reveals his true feelings beneath the philosophical calm. But surely, it's permitted to pray to the gods that my journey from this world to the next will be fortunate. That's my prayer. May it be so. And he raises the cup and drinks it. Drinks it, according to Plato's account, cheerfully and easily, without tremor or change of color or expression. This is the moment his friends have been dreading. Up until now, it's been theoretical, impending, soon, but not yet. Now it's happening. Socrates has drunk the poison. There's no reversing it. In minutes, he'll be dead. Most of them have been holding back tears, trying to be strong for Socrates' sake. But now they can't hold back anymore. The weeping starts. Apollodorus, who's been on the verge all day, begins to wail. Others join in. The sound of grief fills the cell. Socrates, who has just drunk hemlock, who is experiencing the first effects of the poison, stops and looks at his friends with something close to exasperation, though a gentle exasperation. "My friends, what are you doing?" he asks. "I sent the women away mainly so they wouldn't behave in this way. I've heard that one should die in silence. Be still and control yourselves." It's a rebuke, but a loving one. He's trying to give them one last lesson. This is how to face death. With calm, with dignity, with philosophical grace, not with wailing and grief, but with acceptance and peace. Ashamed, the men try to control their tears. The room grows quieter, though you can hear stifled sobs, see wet faces. Socrates begins walking around, as the servant instructed. He's talking, still teaching, still present. But then he says his legs are getting heavy. He lies down on his back. The servant who gave him the poison comes over and begins checking his feet, his legs, pressing them, testing for sensation. The poison is working. Starting from the extremities and moving inward, the servant presses Socrates' foot and asks if he can feel it. Socrates says no. The numbness is spreading. The servant keeps checking, moving up the legs. Still no feeling. The hemlock is paralyzing him gradually, shutting down his body bit by bit. His friends watch in anguish, seeing him slip away, knowing there's nothing they can do, nothing to say that hasn't been said. When the numbness reaches his waist, Socrates uncovers his face. He'd covered it at some point, perhaps for privacy in these final moments, and speaks his final words. "Crito," he says, "we owe a rooster to Asclepius. Pay the debt. Don't forget." Crito, through his tears, says he'll do it. "Is there anything else?" he asks. But there's no answer. A moment later, Socrates makes a slight movement. The servant uncovers his face and checks his eyes. They're fixed, staring, lifeless. Socrates is dead. Crito closes his friend's eyes and mouth, the task that he'd hoped never to perform, that he'd tried to prevent by offering escape, by pleading for Socrates to value life over principle. That task is done. His friend is gone. Plato, writing about this years later, having heard the story from those who were there, concluded his account with words that still resonate. Such was the end of our friend, a man who, we would say, was of all those we have known the best, and also the wisest and most just. The prison cell was quiet now, except for the sound of men weeping. The greatest philosopher Athens had produced lay dead on a cot, his body still, his final words a cryptic instruction about paying a debt to the god of healing. What did he mean, owing a rooster to Asclepius? Scholars have debated this for centuries. Asclepius was the god of medicine and healing. You sacrificed to him when you recovered from illness. So was Socrates saying that death was a healing, a cure for the disease of life? Was he suggesting that life itself was an illness, and death the recovery, or was it simpler? Just a debt he owed, a promise he'd made, one final practical matter to attend to even as he died? We don't know. Maybe Crito didn't know either, but he would pay the debt as he'd promised. One last service to his friend. The men eventually left the prison. They went back to their homes, to their lives that would continue even though Socrates had ended. They carried with them the memory of what they'd witnessed, a death that was unlike any other death. A man who had faced execution with calmness, with grace, with philosophical integrity maintained to the very end. Some of them, like Plato, would spend the rest of their lives thinking about what they'd learned from Socrates, writing about him, teaching his methods, trying to live up to his example. The death of Socrates would become more influential than the life of almost anyone else in history. But that comes later. Right now, in this prison cell, on this afternoon in Athens in 399 BCE, there's just the quiet after death, the body of an old man who drank poison rather than betray his principles, the grief of friends who loved him and couldn't save him, the end of a life that had been devoted to examining life itself, and the question that would haunt everyone who heard the story. Could I do that? Could I face death with such calm? Could I value my principles more than my survival? Could I drink the hemlock without trembling? For most of us, the honest answer is probably no. We couldn't. We aren't Socrates. We haven't spent 70 years preparing for this moment. We haven't examined our lives so thoroughly, cultivated our souls so completely, achieved such clarity about what matters and what doesn't. But maybe that's the point. Maybe the death of Socrates isn't meant to make us feel guilty about our fear of death. Maybe it's meant to show us what's possible, what a human being can achieve through examination, through philosophy, through living deliberately and consciously. Maybe it's meant to inspire us to start our own examination, to ask our own questions, to cultivate our own souls. Not so we can face death without fear, though that would be nice, but so we can live our lives more fully, more consciously, more truly. Because Socrates didn't spend 70 years preparing to die well. He spent 70 years living well. The peaceful death was just the natural conclusion of a well-lived life. The final demonstration that all the philosophy, all the questioning, all the examination actually worked, that it actually delivered what it promised: freedom from fear, peace of mind, a life worth living, and a death worth dying. The body lay still on the cot. But the ideas, the questions, the methods, the philosophy that Socrates had lived and died for, those were just beginning their journey through history. And that journey continues today, more than 2,000 years later, as we tell the story again, examine it again, try to understand what this strange, ugly, brilliant man discovered about how to live and how to die. The hemlock did its work. The body ceased functioning. The breath stopped. The heart stopped. The brain stopped. But what about the soul? Did it cease too, returning to the dreamless sleep Socrates had described? Or did it continue, making its way to Hades to meet all those ancient heroes and thinkers he'd been eager to question? We don't know. We can't know. Just as Socrates didn't know. But he'd examined both possibilities and found neither frightening, and he'd lived in a way that made him ready for either one. That was his final lesson. That was his gift to everyone who would hear his story. Not certainty about death, but preparedness for it. Not knowledge of what comes next, but peace about whatever does come next. And that peace, that readiness, that freedom from fear, it came from living the examined life. The sun was setting now on Athens. The light that had filled the prison cell was fading. Soon it would be dark. But something was just beginning to dawn. The news of Socrates' death spread through Athens quickly. By evening, everyone knew. The strange old philosopher who questioned everyone, who had been convicted of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, had drunk the hemlock. He was dead. For his enemies, it must have been a relief. The gadfly was finally silenced. The questioner who had made them look foolish, who had exposed their ignorance, who had turned young men against traditional values. He was gone. Athens could return to normal now. But they were wrong, profoundly wrong, because Socrates' death didn't end his influence. In many ways, it was just the beginning. Think about what would have happened if Socrates had escaped, if he'd fled to Thessaly, as Crito had begged him to do. He would have lived a few more years, perhaps. He could have continued teaching in exile. Some students might have followed him, but he would have been diminished. A man who talked about principles, but abandoned them when they became inconvenient. A philosopher who preached virtue, but chose survival over integrity. His enemies in Athens would have said, "See?" All his fine talk about the examined life, and when it mattered, he ran away like a coward. His teachings would have lost their power. His example would have been compromised. He might have lived longer, but his philosophy would have died. Instead, by refusing to escape, by drinking the hemlock with calm dignity, by dying exactly as his philosophy said a wise person should die, Socrates did something extraordinary. He proved that everything he'd taught was real, not just clever words or abstract theory, but a genuine way of living and dying that actually worked. His death became the ultimate validation of his philosophy. It said, this isn't just talk, this is real. A person who lives the examined life, who cultivates their soul, who values virtue over survival, really can face death without fear. I'm showing you. I'm proving it. Watch. And people did watch. People are still watching. More than 2,000 years later. Plato was 28 when Socrates died. He'd been studying with him for 8 years or so. He was devastated by the death. So devastated that he left Athens for a while, traveling, processing his grief, trying to make sense of what had happened. But then he came back, and he began to write. Not abstract philosophical treatises, but dialogues, conversations, dramatized recreations of Socrates in action, questioning, examining, pursuing wisdom. He wrote about the trial, about the prison conversations, about the death scene. He wrote dialogue after dialogue, always with Socrates as the central character, the questioner, the searcher for truth. Through Plato's writings, Socrates became immortal. Not just remembered, but present. Anyone who read Plato's dialogues could meet Socrates, hear his voice, see him at work. The man was dead, but the method lived on, and Plato wasn't the only one. Xenophon wrote about Socrates too. Other students wrote, taught, founded schools based on what they'd learned from him. Within a generation, Socrates was famous not just in Athens, but throughout the Greek world. And the philosophers who came after, the Stoics, the Cynics, the Skeptics, various schools with different interpretations, almost all of them looked back to Socrates as the founder, the exemplar, the one who showed what philosophy really was. He became, in death, what he'd never quite been in life, the father of Western philosophy, not because he wrote anything, he didn't, Not because he founded a school, he didn't do that either, but because he lived and died in a way that proved philosophy wasn't just intellectual games. It was a way of life that could transform how you thought, how you lived, and how you faced death. The Stoics in particular were profoundly influenced by Socrates' death. They built an entire philosophy around the idea that virtue is the only true good, that external things like health and wealth and even life itself are indifferent, neither good nor bad in themselves. What matters is how you respond to them, what choices you make, how you maintain your character regardless of circumstances. And when they wanted to illustrate this philosophy, when they needed an example of someone who had truly achieved Stoic virtue, they pointed to Socrates. Look at how he died, they said. That's what we mean. That's what it looks like to value virtue over everything else. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher who lived centuries after Socrates, used him as an example again and again. When Epictetus wanted to explain that you can't be harmed by external things, only by your own vice, he pointed to Socrates. Did Athens have the power to harm Socrates? No, it could kill him, but it couldn't harm him. The harm would have come only if he'd betrayed himself by escaping. The Cynics, who rejected conventional society and lived with radical simplicity, also looked to Socrates. They saw in him someone who cared nothing for wealth or status or comfort, who lived according to reason and virtue alone. Even the Epicureans, who disagreed with much of Socratic philosophy, respected his death. Their whole philosophy was about achieving tranquility by understanding that death is nothing to fear. And Socrates had demonstrated that tranquility perfectly. So Socrates' death became a touchstone for all of Greek and Roman philosophy. Different. Schools interpreted him differently, claimed him as their predecessor, argued about what he really meant. But they all agreed on one thing. His death mattered. It showed something important about how a philosopher, how any wise person, should face mortality. And this influence didn't stop with ancient philosophy. When Christianity spread through the Roman Empire, Christian thinkers had to grapple with Socrates. Here was a pagan who had died for truth, who had remained faithful to his principles, even unto death, who had spoken of the soul's immortality and divine judgment. In some ways, he seemed almost like a Christian saint avant la lettre, before Christianity even existed. Some early Christian writers, like Justin Martyr, argued that Socrates had been inspired by the divine Logos, the same force that would later be fully revealed in Christ. They saw his death as a kind of proto-martyrdom, a prefiguring of Christian witness. Throughout the Middle Ages, despite being a pagan, Socrates was respected and studied. Medieval philosophers read Plato's dialogues, encountered Socrates, and had to reckon with this man who seemed to have discovered important truths through reason alone, without revelation. The Renaissance humanists were even more enthusiastic. They saw in Socrates an example of human dignity, of the power of reason, of the nobility of dying for truth. He became a hero of the humanist movement, proof that human beings could achieve wisdom and virtue through their own efforts. And in the modern era, Socrates has remained endlessly fascinating. Philosophers, historians, playwrights, novelists, all have returned again and again to this story. The trial, the prison conversations, the death scene, they've been retold, reimagined, reinterpreted countless times. Why? What is it about this death, this particular death of one old man in Athens 2,400 years ago, that continues to grip people's imagination? Part of it is surely the drama. It's a great story. The unjust accusation, the dignified defense, the refusal to escape, the calm. Death. It has all the elements of tragedy, except Socrates himself doesn't seem to experience it as tragic. He's at peace. That paradox is fascinating. But it's more than just dramatic. Socrates' death asks us a question that never gets old, never becomes irrelevant. What would you die for? What principles, what values, what truths matter enough to you that you choose death rather than betray them? Most of us, if we're honest, don't have a good answer to that question. We'd like to think we have principles we'd die for, but we're not sure. We haven't been tested. we hope we never will be. Socrates shows us what it looks like when someone actually faces that test and passes, when someone really does value their soul more than their body, truth more than survival, integrity more than life itself. And in showing us that, he forces us to examine our own lives. Would we drink the hemlock? Could we? What would it take for us to develop the kind of wisdom, the kind of courage, the kind of clarity that Socrates had? This is why the death of Socrates is still taught in philosophy classes, still referenced, in ethical discussions, still appearing in books and films and plays, because it represents something we aspire to, even if we doubt we could achieve it. It represents the examined life taken to its logical conclusion. It shows us what philosophy looks like when it's not just academic or theoretical, but actually lived, when it actually transforms how you face the ultimate test. But there's something else important about Socrates' legacy that we need to understand. His death didn't just validate his philosophy, it also changed what philosophy was, what philosophers did, how they understood their mission. Before Socrates, Greek philosophy was mostly about understanding the natural world. What is everything made of? How did the cosmos come into being? What are the fundamental elements? These were important questions, but they were external. They were about the world out there. Socrates changed the focus. He made philosophy about the self, about how to live, about virtue and the soul. He made it personal and practical. Philosophy wasn't just about understanding nature. It was about improving yourself, examining your life, becoming a better person. And he showed that this kind of philosophy had real stakes. It wasn't just interesting, intellectual work. It was a way of life that could get you killed, because it challenged power, exposed hypocrisy, questioned authority. But it was also a way of life that could give you a kind of peace and freedom that nothing else could. After Socrates, that's what philosophy became. Not just natural science or logic puzzles, but a guide to living. A way of achieving wisdom and tranquility. A path to the good life. The Stoics made this explicit. They divided philosophy into three parts: logic, physics, and ethics. But they said ethics was the most important, and the others only mattered insofar as they helped you live well. Philosophy was about how to live and how to die. This Socratic understanding of philosophy dominated for centuries. Whether you were Stoic or Epicurean or Cynic or skeptic, you agreed that philosophy was supposed to transform your life, not just fill your head with theories. It's only in the modern era that philosophy has become primarily academic, primarily theoretical, primarily separated from life. And even now, there's a counter-movement. People trying to recover philosophy as a way of life, trying to make it practical again, trying to return to the Socratic ideal. And when they do, when they ask what that ideal looks like, they look back to Socrates, to his method of questioning, to his focus on ethics, to his calm in the face of death. The death itself becomes a teaching. It says, this is what matters. This is what philosophy is for. Not publishing papers or winning arguments, but developing the kind of wisdom and courage that lets you face anything, even death, with tranquility. There's a famous painting of the death of Socrates by Jacques-Louis David, painted in 1787, more than 2,000 years after the event. It shows Socrates, upright in bed, one hand reaching for the cup of hemlock, the other hand raised as if still teaching, still making a point. Around him are his grieving students. His body is idealized, heroic, like a classical statue. It's not historically accurate. Socrates was 70 and probably didn't look that noble. But it captures something true about how his death has been remembered. As noble, as heroic, as a moment of supreme moral courage. That painting influenced how generations of people thought about death, about principle, about courage. It became an icon of the Enlightenment, of the power of reason, of the dignity of dying for truth. And it's just one of hundreds of artistic representations of Socrates' death. Sculptures, paintings, plays, operas, films. Artists keep returning to this moment, trying to capture it, to understand it, to show what it means, because it does mean something, not just historically, not just philosophically, but personally. It asks each person who encounters it, how will you face death? What will you have lived for? When everything is stripped away, what will remain? Socrates had an answer. He'd examined his life thoroughly. He'd cultivated his soul carefully. He'd lived according to his principles consistently. And when death came, he was ready. He'd done the work. His soul was in order. There was nothing to fear. Most of us haven't done that work, haven't examined that thoroughly, haven't lived that consistently. And so death remains frightening, because we know we're not ready. We know there are things unexamined, things unresolved, things we've been putting off. But Socrates' death tells us it's not too late. Start now. Begin the examination. Ask the questions. Pursue wisdom. Cultivate your soul. Live deliberately, consciously, according to principles you've actually thought through. You probably won't have to drink hemlock. You probably won't be condemned to death by your city, but you will die someday. That's certain. And when that day comes, wouldn't it be better to face it as Socrates did? With calmness, with clarity, with a well-examined life behind you. That's the gift his death gave us. Not a formula for avoiding death. We can't. Not even certain knowledge about what happens after death. We still don't have that. But an example of how to face death when it comes. An example of a life well lived, a soul well cultivated, a death well met, and the knowledge that it's possible, that a human being really can achieve this, that through examination and philosophy and virtue, you really can develop the kind of wisdom that makes death nothing to fear. Socrates did it. We saw him do it. We have the testimony of his friends who were there, who watched him drink the hemlock without trembling, who heard his final words, who witnessed his peaceful end. It happened. It's real. It's possible. And that possibility has been inspiring people for 2,400 years, inspiring them to examine their own lives, to question their assumptions, to pursue wisdom over wealth, to value their souls over their bodies, to live deliberately, to prepare, not just for death, but for life, for living it fully, consciously. Well, the hemlock killed the man, but the example, the teaching, that can never die, it lives in every person who hears the story and asks, could I do that? Should I try to live that way? What would the examined life look like for me? Those questions keep Socrates alive. Those questions are his immortality, far more certain than any afterlife in Hades. He wanted to spend eternity questioning the great thinkers of the past. Maybe, in a way, he got his wish, because we're still questioning him, still thinking about him, still examining his life and death and trying to understand what he discovered. And in doing that, in examining his examined life, we're doing exactly what he wanted us to do. We're questioning, we're thinking. We're not accepting easy answers. We're living more consciously. That's the legacy. That's what his death taught us about life. Not that death is nothing, it's real and it matters, but that a life well lived makes death bearable, maybe even beautiful. That wisdom is real and achievable. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the ability to act rightly despite fear. That the soul really is more valuable than the body, if by soul we mean character, wisdom, virtue, everything that makes you who you truly are. 2,400 years, that's how long Socrates has been dead. But his death is still teaching, still challenging, still asking each of us, will you examine your life? Will you cultivate your soul? Will you live deliberately? Will you face death with wisdom rather than terror? The answer is up to each of us. But we have an example, we have a teacher. We have the story of a man who did it, who showed it was possible, who proved that philosophy isn't just words, but a real way of transforming how you live and die. That's what death taught us about life. That's what Socrates gave us. That's his gift to every generation that comes after him, including ours. The body has been dead for millennia, but the soul, the teaching, the example, the questions, that's immortal. Just as Socrates hoped it would be, so we've traveled with Socrates from his questioning youth to his peaceful death. We've examined his philosophy, understood his courage, witnessed his final moments. But now we need to ask, what does this mean for us? How do we actually live? With these insights, how do we practice what Socrates taught? Because that's what it is, a practice, not a belief system you adopt once and forget about, not a philosophy you agree with intellectually, but never apply. A practice, something you do regularly, intentionally, as a way of life. Let's talk about what it means to live with death in mind, not morbidly, not obsessively, but consciously, the way Socrates did. The Stoics, who learned so much from Socrates, had a specific practice for this. They called it memento mori. Remember that you will die. It sounds grim, it sounds depressing, but they didn't mean it that way at all. The point of remembering death isn't to make you sad or fearful. The point is to wake you up, to help you see what matters and what doesn't, to give you perspective on all the trivial things that consume your attention and energy. Think about how we normally live. We act as if we have infinite time. We put off important conversations until later. We waste years in jobs we hate, planning, to do what we really want someday. We hold grudges, nurse resentments, avoid difficult but necessary actions because, well, there's always tomorrow. Except there isn't always tomorrow, not infinitely. We know this intellectually, but we don't live like we know it. We live like we're immortal. But what if you really internalize the truth that you will die? Not just believed it abstractly, but felt it, knew it, lived with that awareness present. You'd probably waste less time on trivial things. That argument about nothing important, maybe not worth having, that grudge you've been holding. Maybe time to let it go. That thing you keep putting off that you know you should do. Maybe you should do it now. This is what memento mori does. It doesn't make you depressed. It makes you focused, clear, intentional. It helps you distinguish between what matters and what doesn't. Socrates lived this way naturally. He'd spent so much time thinking about death, examining it, understanding it, that he was always aware of mortality, not in a way that paralyzed him, but in a way that freed him. He knew his time was limited, so he used it well. He pursued wisdom, cultivated relationships, lived according to his principles. No time to waste on trivialities. And here's the paradox. Thinking about death regularly doesn't make life worse. It makes life better, richer, more vivid, more meaningful. When you're aware that today could be your last day, you pay attention. You notice things. You're present. That conversation with a friend isn't just something to get through so you can get back to scrolling on your phone. It's precious, irreplaceable time with someone you care about. That sunset isn't just weather. It's a beautiful thing you might never see again. Better really look at it. That chance to say, I love you, or I'm sorry, or thank you. Better take it. You might not get another chance. This is what Socrates understood. This is what his philosophy of death gave him. The ability to live fully, presently, consciously, because he knew it wouldn't last forever. So how do we practice this? How do we incorporate memento mori into our lives without becoming morbid or anxious? Here are some practical approaches drawn from Socratic and Stoic wisdom. First, start your day with a simple acknowledgement. Before you get out of bed, before you check your phone, take a moment to recognize, I woke up. I'm alive. This is not guaranteed. Today is a gift, and it's finite. How do I want to use it? This isn't about inducing anxiety. It's about inducing clarity. What actually matters today? What should I prioritize? What should I let go of as unimportant? The Stoic emperor Marcus Aurelius did this. He'd remind himself each morning that he might not see evening, and each evening that he might not see morning, not to frighten himself, but to help himself focus on what was truly important. Second, practice the evening examination that Socrates would have approved of. Before you sleep, review your day. Not to beat yourself up over mistakes, that's not productive, but to examine. Did I live according to my values today? Did I act with wisdom, courage, justice, temperance? Where did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I learn? This is the examined life in practice. Daily examination, regular reflection, constant course correction. You're not trying to be perfect. You're trying to be conscious, to be intentional, to be improving. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, described doing this every night. He'd review his day's actions, his words, his thoughts. Not harshly, but honestly. What did I do well? What could I have done better? How can I be wiser tomorrow? This practice, done regularly, compounds over time. You become more self-aware, more conscious of your patterns, better able to catch yourself when you're about to make a mistake, more aligned with your actual values rather than just reacting to circumstances. Third, and this is crucial, identify what you value most. Really examine this. Don't just accept the default values of your culture or your family or your peer group. Question them, the way Socrates questioned everything. What do you actually believe is important? Not what you're supposed to believe, not what sounds good to say, but what you really, genuinely value when you think about it deeply. Is it wealth? Be honest. Is accumulating money really what you want your life to be about? If you knew you'd die in a year, would you spend that year trying to make more money? Is it status? If you're gone tomorrow, how much will it matter what people thought of you? Would you trade a year of your life for a better title or more social media followers? Is it pleasure? If life is just about maximizing pleasant experiences, what happens when you can't have those experiences anymore? What happens when you're too old or too sick, or simply when the pleasures become boring? Or is it something else? Wisdom, perhaps? Love? Creativity? Service? Growth? Meaning? Virtue? Socrates was very clear about what he valued. Wisdom, virtue, the quality of his soul. And because he was clear about that, he could make hard decisions. He could refuse escape. Because he valued integrity more than survival. He could face death calmly because he'd invested in things that death couldn't touch. If you're not clear about your values, you'll be blown around by circumstances, by other people's expectations, by whatever seems urgent in the moment. But if you examine your values, really think them through, make conscious choices about what matters most, then you have a foundation, a center, something to navigate by. Fourth, practice small deaths. This might sound strange, but bear with me. What I mean is, practice letting go of things before you're forced to. That argument you want to win but doesn't really matter. Let it go. That grudge you're holding, release it. That attachment to being right, to being admired, to being comfortable. Practice loosening your grip. These are small deaths, small experiences of losing something, accepting loss, surviving it, and discovering you're okay. You're still you. The loss didn't destroy you, and this practice, repeated many times, prepares you for bigger losses, for aging, which is the body slowly dying, for the loss of loved ones, eventually for your own death. If you've never practiced letting go of anything, if you cling desperately to everything you have, then every loss will be devastating. But if you've practiced, if you've learned that you can lose things and be okay, then even major losses become more bearable. This was part of Socratic philosophy too. The recognition that everything external to your soul, your body, your possessions, your reputation, other people's opinions, all of it can be taken away. And if your happiness depends on keeping all of that, you'll be miserable, because loss is inevitable. But if your happiness comes from your soul's quality, from your wisdom and virtue and character, then you're free, because those can't be taken away unless you abandon them yourself. Fifth, contemplate worst-case scenarios. Not to induce fear, but to remove it. The Stoics called this premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils. What's the worst thing that could happen? Really think about it. You could lose your job. You could get sick. Someone you love could die. You could die. And then ask, if that happened, would I survive it? Could I handle it? What would I do? Usually you realize that even worst-case scenarios are survivable. Not easy, not pleasant, but survivable. And this realization is liberating. It removes much of the fear that controls us. Socrates faced the actual worst case, unjust execution, and he handled it. He demonstrated that even that was survivable in a sense. His body died, but his soul, his integrity, his wisdom, his principles remained intact. Most of us will never face anything that extreme. But if we contemplate difficult scenarios ahead of time, we prepare ourselves psychologically. We remove the shock factor. We have a plan, or at least a sense that we could handle it. Sixth, and this is perhaps most important, live in a way that you wouldn't be ashamed of if you died tomorrow. This is the heart of the Socratic practice. Ask yourself regularly, if I died tonight, would I be satisfied with how I spent today? With how I treated people? With what I prioritized? With who I was? This isn't about being perfect. It's about being honest, about living authentically, according to your actual values, rather than on autopilot. Socrates could face death calmly because he'd been asking himself these questions for 70 years. He'd lived examined. He'd course-corrected when he'd gotten off track. He'd prioritized what mattered. So when death came, he was ready. His life had been what he wanted it to be. There was nothing major left undone. Most of us can't say that. Most of us are putting off important things, compromising our values for convenience, living unconsciously, planning to really live someday when circumstances are better. But someday might not come. And even if it does, the habit of postponing, of compromising, of living unconsciously, those habits get stronger with practice. They don't magically disappear when circumstances change. So start now, today, this moment. Live as if this were your last day, not frantically, not desperately, but intentionally, consciously, according to your examined values. Say the things that need saying. Do the things that matter. Let go of the grudges and petty concerns. Be present with the people you're with. Create what you want to create. Love who you want to love. Become who you want to become. Not tomorrow, not someday, now. This is what living with death in mind really means. Not being obsessed with dying, but being committed to living. Really living. Consciously, intentionally, according to examined principles. And here's the beautiful thing. If you live this way, if you really practice this, then death loses much of its power over you. Not because you stop caring about life, you care more, not less. But because you're living so fully, so consciously, that death becomes just a transition rather than a tragedy. You've done the work. You've examined your life and found it good. You've cultivated your soul. You've lived according to your principles. Whatever death brings, you're as ready as a person can be. This doesn't mean you'll never fear death. Fear is a natural response to the unknown, to loss, to change. Even Socrates might have felt some fear, though he chose not to be controlled by it. But the fear becomes manageable. It doesn't paralyze you. It doesn't prevent you from living well. It's just an emotion, passing through, acknowledged, but not obeyed. The practice of living with death in mind, the Socratic practice, gives you this freedom. Freedom from the tyranny of unconscious living. Freedom from being controlled by trivialities. Freedom from wasting your precious, finite time on things that don't matter. And it gives you something else too. Gratitude. When you really know that today might be your last, you stop taking things for granted. The ordinary becomes precious. Another sunrise, another conversation, another moment of being alive and conscious. Socrates experienced this. You can hear it in how he talked about simple pleasures, how he appreciated good conversation, how he valued his friends. He wasn't jaded or bored with life. He was grateful for it, right up until the end. That's what the practice offers. Not depression or anxiety, but clarity and gratitude. Not a worse life, but a better one. Not more fear of death, but less and more appreciation for life. So start today. Practice a little examination. Acknowledge your mortality. Consider your values. Let go of something unimportant. Live a bit more consciously, a bit more intentionally. You don't have to be Socrates. You don't have to face execution with perfect calm. You just have to be a little more awake than you were yesterday, a little more examined, a little more alive. Do that consistently, over time, and you'll be amazed at the transformation, at how much clearer life becomes, how much more meaningful, how much more free you feel. This is the Socratic practice. This is what living with death in mind really means, and it's available to anyone who chooses to begin, even now, even you, even today. And so we return to where we began, to that image of Socrates sleeping peacefully on his final night, his friend watching over him, the dawn approaching, the end certain, yet the sleep undisturbed. What did he know that allowed him to rest so completely? What had he discovered in his 70 years of questioning, examining, seeking wisdom? Perhaps it was simply this: that the unknown is not the same as the terrible. That uncertainty is not the same as fear. That not knowing what comes after death doesn't mean what comes after death is bad. We spend so much of our lives demanding certainty. We want to know what will happen. We want guarantees. We want the future mapped out so we can feel safe. And when we can't have that certainty, especially about death, we fill the void with fear. But Socrates took a different approach. He examined the unknown. He looked at what death might be, thought through the possibilities, and found that none of them were necessarily frightening. And then he let go. He accepted that he couldn't know for certain, and he found peace in that acceptance. This is a profound lesson, one we can carry with us not just about death, but about all the uncertainties in life. You don't know what tomorrow will bring. You can't know. But does that mean tomorrow will be terrible? Or does it just mean tomorrow is unknown, which means it could be good, could be bad, could be neutral, could be surprising in ways you can't predict? When you frame it that way, when you recognize that uncertainty doesn't equal disaster, something shifts. The anxiety loosens its grip just a little. You can breathe a bit easier. This is what Socrates found in his philosophy of death. Not certainty. He never had that. But peace in uncertainty. The recognition that he'd done what he could, lived as well as he could, examined as thoroughly as he could. And whatever came next, dreamless sleep or eternal conversation with the great minds of history, he was ready. That readiness, that peace, that's what we've been exploring throughout this long night together. Think about how far we've traveled. We met young Socrates, questioning the parable of the birds, already seeing the world differently than those around him. We watched him develop his method, his mission, his commitment to the examined life. We saw him make enemies, face trial, refuse escape, drink the hemlock without fear, and through it all we've been asking, how? How did he do it? What made this possible? And the answer, complex as we've explored it, comes down to something simple. He did the work. He examined. He questioned. He cultivated his soul. He aligned his actions with his values. He lived consciously, deliberately, intentionally. And when you do that work, really do it, over years and decades, death becomes different. Not easy, perhaps. Not without natural fear or sadness at leaving life behind, but not the terror that haunts so many. not the desperate clinging and denial, just a transition, a change, the next thing. As you lie here now, in this moment, thinking about these ideas, you're doing something Socrates would have approved of. You're examining, you're thinking. You're not just accepting the default fears and assumptions about death. You're looking at them, questioning them, trying to understand. That's the beginning. That's how it starts. One question, one examination, one moment of conscious thought instead of unconscious reaction. And if you continue that practice, if you make examination a habit, if you question your assumptions regularly, if you cultivate your soul consciously, then over time, you'll find what Socrates found. Not certainty, not perfect peace, but something real and valuable. You'll find that you're less controlled by fear, less driven by unconscious impulses, more aligned with your actual values, more present in your life, more able to face difficulties with clarity rather than panic. And yes, more able to face death, when it eventually comes, with something approaching calm, because you'll have done the work. You'll have examined your life and found it good, or at least found it honest. You'll have cultivated what matters. You'll have lived deliberately, and that's all anyone can do. That's all Socrates did. He was just a man, after all. Not a god, not perfect, not immune to human feelings. Just a man who questioned everything, thought deeply about how to live, and then lived according to what he discovered. You can do that too. Maybe not as thoroughly as Socrates. 70 years is a long time to devote to philosophy. But you can do some of it. Start where you are. Examine what you can. Question what seems questionable. Live a bit more consciously each day and over time that compounds. The examined life becomes easier, more natural. The peace becomes more accessible. The fear becomes more manageable. You might not ever sleep as peacefully as Socrates did on his final night, but you might sleep better than you do now. You might face each day with more clarity, more purpose, more presence. And when death does come, whether soon or far in the future, you might be able to greet it not with joy perhaps, but without terror, with acceptance, with readiness, with the knowledge that you lived well, that you did what you could, that your soul is in order. That's what Socrates gave us. Not a way to avoid death, not certainty about what comes after, but a way to face death without being destroyed by fear. A way to live that makes death bearable. And maybe, just maybe, if his philosophy is right, if death really is either perfect rest or beautiful continuation, then it's not just bearable. It's actually fine. Maybe even good. We won't know until we experience it ourselves. But we don't need to know. We just need to live well, to examine, to cultivate wisdom and virtue, to care for our souls, to be present, conscious, intentional. Do that, and whatever comes, whether in this life or after it, you'll be as ready as any person can be. So rest now. Let these thoughts settle. Let the story of Socrates wash over you, not as something to figure out or solve, but as something to absorb. A reminder, an inspiration, an example. He slept peacefully on his final night because he'd lived an examined life, because he'd done the work, because he was ready. You're not on your final night. You have time still. Time to examine. Time to question. Time to grow. Time to cultivate your soul and live deliberately. What a gift that is. Not the gift of certainty or immortality or perfect peace, but the gift of time, the gift of consciousness, the gift of choice. You can choose, as Socrates did, to examine your life, to question your assumptions, to live according to your actual values rather than unconscious habits. You can choose to prioritize your soul, your character, your wisdom, your growth, over the temporary pleasures and pains of the body. You can choose to practice small deaths, letting go of attachments, learning to accept loss. You can choose to live with death in mind, not morbidly, but as a clarifying force that helps you see what matters. These choices are available to you. They were available to Socrates 2,400 years ago. They're available to you now. They'll be available tomorrow and the next day and every day you have left. That's the beauty of philosophy as a practice. It's never too late to start. Never too late to begin examining. Never too late to live a bit more consciously, a bit more deliberately. And who knows, maybe decades from now, when your own final night comes, you'll find yourself able to rest peacefully, not because you've achieved perfection, no one does, but because you've done the work. You've examined your life. You've lived according to your principles. You've cultivated your soul. And if death is dreamless sleep, then you'll rest well. The best rest imaginable, perfect, undisturbed, eternal peace. And if death is continuation, if consciousness goes on, if there's something after, well, then you'll have taken the best of yourself with you. Your wisdom, your character, your virtue. The things that really matter. The things that really are you. Either way, you'll be ready. As ready as Socrates was. As ready as any examined life makes possible. That's the promise. That's what this philosophy offers. Not certainty, but readiness. Not the elimination of death, but the ability to face it without terror. Not a perfect life, but a conscious one. An examined one. A meaningful one. So sleep now. Rest. Let your mind settle. Let your body relax. Tomorrow you'll wake, and you'll have another day to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, for these remaining hours, just rest. Rest as Socrates rested. Not because everything is certain, but because you've done what you could today. Because you're working on examining your life. Because you're cultivating your soul, even if imperfectly. That's enough. More than enough. The unknown still lies ahead. Death still waits in the future for all of us. But the unknown is not the terrible. Death is not the enemy. Fear is the enemy. Unconsciousness is the enemy. Living unexamined, unintentionally, on autopilot, that's the enemy. And you're here now, thinking, examining, questioning. You're not that enemy. You're something else. Something better. Something wiser. You're someone who's willing to look at death, to think about mortality, to examine the ultimate question. That takes courage. That takes wisdom. And if you can do that, if you can face these questions now, then you're already practicing what Socrates practiced, already walking the path he walked. Maybe you won't walk it as far as he did. Maybe you'll take a different path eventually. That's fine. That's good even. Socrates would want you to question him too, to examine his philosophy, to make your own choices. But for now, for tonight, you've walked with him. You've heard his story. You've understood his method. You've glimpsed what the examined life makes possible. That glimpse is valuable. Hold on to it. Let it inform how you live. Let it help you examine a bit more, question a bit more, live a bit more consciously, and rest. Rest peacefully, as Socrates did. Not because you've solved the mystery of death, but because you don't need to solve it tonight. Because you've done enough for today. Because you're on the path, even if you've only taken the first steps. The woman in white from Socrates' dream said he would reach fertile Phthia in 3 days. For him, that meant death. But for you, it might mean something else. A place of rest, a place of peace, a place where the examined life bears fruit. You'll get there, not in 3 days perhaps, but eventually, if you keep examining, keep questioning, keep living consciously. And when you arrive, whether in this life or after it, you'll find what Socrates found. Not all the answers, but peace with not having them. Not certainty, but readiness for whatever comes. That's enough. That's everything, really. So rest now, dear friend. Rest peacefully. Tomorrow brings another chance to examine, to question, to grow. But tonight, just sleep. Sleep as deeply as Socrates slept on his final night. Sleep without fear, without anxiety, without clinging. Just sleep. The examined life awaits you in the morning. But for now, let it wait. For now, just rest. Rest well. Sleep peacefully. And may you wake tomorrow ready to examine, to question, to live consciously once more. Until then, good night. Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching. And please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Imagine, if you will, that everything you have ever known is a lie. Not a deliberate deception, but something far more profound and unsettling. Imagine that the world you inhabit, the reality you trust, the very foundation of your existence is nothing more than shadows dancing on a wall. And worse still, imagine that you have no idea you are watching shadows. You believe with absolute certainty that these flickering shapes are the totality of existence, the fullness of what is real. This is not science fiction. This is not a thought experiment from our modern age of virtual reality and digital illusion. This vision comes from a man who lived 2,400 years ago in the golden age of Athens, when the world was still young and philosophy had barely learned to speak its own name. His name was Plato, and he saw something that almost no one else could see. He saw that we live in a cave. But before we descend into that cave, before we confront the shadows that define our existence, we must understand the man who first imagined this prison and dared to describe the painful journey toward freedom. We must meet Plato himself, a figure whose influence on human thought cannot be overstated. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that all of Western philosophy is merely a series of footnotes to Plato. This is not hyperbole. It is perhaps the most accurate description of 24 centuries of human thinking. The year is 428 before the Common Era. Athens is at the height of its power and the beginning of its decline. The city gleams with marble temples, the Parthenon standing proud on the Acropolis, a monument to human achievement and divine aspiration. The streets buzz with merchants, soldiers, slaves, and free citizens engaged in the grand experiment of democracy. Philosophy walks these same streets, still finding its footing, still learning what questions to ask. Into this world, a child is born to an aristocratic family. His father traces his lineage to the last king of Athens. His mother descends from Solon, the great lawgiver who laid the foundations of Athenian democracy. They name him Aristocles, but the world will know him by another name, Plato. Some say this nickname came from his wrestling coach, referring to his broad shoulders and chest. Others claim it derives from the breadth of his forehead, or perhaps the breadth of his ideas. The truth is lost to time, but the name endures. Plato, broad, expansive, comprehensive. Young Aristocles grows up in a world torn by war. The Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta defines his childhood, a conflict that will ultimately humble Athens and shatter its dreams of empire. He receives the education befitting his station, studying music and poetry, mathematics and gymnastics. He writes tragic dramas, they say, and shows promise as a poet. But then something happens that changes everything. He meets a man who will alter not only his life but the entire trajectory of human thought. The man is Socrates, ugly, pug-nosed, with bulging eyes and a protruding belly. He wanders the marketplace barefoot, engaging anyone who will listen in conversation. But these are not ordinary conversations. Socrates asks questions. Simple questions, or so they seem. At first, what is justice? What is virtue? What is knowledge? And then he listens as his conversation partners attempt to answer. And then he asks more questions, and more, and slowly, methodically, gently. He reveals that no one actually knows what they claim to know. The confident sophist is reduced to confusion. The self-assured politician admits his ignorance. The respected craftsman realizes he cannot define his own craft. This is what Socrates does. He exposes ignorance disguised as wisdom. And he does it not out of malice, but out of a genuine love of truth and a belief that wisdom begins only when we admit we know nothing. When young Plato encounters Socrates, something fundamental shifts in his soul. The poetry he has been writing suddenly seems hollow. The political career his family envisions for him seems pointless. He burns his tragic dramas, according to legend, and becomes a devoted follower of this strange, questioning man. For 8 years, perhaps longer, Plato learns at the feet of Socrates. He learns to question, to probe, to never accept easy answers. He learns that the unexamined life is not worth living. He learns that true knowledge is not accumulated facts, but the understanding of eternal truths that exist beyond the flux of daily experience. And then, in 399 BCE, Athens makes a terrible mistake. The democracy that Socrates has questioned, the citizens he has challenged, turn against him. They charge him with impiety and corrupting the youth. The charges are transparently political, a way to silence a voice that has become too uncomfortable, too probing, too honest. Socrates is convicted. He is sentenced to death. Plato is there or nearby as his teacher faces this injustice with perfect calm. Socrates refuses to flee, though his friends arrange his escape. He refuses to compromise his principles, though compromise might save his life. Instead, he spends his final hours discussing the immortality of the soul with his friends, comforting them rather than seeking comfort for himself. And then he drinks the hemlock poison, the execution method prescribed by Athenian law, and dies with the same composure he showed in life. This event traumatizes Plato. How could the city that gave birth to philosophy murder the greatest philosopher? How could democracy, ruled by the people, result in such profound injustice? These questions haunt him. They drive him. They become the engine of his philosophical project. In the years following Socrates' death, Plato travels. He visits Egypt, studying the ancient wisdom preserved in that timeless land. He journeys to southern Italy and Sicily, encountering the Pythagoreans with their mystical mathematics and their belief in the transmigration of souls. He observes different forms of government, different ways of organizing human society, different answers to the question of how we should live. And then he returns to Athens. He is approximately 40 years old. He purchases a piece of land in a grove sacred to the hero Academus, outside the city walls. There, in 387 BCE, he establishes a school. He calls it simply the Academy. It is not the first school in Athens, but it will become the most important. It will operate continuously for 900 years, until the Christian, Roman Emperor Justinian closes it in 529 CE, believing it a threat to the new faith. But those 9 centuries will change the world. At the Academy, Plato teaches. But more importantly, he writes. Over the next 4 decades, he composes dialogues, dramatic conversations that bring philosophy to life. Most feature Socrates as the main character, engaging in the kinds of discussions that so fascinated young Plato. But these are not transcripts of actual conversations. Plato is not recording history. He is doing philosophy, exploring ideas, testing arguments, following truth wherever it leads. Through these dialogues, Plato constructs a comprehensive philosophical system that addresses every major question humans can ask. What is reality? What can we know? How should we live? What happens when we die? What is justice? What is beauty? What is love? The breadth of his thought is staggering. No area of human concern escapes his attention. But at the center of everything, underlying all his specific arguments and proposals, stands one fundamental insight, one vision that makes sense of all the rest. It is the insight that gave birth to the allegory we are about to explore, the vision that explains why we live in a cave and what we must do to escape it. Plato sees that the world we experience through our senses, the world of particular things that come into being and pass away, is not the deepest level of reality. There is something beyond, something more real than the physical objects we touch and see. There are eternal, unchanging forms or ideas that exist in a realm beyond space and time. These forms are the true reality, and everything we experience in the physical world is merely a copy, an imitation, a shadow of these perfect archetypes. This might sound abstract, even mystical, but Plato is not being vague or mystical. He is being precise. He is observing that we recognize instances of things, equality or justice or beauty, only because we have some prior knowledge of equality itself, justice itself, beauty itself. We judge particular just acts by reference to justice. We recognize beautiful things by reference to beauty. These universal standards cannot come from our experience of imperfect particulars. They must come from somewhere else. They must exist somewhere else. And if they exist somewhere else, then that somewhere else must be more real, more fundamental than the world of our sensory experience. This is the foundation. This is the insight that makes everything else make sense. And it is this insight that gives birth to the most famous, most influential, most profound allegory in the history of philosophy. The allegory that begins now as we descend together into the cave where humanity has always dwelt, where we have always been prisoners, and where most of us will remain for our entire lives unless something miraculous happens. So settle in. Let your breathing slow. Prepare yourself for a journey from darkness to light, from ignorance to knowledge, from comfortable illusion to painful truth. Prepare yourself to discover that you have been living in a cave. And more than that, prepare yourself to discover what it might mean to climb toward the light. There is a cave, deep underground, a vast cavern carved from living rock. The entrance lies far above, so distant that its light barely penetrates the depths below. And in this cave, in the deepest, darkest section, there are prisoners. These prisoners have been here since childhood. Some were born here. They have never known anything else. They sit in a row, facing a blank stone wall, their necks shackled so they cannot turn their heads. Their legs are bound so they cannot walk. They cannot move. They cannot look away from the wall before them. This wall is their entire world. Behind the prisoners, perhaps 30 feet back, a fire burns. Its flames cast light and heat, providing the only illumination in this underground darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners runs a low wall, like a puppet theatre screen, about waist high. And along this wall, other people, free people, carry objects back and forth. Statues of animals, models of trees, representations of people, all manner of carved figures. These puppet masters hold their objects above the wall as they walk, casting shadows from the fire onto the wall that the prisoners face. The prisoners see these shadows. They see the silhouettes of animals moving across the stone. They see the outlines of trees and people. They hear echoes bouncing off the walls, the voices of the puppet masters behind them, though they believe these sounds come from the shadows themselves. And because the prisoners have never seen anything else, because they have no other reference point, no other experience to compare this to, they believe the shadows are real. They believe the shadows are the totality of existence. Imagine their world for a moment. Imagine knowing nothing but these shifting shapes on a wall. You would develop an entire understanding of reality based on shadows. You would become expert at predicting which shadow would appear next. You would notice patterns, regularities. You might even develop a primitive science of shadows, creating theories about why they behave as they do. The prisoner who could best predict the shadows would be honored as wise. The one who understood shadow patterns most deeply would be considered the greatest thinker in your community. And you would never, could never suspect that these shadows are merely representations of representations. That the carved figures casting the shadows are themselves imitations of real objects. That the entire reality you know is third-hand at best, removed by multiple layers from true being. You would have no vocabulary for truth, no concept of reality beyond the shadows. The shadows would be your truth. The shadows would be your reality. This is Plato's vision of the human condition. This is how he sees us, not metaphorically, not as mere illustration. He genuinely believes that most of humanity lives exactly like these prisoners, convinced that the shifting appearances we perceive through our senses represent ultimate reality, unaware that there is something more real, more true, more fundamental than anything we can see or touch. The cave is not just ancient Athens. The cave is not just the historical moment Plato inhabited. The cave is the world. The cave is now. The cave is always. The cave is the condition of embodied existence, of souls trapped in physical form, perceiving shadows and mistaking them for substance. But then something extraordinary happens. One prisoner is freed. We are not told how. Perhaps the chains simply break. Perhaps a liberator comes from outside. Perhaps the prisoner somehow works himself free through years of patient effort. The how does not matter. What matters is the moment of freedom and what follows. The freed prisoner turns his head. For the first time in his life, he can look away from the wall. And immediately he is confused. His eyes, accustomed only to the dim shadows on stone, cannot process what he sees. The fire behind him is too bright. It hurts. He squints, turns away, wants desperately to return to the comfortable familiarity of the shadows. But something, curiosity perhaps, or fate, or the hand of a guide, compels him to keep looking. Gradually, painfully, his eyes adjust. He begins to see the fire clearly. He sees the wall where the puppet masters walk. He sees the carved figures they carry, and, slowly, with mounting shock, he realizes that the shadows he has watched his entire life are not real things, but projections. The solid reality he trusted was never solid at all. It was always derivative, always dependent on something more primary. This realization is not pleasant. It is not a joyful epiphany. It is disorienting, frightening, threatening to every assumption he has ever held. The entire structure of his understanding collapses. Everything he thought he knew reveals itself as ignorance. And the natural response, the human response, is to reject this knowledge, to turn back toward the shadows, to cling to the comfortable lie rather than embrace the painful truth. But something prevents him from turning back. Perhaps that same curiosity. Perhaps a guide who will not let him retreat. Perhaps an inner strength he did not know he possessed. And so he continues. He turns toward the passage leading upward, toward the distant entrance of the cave, toward the light bleeding down from above. And he begins to climb. The journey is arduous. The path is steep. The rock is sharp. And with every step, the light grows brighter, more painful to his cave-adjusted eyes. He stumbles. He falls. He wants to quit, to descend back to the familiar darkness where the shadows make sense and his eyes do not ache. But he continues, one foot in front of the other, one handhold after another, upward, always upward. And then, after what feels like an eternity of climbing, he reaches the mouth of the cave. He emerges into the world above. And he is completely, utterly, overwhelmingly blinded. The sun, the actual sun, not the fire's pale imitation, floods his vision with light more intense than anything he has ever experienced. He cannot see. He cannot process this. His eyes, those organs that defined his entire relationship with reality, have become useless. He falls to his knees, shielding his face, certain that this light will destroy him, that leaving the cave was a terrible mistake, that the shadows were better than this burning blindness. But slowly, so slowly, his eyes adjust to this new world. At first, he can only look at shadows even here. The shadows of trees, of animals, of other people. These shadows are different from the ones in the cave, sharper somehow, more defined, but still shadows. Then he progresses to reflections. He looks at a pond and sees the reflection of the sky, the mirror image of trees. These reflections are one step closer to reality than shadows, but still not the things themselves. Gradually, as day follows day, and his eyes grow stronger, he can look at actual objects in the light of day. He sees a real tree, not its shadow or reflection, but the tree itself. He sees an actual animal, flesh and blood and movement. He sees other human beings, not silhouettes on a wall, but living, breathing people. And each sight fills him with wonder and also with horror. Wonder at the richness and complexity of true reality. Horror at how impoverished his previous understanding was, how much he mistook shadows for substance. Finally, after weeks or months of gradual adjustment, he can look at the sky in daytime. He sees the sun itself, the source of all light, the power that illuminates everything else and makes vision possible. And in seeing the sun, he understands. He understands that this is the ultimate reality, the final source, the thing that makes everything else visible and comprehensible. Without the sun, nothing could be seen. Without this light, no truth could be known. The sun is to the visible world what the form of the good is to the intelligible realm. It is the source and standard of everything. This freed prisoner has completed a philosophical journey. He has ascended from ignorance to knowledge, from opinion to understanding, from the many changing particulars to the one eternal truth. He has become a philosopher in the truest sense, a lover of wisdom who has actually attained the wisdom he loves. He has seen reality as it is, not as it appears. He has escaped the cave. And now comes the most important question, the question that defines not just this allegory, but the entire purpose of philosophy and the entire responsibility of those who attain truth. What should he do? Should he remain in the sunlight, basking in his knowledge, enjoying the blessed vision of reality, denied to those still in chains below? Should he spend his days contemplating the sun and the truth it represents, living in perfect understanding while his former fellow prisoners remain in darkness? No, this is not what he does. This is not what he should do. Because knowledge without compassion is empty. Truth without love is sterile. Understanding that does not attempt to liberate others is a form of selfishness disguised as wisdom. And so, despite the comfort of the light, despite the pain he knows awaits him, the freed prisoner makes a choice. He turns away from the sun. He walks back toward the mouth of the cave. He begins the descent. Going down is in some ways harder than climbing up. He is moving from light to darkness now, and his eyes, so recently adjusted to the sun, must readjust to shadow. He stumbles in the dimness. He cannot see clearly in the cave, even though he once navigated its darkness perfectly. He has become, in a sense, less capable than those who never left, at least in the realm of shadows. He reaches the bottom. He approaches his former fellow prisoners, still chained, still watching the wall, still utterly convinced that shadows are reality, and with great excitement, with joy at the truth he has discovered, and eagerness to share this gift, he tells them what he has seen. He describes the fire, the carved figures, the passage upward, the world outside, the actual trees and animals, the sun itself. He explains that the shadows are not real, that true reality exists beyond this cave, that they are prisoners who could be free. And the prisoners laugh at him. They mock him. They call him mad. Look at his eyes, they say. He went away and came back damaged. He can barely see the shadows now. He who once was honored as wise among us can no longer even predict which shadow will appear next. He trips over stones in plain sight. He cannot function in the real world, the world of shadows that we all know is reality. Whatever he experienced, outside has ruined him. It has made him useless, and if any of us were to follow him, we would be similarly destroyed. More than mockery, there is anger. His words threaten their entire understanding of reality. If he is right, then everything they believe is wrong. If he is right, then their lives are based on illusion, their honors are meaningless, their wisdom is ignorance. This is not a comfortable thought. This is not something they can easily accept. And so they reject it. They reject him. And Plato tells us that if they could get their hands on him, if they could reach him with their chained limbs, they would kill him. They would murder the one who tried to free them. the one who offered them truth, because the truth is more threatening than any lie, and liberation is more terrifying than any chain. This is the allegory. This is Plato's vision of the human condition and the philosopher's mission. We are the prisoners. The cave is the physical world, the realm of sensory experience, the domain of changing, temporal, imperfect particulars. The shadows are the objects we perceive through our senses, things that seem real but are actually images of something more fundamental. The fire is the sun in the physical world, providing the limited light by which we perceive shadows. The sea, ascent from the cave, is the journey of the soul toward true knowledge. The world outside is the realm of forms, the domain of eternal, unchanging, perfect reality. And the sun itself is the form of the good, the ultimate reality that makes all other knowledge possible. The freed prisoner is the philosopher, the rare individual who breaks free from conventional opinion and sensory illusion to attain genuine understanding. And his return to the cave is the philosopher's duty to attempt, however futilely, however dangerously, to liberate others from the chains of ignorance. Plato is not being poetic here. He is not speaking metaphorically. He genuinely believes that most humans live their entire lives in a state comparable to those prisoners, perceiving only shadows, believing only in the evidence of their senses, never questioning whether there might be something more real beyond their immediate experience. We mistake the changing flux of particulars for reality. We believe that what we see with our eyes and hear with our ears and touch with our hands is the fullness of what exists. We honor those who are best at navigating the world of shadows, the successful business people, the clever politicians, the skilled craftspeople. And we ignore or mock or even murder those who try to tell us that there is something beyond shadows, something more real, something that would require us to question everything we think we know. But Plato's allegory does not end in despair. It ends with a mission. The philosopher must return to the cave, not because it is easy, not because it is safe, not because it will be appreciated, but because it is right, because knowledge creates responsibility, because those who see the truth are obligated to attempt, however imperfectly, to help others see it too. This is the essence of Plato's vision. This is the heart of his philosophy, and every argument he makes, every proposal he offers, every dialogue he writes, flows from this central insight. We live in a cave. Most of us will remain in the cave, but some can escape, and those who escape must try to free the others, even knowing that the attempt will likely fail, even knowing that it might cost them everything. Now, as you rest in the darkness behind your closed eyes, consider this. What are the shadows on your personal wall? What comfortable illusions define your understanding of reality? What would it mean for you to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light? What truths have you been avoiding because accepting them would require you to abandon everything you think you know? These are not easy questions. They are not meant to be. The allegory of the cave is not meant to comfort. It is meant to challenge, to disturb, to awaken. It is meant to make you wonder whether you are living in truth or merely in the most convincing lies you have ever encountered. But there is hope in this vision too. The chains can be broken. The ascent is possible. The sun can be seen. Reality can be known. And once known, that knowledge changes everything. It makes the shadows lose their power. It makes the cave less confining. It makes the truth, however painful, preferable to the most comfortable lie. This is Plato's gift. Not easy answers, not simple solutions, but a vision of human possibility that refuses to accept that shadows are all we can know, that the cave is all we can inhabit, that ignorance is the natural and permanent condition of humanity. The cave has an exit. The question is whether we have the courage to find it. If the allegory of the cave describes our condition, the theory of forms explains why we are in this condition and what exists beyond the cave walls. It is Plato's most distinctive contribution. To philosophy, his attempt to solve the deepest riddles of existence, knowledge, and value. And while the theory of forms can seem abstract at first encounter, it addresses the most concrete and practical questions we can ask. What is real? How do we know anything? Why are some things better than others? Let us begin with a simple observation. The kind of thing so obvious we usually never think about it. You recognize instances of things. You see multiple dogs and know they are all dogs, despite vast differences in size, color, and shape. You see multiple circles and know they are all circles, despite being drawn in different sizes and materials. You encounter multiple just acts and recognize them all as just, despite differences in circumstance and culture. This capacity for recognition, this ability to identify many particular instances as examples of one universal type, is so basic to human thought that we rarely question it. But Plato questions it. How do you do this? How do you know that a Chihuahua and a Great Dane are both dogs when they share almost no physical characteristics? How do you know that a circle drawn in sand and a circle drawn on paper are both circles when they are made of completely different substances? How do you recognize justice when you see it, given that just acts take infinitely varied forms? The obvious answer, the one most people would give, is that we learn from experience. We see many dogs and abstract the common features that make them all dogs. We encounter circles repeatedly and extract the essential characteristics that define circularity. We observe just acts and induce the general principles of justice. But Plato sees a fatal flaw in this explanation. Before you can recognize multiple things as instances of the same type, you must already have some understanding of what that type is. Before you can abstract the concept of dog from multiple dogs, you must already know what you are looking for. You must already possess some standard, some template, some idea of dogness that allows you to recognize these particular animals as examples of the same kind. Consider a child learning the word dog. The parent points to the family pet and says, dog. The child forms some understanding, but then the child encounters the neighbor's dog, which looks completely different. Smaller, different color, different shape. Yet somehow the child recognizes that this too is a dog. How? If the child was simply memorizing the physical features of the first dog and calling anything similar a dog, he would fail, because the second dog might share almost no features with the first, yet the child succeeds. The child recognizes dogness in both animals. Plato argues that this is possible only if the child, indeed all of us, already possess innate knowledge of what a dog is in its essential nature. Not knowledge of this or that particular dog. Not a memory of specific physical features, but knowledge of dog itself, the form of dog, the perfect, eternal, unchanging archetype, of which all particular dogs are imperfect, temporary, changing, copies. This might sound mystical, but Plato is being rigorously logical. The alternative, that we build up universal concepts purely from sensory experience, cannot account for how we successfully apply these concepts to new instances that share no obvious perceptual features with previous instances. Something must provide the standard by which we judge whether new instances belong to the category, and that something cannot come from the instances themselves, because they are too varied, too particular, too changing to serve as stable standards. Therefore, Plato concludes there must exist forms. These forms are not physical objects. They do not exist in space or time. They are not accessible to the senses. You cannot see the form of dog, or touch the form of justice, or taste the form of beauty. Yet they are real. In fact, they are more real than any physical object you can perceive. Because physical objects come into being and pass away. They change constantly. They are never perfect, but the forms are eternal, unchanging, and perfect. They are, in Plato's technical language, what truly is, while physical objects only partially participate in being. Let us take a different example to make this clearer. Consider equality. You have seen many instances of equal things. 2 sticks of equal length, 2 stones of equal weight, 2 portions of equal size. You recognize these instances as equal. You can point to them and say, these are equal. But have you ever seen equality itself? Have you ever encountered perfect, absolute equality in the physical world? Plato would say no. Every instance of equality you perceive through your senses is imperfect, approximate. Two sticks that appear equal always differ at some microscopic level. Two stones that feel equal on a rough scale show differences on a precise balance. Every physical instance of equality is, upon close enough examination, not quite equal. And yet you possess a concept of perfect equality, a standard by which you judge these imperfect instances and find them wanting. Where does this standard come from? Not from sensory experience, because sensory experience only gives you imperfect examples. It must come from somewhere else. There must exist equality itself, the form of equality, the perfect standard that particular equal things strive toward, but never fully achieve. And you must have some innate knowledge of this form, some pre-existing acquaintance with perfect equality, that allows you to recognize imperfect instances and understand them as attempts, however inadequate, to embody the form. This is true not just for geometric or mathematical concepts, though those provide the clearest examples. It is true for all the fundamental categories that structure our understanding of reality. There is a form of beauty, and all beautiful. Things are beautiful only insofar as they participate in this form. There is a form of justice, and all just acts are just only to the degree they approximate this eternal standard. There is a form of goodness, and all good things derive whatever goodness they possess from their relationship to the form of the good. These forms exist in their own realm, what Plato sometimes calls the intelligible world, to distinguish it from the sensible world of physical objects. The forms are not scattered throughout space, competing for room with tables and trees. They exist in a different mode entirely, accessible not to the eyes of the body, but to the eyes of the soul, to reason, to intellect. And here we come to the crucial point, the insight that makes the theory of forms not just an abstract metaphysical doctrine, but a practical guide to living. If the forms are more real than physical objects, and if true knowledge is knowledge of what is most real, then true knowledge is knowledge of forms, not of particulars. The person who has perfect perception of the physical world, but no understanding of forms is less knowledgeable than the person who understands forms, but cannot perceive the physical world clearly. The blind mathematician who understands the form of circle knows more about reality than the sighted person who has seen 10,000 circles but understands nothing of what makes them circular. This explains the ascent from the cave. The prisoner chained before shadows is perceiving images of physical objects. When he turns and sees the carved figures, he is perceiving physical objects themselves. When he climbs out of the cave and sees trees and animals in sunlight, he is perceiving physical objects more clearly, illuminated by the sun rather than by fire. But he has not yet achieved true knowledge. He is still in the realm of the sensible, still perceiving with his bodily senses, rather than understanding with his soul's reason. True knowledge comes only when he uses these physical perceptions as stepping stones to something higher. When he sees many beautiful things and asks himself what beauty itself must be, if all these beautiful things are beautiful by participating in it. When he encounters multiple just acts and seeks to understand justice itself, the form that all just acts imperfectly reflect. This movement from particulars to universals, from instances to forms, from the many to the one, is the essence of philosophical thinking. It is the path from opinion to knowledge, from belief to understanding. And at the pinnacle of this ascent, beyond and above all other forms, stands one form that Plato calls the form of the good. This is the sun in the allegory, the ultimate reality that makes all other reality comprehensible. Just as the sun provides the light by which we see physical objects, the form of the good provides the intelligibility by which we understand all other forms. It is the source of being and the source of knowledge. Without it, nothing else could exist or be known. What exactly is the form of the good? Plato admits This is the hardest question to answer. He offers analogies, comparisons, suggestions, but he insists that the form of the good transcends precise definition. It is beyond being itself, he says mysteriously, beyond even existence. It is the principle that makes existence possible and intelligible and valuable. Perhaps the best way to understand the form of the good is through its effects. Everything that exists participates in the good to some degree, which is what makes it exist rather than not exist. Everything we can know is knowable because it participates in the good, because the good provides the structure and order that makes knowledge possible. Everything we value as good, whether pleasure or virtue or beauty or truth, is valuable precisely because it participates, however imperfectly, in the form of the good. The philosopher's ultimate goal is to ascend beyond knowledge of particular forms to understanding of the form of the good itself. This is the moment of seeing the sun, the achievement of perfect wisdom. And just as the sun is difficult to look at directly, just as the freed prisoner must adjust gradually before he can gaze at the sun without being blinded, so the form of the good cannot be grasped suddenly or without preparation. It requires years of training, decades of study, a lifetime of philosophical discipline. But once achieved, this knowledge transforms everything. The person who has seen the form of the good no longer mistakes shadows for reality. She no longer values physical pleasures as if they were ultimate goods. She no longer fears death as if bodily existence were the only existence. She understands the true structure of reality and can order her life accordingly. She becomes wise not in the sense of knowing many facts, but in the sense of understanding what truly matters and what does not. And this brings us back to the allegory. Why must the freed prisoner return to the cave? Why can't he remain in the sunlight, contemplating forms, understanding reality as it truly is? Because knowledge of the good creates responsibility. The form of the good is not just an abstract principle. It is the source of value, the standard of rightness, the goal toward which everything should strive. And if you understand the good, you are obligated to attempt to bring others toward it, to help them escape ignorance, to liberate them from the cave, however difficult and dangerous that may be. This is not altruism in the modern sense. It is not self-sacrifice for the sake of others. It is something deeper and more compelling. When you truly understand the good, you understand that all souls are fundamentally oriented toward it, even when they mistake shadows for reality. You understand that the prisoners in the cave are not choosing ignorance. They are simply unaware that anything beyond shadows exists, and you understand that helping them toward knowledge is not imposing your values on them, but awakening them to what they already, deep down, desire, even if they do not yet know it. The philosopher returns to the cave because the form of the good demands it, not because someone commands her to return, not because she will be rewarded for returning. But because understanding the good means understanding that attempting to extend knowledge of the good to others is itself participation in the good. It is what the good requires. It is what reality itself, at its deepest level, calls for. Now, as you drift deeper into rest, consider what this means for you. What are the forms in your life? What perfect standards do you reference, consciously or unconsciously, when you judge particular instances? When you call something beautiful, what is the beauty you are measuring it against? When you call an act just, what is the justice it partially embodies? And beyond these particular forms, what is the good that gives them all meaning and value? These are not idle questions. They are invitations to the same ascent that the freed prisoner undertook. You do not need to travel to ancient Athens. You do not need to join Plato's academy. The journey from opinion to knowledge, from shadows to forms, from ignorance to wisdom, is available to you now, in the quiet darkness of approaching sleep, in the stillness of a mind temporarily freed from the constant demands of the sensory world. The forms are not far away. They are the deep structure of reality itself. They are what you have always been seeking, even when you did not know you were seeking anything at all. Every time you recognize beauty, you touch the form of beauty. Every time you admire justice, You brush against the form of justice. Every time you prefer truth to lies, you participate, however slightly, in the form of the good. The question is not whether the forms exist. The question is whether you will consciously pursue them, whether you will treat the philosophic ascent as the defining project of your life, or whether you will remain content with shadows, with the comfortable illusions of the cave, with the easy opinions of the unexamined life. Plato cannot make this choice for you. No teacher, no guide, no philosopher can. The decision to turn away from the wall, to face the fire, to climb toward the light, belongs to each soul individually, but the possibility is always there, waiting, calling, inviting you to discover what is most real and most valuable, beyond all the changing particulars of daily experience. The forms are eternal. They will wait for you to notice them. The question is whether you will. Picture a warm Athenian evening in the month of Gamaliel, late winter of 416 before the Common Era. The sun has just set, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold. A group of men recline on couches in the spacious andron, the men's room, of the house belonging to Agathon, a successful tragic poet. He has just won first prize at the Lenaea festival, a significant achievement, and his friends have gathered to celebrate. These are not ordinary men. Among them is Aristophanes, the comic playwright whose satires of Athenian society remain hilarious 2 millennia later. There is Pausanias, a legal expert, and Eryximachus, a physician, both respected in their fields. And there, reclining somewhat awkwardly because he is perpetually uncomfortable with material comforts, is Socrates. He arrived late, as is his habit, having stopped in a neighbour's porch to think, standing motionless for who knows how long, lost in philosophical contemplation. They have eaten well, the servants have cleared away the dishes. Wine has been poured, mixed with water in the Greek custom. Normally this would be the time for serious drinking, for the symposium proper, the drinking party that follows the deepen or dinner. But Eryximachus makes a suggestion. They are all still recovering from yesterday's celebration, he points out. Perhaps instead of drinking to excess tonight, they should entertain themselves with speeches. Agathon agrees, and a topic is chosen. They will each deliver an encomium, a speech in praise of love, specifically in praise of Eros, the god of desire, of longing, of the force that draws one being toward another. What follows is one of the most remarkable conversations in philosophical literature. Each speaker offers a different perspective on love, and together these perspectives build toward a vision of love that is profound, challenging, and ultimately transformative. It is a vision that has shaped Western understanding of love for 24 centuries, a vision that remains as relevant today as it was in that Athenian andron all those years ago. We will not recount every speech, though each has its merits. Instead, we will focus on 2 contributions that illuminate Plato's understanding of love and its relationship to philosophy, to the forms, and to the good life. The first is the speech of Aristophanes, which presents love through myth and image, in a way that has captured human imagination ever since. The second is the speech of Socrates, or rather, the speech that Socrates attributes to Diotima of Mantinea, a wise woman who supposedly taught him about love years earlier. Together, these 2 speeches offer complementary visions. Aristophanes explains why we desire love. Diotima explains what love truly is and where it should lead us. Aristophanes begins with a myth, a story from the ancient past, when human nature was different from what it is now. Back then, he says, there were 3 sexes, not 2. There were males, females, and androgynes, a third sex that combined characteristics of both. But the appearance of these original humans was strange and wonderful. Each human being was spherical in shape, with 4 arms and 4 legs, 2 faces on opposite sides of a single head, and 2 sets of reproductive organs. These round people moved not by walking, but by rolling, spinning like wheels across the ground. And these original humans were powerful, terrifyingly powerful. They had twice the strength of modern humans, twice the speed, twice the capability, and they knew it. In their pride and confidence, they decided to challenge the gods. They attempted to storm Olympus, to scale the heights where Zeus and the other immortals dwelt, to overthrow divine rule and establish themselves as the new masters of the cosmos. Zeus was troubled. He could not allow this rebellion to succeed, but he also did not want to destroy humanity entirely, as he had other rebellious creatures in the past. Humans, after all, offered sacrifices to the gods, and Zeus appreciated the worship and honor these sacrifices represented. So he devised a clever solution. He would weaken humanity without destroying it. He would split each round human in half. Zeus called Apollo, god of medicine and archery, to execute this punishment. Apollo took his bow and arrows and carefully, precisely, split every spherical human down the middle, separating the four-armed, four-legged creatures into two two-armed, two-legged beings. Then Apollo took the loose skin that resulted from this splitting and gathered it together at the front of each new creature, tying it off at what we now call the navel, leaving that peculiar scar as a permanent reminder of our original wholeness and subsequent division. But something unexpected happened after this splitting. The newly separated halves were miserable. Each half wandered the earth seeking its other half, the piece of itself that had been torn away. When two halves found each other, they would throw their arms around each other and cling together, refusing to separate even to eat or drink, content to starve to death if only they could remain united. They were dying of longing, dying of incompleteness. Zeus took pity on them. He moved the genitals around to the front of the body, allowing the halves to come together in sexual union. This provided some temporary relief, some momentary sense of completion, even though it could never fully restore the original unity. And from that day to this, Aristophanes concludes, love is the name we give to the desire and pursuit of wholeness. We are all seeking our other half, the piece of ourselves from which we were severed. And when we find it, or find someone who resembles it closely enough, we experience the overwhelming desire to unite with them, to become whole again, to overcome the separation that defines our existence. This is why love feels like recognition, Aristophanes explains. When you meet the right person, you feel like you have known them forever, like you are reuniting rather than meeting for the first time. This is why love creates such intense longing. You are not simply attracted to another person, you are reaching for the part of yourself that was taken away. This is why nothing else satisfies when you are in love. No amount of success or wealth or honor can fill the void left by separation from your other half. Only reunion can ease that primal pain. Aristophanes' myth is charming, humorous in its imagery of round people rolling across the ground, yet deeply serious in what it says about human nature. We are fundamentally incomplete. We are defined by lack, by absence, by the sense that something essential is missing. And we spend our lives seeking to overcome this incompleteness through connection with another. The myth of the soulmate, the idea that somewhere out there is the one person perfectly suited to us, the other half of our soul, originates here in Aristophanes' speech. But is this really what love is? Is it fundamentally about overcoming personal incompleteness? Is the goal of love to find someone who makes us whole? Socrates, speaking last among the symposiasts, offers a very different vision. He does so not in his own voice, but by recounting a conversation he once had with Diotima, a priestess from Mantinea, who initiated him into the mysteries of love. Socrates begins by challenging some assumptions made by earlier speakers. They have all praised love, as if love were a beautiful, perfect God. But Diotima asks, if love desires beauty and goodness, can love himself possess these qualities? We only desire what we lack. The hungry person desires food precisely because they do not have it. The poor person desires wealth precisely because they lack it. If love desires beauty, then love must not possess beauty. If love desires goodness, then love must not be good. So what is love then? Not a god, Diotima explains, but a daemon, a spirit intermediate between divine and mortal, between immortal and mortal, between wise and ignorant. Love was conceived, she tells Socrates, on the day of Aphrodite's birth. Poros, the god of resource, and plenty, attended the feast celebrating the goddess's arrival. He drank too much nectar and fell asleep in Zeus's garden. Meanwhile, Penia, the personification of poverty and need, came begging at the feast's edge. Seeing Poros lying unconscious, Penia conceived a plan to ease her perpetual lack. She lay with the sleeping god and became pregnant with love. From his father Poros, love inherits resourcefulness, cleverness, the ability to devise means toward desired ends. From his mother Penia, love inherits neediness, longing, the constant awareness of lacking something essential. And this mixed nature defines what love is. Love is neither complete poverty nor complete wealth, neither total ignorance nor perfect wisdom, neither purely mortal nor purely divine. Love is in between, always seeking, always striving, always moving toward what it lacks, but never fully possessing it. This, Diotima insists, is what philosophers are. Philosophers are lovers of wisdom, which means they desire wisdom precisely because they do not possess it. The wise person, if such a person exists, would not philosophize because she would already have what philosophy seeks. The ignorant person, if truly and completely ignorant, would not philosophize because he would not know that he lacked anything. Philosophy exists in the space between ignorance and wisdom, perpetually reaching for understanding without ever fully grasping it, and this is the space that love inhabits. But what does love desire? What is the object of this perpetual longing? Beautiful things, Diotima answers at first, but then she probes deeper. Why do we desire beautiful things? What do we hope to gain from possessing them? Socrates fumbles for an answer, and Diotima guides him. We desire beautiful things because we want the good they provide, and we want the good because we want to be happy. And we want to be happy permanently, not just momentarily. What love ultimately desires is the permanent possession of the good. But mortals cannot achieve permanent possession of anything. We age, we change, we die. Everything we grasp slips away eventually. So how can love, this desire for permanent possession of the good, ever be satisfied? Through reproduction, Diotima answers. Through creating something that outlasts us. This is why animals and humans feel such intense drive to reproduce. It is not simply biological instinct, though biology expresses it. It is a spiritual need, a desire for immortality, for permanence, for creating something that will continue after our temporary existence ends. But reproduction is not only physical. There is spiritual reproduction, intellectual reproduction, reproduction in soul rather than body. And this spiritual reproduction is higher than physical reproduction, more noble, more valuable, because its offspring are more lasting and more beneficial than mere children of flesh. Consider Homer. Diotima suggests he died thousands of years ago, but his poems remain. They educate generation after generation. They shape souls and inspire virtue. Are these poems not better offspring than biological children, who themselves die after a single lifetime? Consider, Lycurgus and Solon, the great lawgivers. Their laws brought justice and order to entire cities. These laws are their children, offspring of their minds rather than their bodies, and these children have granted them immortality in memory and honor. This begins to reveal the true nature of love. Love is not simply desire for another person. Love is desire for immortality through creative production, and the highest form of this creative production is giving birth not to bodies, but to ideas, not to physical offspring, but to wisdom, virtue, beauty, justice. The philosopher seeks to give birth to true ideas. The politician seeks to give birth to just laws. The artist seeks to give birth to beautiful creations. All of these are expressions of love in its highest form. But Diotima is not finished. She has described what love does and why. Now she reveals where love should lead, the path it should follow, the ascent it makes possible. And here the symposium's teaching explicitly connects with the theory of forms and the allegory of the cave. Love is the force that carries the soul, from the realm of shadows to the realm of forms, from the many to the one, from changing particulars to eternal perfection. The journey begins, Diotima explains, with attraction to a single beautiful body. A young person sees another young person and feels desire. This is love in its most basic, most accessible form. Physical attraction to physical beauty. There is nothing wrong with this beginning. It is where love naturally starts for embodied beings like us. But if the lover is wise, he will not remain at this level. He will notice that the beauty in this one body is similar to the beauty in other bodies. He will realize that beauty itself, the thing he responds to, is not unique to this one person, but appears in many persons. And gradually, his love will expand from this single body to beautiful bodies in general. He will love bodily beauty as such, not just this particular instance of it. Next, if he continues to ascend, he will notice that the beauty of the soul is more valuable than the beauty of the body. A person with a beautiful character, someone virtuous and wise, is more genuinely beautiful than a person with an attractive physique. And so the lover's focus shifts from physical beauty to spiritual beauty, from the body to the soul. He begins to love people not for their appearance, but for their character, their wisdom, their virtue. Continuing upward, the lover will discover beauty in activities and laws and institutions. He will see that a just law is beautiful, that a noble custom is beautiful, that a harmonious society is beautiful, and his love expands again to encompass not just individual beautiful souls, but the beautiful structures that souls create together. From here, the ascent becomes more abstract, but also more profound. The lover discovers beauty in different kinds of knowledge, in mathematics and science and philosophy. He sees that true ideas are beautiful, that understanding itself is beautiful, that knowledge possesses an attractiveness that transcends any physical or institutional beauty. And finally, if he persists, if he climbs the entire ladder of love, he will arrive at something extraordinary. He will have a vision of beauty itself, the form of beauty, eternal and perfect, unchanging and absolute. This beauty is not beautiful in some respects and ugly in others. It is not beautiful at one time and ugly at another. It is not beautiful to some people and ugly to others. It is simply, absolutely, eternally beautiful. It is the source and standard of all particular beautiful things, the reason anything else can be beautiful at all. And when the lover beholds this form of beauty, Diotima says, he will understand what he has been seeking all along. Every particular, beautiful thing he loved was beautiful only because it participated in this form, only because it imperfectly reflected this eternal beauty. His love was always for this form, even when he did not know it, even when he mistakenly believed he loved only the particular beautiful body or soul he first encountered. At this final stage, the lover can contemplate beauty itself and give birth, spiritually, to true virtue and wisdom. He becomes productive in a way he never was before, creating not mere images or opinions about goodness, but actual virtue, actual wisdom, because he is now in contact with what is actually good and beautiful, rather than with pale copies of these realities. And because he is in contact with what is immortal and eternal, he himself achieves a kind of immortality. Not literal bodily immortality, but immortality through his spiritual offspring, through the wisdom and virtue he creates and passes to others, through his participation in something that transcends the mortal realm. This is love according to Plato, according to Diotima, according to the vision presented in the symposium. Love is not fundamentally about finding someone to complete you. It is not about overcoming personal inadequacy through union with another. It is about ascent. It is about using the natural human capacity for desire, for longing, for reaching beyond oneself, as a ladder that leads from the physical to the spiritual, from the particular to the universal, from the temporal to the eternal. Love begins with physical attraction, yes, but it should not end there. The lover who remains fixated on a single beautiful body is like the prisoner who remains focused on one particular shadow. He has mistaken the first step for the destination. He has stopped climbing when the ladder still stretches infinitely above him. The truly philosophical lover uses each level of beauty as a stepping stone to the next, never resting, always ascending, always seeking the beauty that lies beyond all particular beautiful things. And this explains the connection between love and philosophy. Philosophy is love of wisdom. Wisdom is knowledge of what is truly good and truly beautiful. Knowledge of what is truly good and beautiful requires ascending from particulars to forms, from the many to the one, from the physical realm to the intelligible realm. Love provides the motivation, the energy, the driving force for this ascent. Without love, without desire, without longing for something beyond what we currently possess, we would have no reason to climb, no motivation to question, no drive to seek truth. Philosophy is love directed toward its highest object, and love is philosophy's engine, the power that moves souls from ignorance toward knowledge, from the cave into the light, from shadows to reality. Now, as sleep begins to pull you under, consider your own loves. What do you desire? What attracts you? What do you long for with the intensity that defines genuine love? And more importantly, are you using these desires as a ladder, or have you mistaken the lowest rung for the top? Are you climbing toward beauty itself, toward goodness itself, toward the forms that give all particular things whatever beauty and goodness they possess? Or are you clinging to one particular beautiful thing, refusing to see that its beauty points beyond itself, refusing to climb higher? The ladder is always there. Diotima's teaching, Plato's vision, remains available to anyone willing to ascend. You do not need to abandon earthly loves. You do not need to reject physical beauty or deny your attraction to particular people. But you can learn to see these loves as beginnings rather than endings, as invitations to climb rather than destinations, at which to stop. Love begins in the body. Love ends in eternity. The question is whether you will make the journey, whether you will trust love enough to carry you beyond the comfortable and familiar into the vast and frightening realm of perfect beauty that exists beyond all changing, dying, imperfect, beautiful things. The ladder stands before you. Diotima calls from above. And love, that resourceful and needy daemon, stands ready to guide you upward, if only you will let him.
Greetings, friends. Please unwind, feel comfortable, and drift into the paradoxes of thought with me. Get ready to challenge your assumptions while exploring unraveling philosophy and psychology. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? This is the question that begins our journey. A question that has echoed for centuries. A question that seems simple at first, but grows heavier the longer we sit with it. Pause for a moment and reflect. If you were in a position of power, which would you choose? Love with all its warmth and loyalty, or fear with all its force and reliability? Niccolo Machiavelli forces us to face this dilemma without comfort. He does not allow us to hide behind ideals. He does not let us escape into fantasy. He pushes us to stare directly at the mechanics of power in all their beauty, in all their brutality. Who was Machiavelli? To many, he is a sinister name, a whisper in political history. To others, he is a genius, a man who saw the truth of politics more clearly than anyone before him. He was born in Florence in 1469, a city of art, ambition, and endless intrigue. He lived through wars, shifting alliances, and the fall of powerful families. For a time, he served as a diplomat, moving between the courts of kings and popes. He saw power up close. He studied how men rose and how they fell. But Machiavelli's life was not one of endless triumph. When the Medici family returned to power in Florence, he was cast out. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, even tortured. When he was finally released, he was forced into exile. His career seemed broken, his influence gone. Yet it was in that exile, stripped of privilege and honor, that he wrote his most famous work, The Prince. Many read The Prince as a manual for tyranny, a book that teaches rulers how to deceive, manipulate, and control. Others see it as satire, perhaps a veiled attack on the very leaders it appears to praise. Some read it as a desperate plea from a man trying to win back his position. Whatever the case, it remains one of the most controversial books ever written. It is both admired and despised. It is quoted and condemned. And it is still alive in political thought today. But tonight, we are not here to simply read The Prince as a historical artifact. We are here to open Machiavelli's entire playbook, to move through his writings, his ideas, his warnings, to understand not only what he wrote, but why his words still matter. Machiavelli does not give us a clean theory of government. He does not build grand systems like Plato. He does not argue for natural law like Aristotle. Instead, he studies the battlefield of politics as it really is. He watches men seize power, and he asks why some succeed while others fail. He pulls apart the myths that rulers tell, and he exposes the machinery beneath. This is why he unsettles us. He reminds us that behind every ideal of justice, there is calculation. Behind every display of mercy, there is strategy. Behind every speech about unity or faith, there is ambition. Machiavelli is not interested in how things should be. He is interested in how they actually are. And so this lecture is not simply a reading of old texts. It is an exploration of strategies that remain alive in politics, in business, in leadership, and in human behavior. Each section we will examine reveals another tool in Machiavelli's power playbook. Some tools are violent. Some are subtle. Some seem obvious, while others shock us with their coldness. Together, they form a portrait of power that is as fascinating as it is unsettling. We begin with questions, and we will not always end with answers. Because Machiavelli does not comfort us with certainty. He offers instead a mirror that reflects the ambition, the fear, the cunning, and the cruelty that drive human affairs. Over the course of this exploration, we will see how Machiavelli redefined ideas like virtue, fortune, loyalty, and cruelty. We will examine his metaphors of the lion and the fox, his warnings about mercenaries and corruption, his reflections on republics and monarchies, and his relentless insistence that power must be maintained through action, not through hope. Be prepared for ideas that may disturb you. Be prepared for truths that may feel uncomfortably close to the world you see today. And be prepared to find yourself returning again and again to that first question. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Because by the time we have moved through Machiavelli's playbook, that question will not feel simple anymore. It will feel like the key that unlocks every struggle for power, from the courts of Renaissance Italy to the halls of modern governments, corporations, and even our own relationships. Let us begin. When we think of politics, we often imagine it wrapped in ideals. We picture justice, fairness, or virtue as the guiding lights of rulers. From Plato to Augustine, philosophers before Machiavelli told us that politics should aim at the highest good. They taught that leaders must embody wisdom, courage, and morality. They drew images of republics ruled by reason, kingdoms guided by divine law, and communities built upon virtue. Machiavelli cuts through these illusions with a single stroke. He says, in effect, that politics is not about what should be. It is about what is. The ideals may look beautiful, but they are fragile masks. Behind them lies the raw struggle for survival, dominance, and control. In The Prince, Machiavelli writes that a ruler who tries to live up to ideals will be ruined among men who are not ideal. He insists that leaders must be prepared to act against faith, against charity, against humanity, even against religion, if that is what their survival requires. This is not because he rejects morality outright. It is because he believes that morality alone cannot withstand the forces of fortune, ambition, and conflict. This view shocked his contemporaries. They had been taught that rulers must serve God and justice first. Yet Machiavelli observed rulers who acted in pious ways often lost their states. Meanwhile, those who betrayed promises, deceived rivals, and used cruelty effectively survived and thrived. He concluded that power abates its own laws. To ignore those laws is to invite collapse. We must understand the context of his time to appreciate the force of his argument. Florence and the Italian peninsula were not peaceful lands. They were fractured into city-states, each with its own ambitions. The French invaded, the Spanish interfered, and the papacy itself played politics like a prince. Alliances shifted weekly, armies burned towns, families rose and fell in sudden turns of fortune. In this setting, a ruler who clung to ideals without flexibility was not admired. He was destroyed. Machiavelli observed that men judge more by appearances than by reality. People will believe a ruler is good if he appears to act morally, even if he is ruthless behind the scenes. This creates a tension. The illusion of morality can be useful, even necessary. But the pursuit of morality itself, without calculation, can be fatal. Here we see the first layer of Machiavelli's power playbook. Do not confuse appearance with reality. Appearances must be carefully managed, but the reality of decision-making must remain grounded in necessity. If mercy preserves stability, then mercy is chosen. If cruelty is required, then cruelty must be applied. What matters is not whether an act is good or evil in the abstract, but whether it secures the state and preserves authority. This raises uncomfortable questions. Are moral systems then only tools of control if rulers pretend to be just, kind, or faithful while acting with cunning? Is morality anything more than theatre? Machiavelli does not answer directly. Instead, he turns the question back to us. Do we prefer a ruler who clings to ideals and loses the kingdom, or a ruler who bends morality and keeps the kingdom alive? He points to history for answers. Consider the Roman Republic, which he admired in his discourses on Livy. Rome expanded, not by living as a model of peace and charity, but through discipline, cunning, and often harsh measures Its leaders pretended to honor traditions and gods, but behind that veil they made ruthless decisions for survival. Machiavelli's lesson is clear. Stability requires more than ideals. It requires cold, practical calculation. Let us pause and reflect. Imagine two leaders facing the same crisis. One refuses to break his promises because he believes in absolute honesty. The other breaks his word when it serves his interest. Who survives? Machiavelli would say the second. Why? Because men are fickle, promises are fragile, and power rests on force and cunning more than on trust. This does not mean Machiavelli denies all value in morality. He sees its utility. He urges rulers to appear merciful, faithful, and upright. He insists that people must see their leader as virtuous, yet he separates this appearance from reality. A wise ruler is skilled in performance. He puts on the mask of virtue while keeping the hands of strategy free. This duality between appearance and reality is one of Machiavelli's most unsettling contributions to philosophy. It strips away comforting illusions. It tells us that rulers succeed not because they are moral, but because they understand when to use morality and when to discard it. Think again of Plato. In the Republic, Plato describes the philosopher king as one who rules with wisdom and justice, guided by eternal truth. Machiavelli turns this image upside down. For him, the successful ruler is not the philosopher who contemplates ideals. It is the strategist who adapts, deceives, and seizes opportunity. Where Plato sought harmony between justice and power, Machiavelli separates them. The contrast extends further. Christian thinkers taught that rulers must be shepherds of their people, accountable to divine law. Machiavelli does not dismiss religion entirely, but he treats it as another instrument. A ruler may use religion to inspire loyalty or to justify decisions, but he must never allow religious ideals to dictate choices that threaten survival. Here again, the reality of power trumps the illusion of morality. What does this mean for us? It means that when we look at history, we should ask whether the actions of rulers were driven by ideals, or whether ideals were used as masks for pragmatic calculation. It also means that when we look at our own time, we must ask whether the values leaders display are genuine, or whether they are carefully chosen illusions. Machiavelli offers no comfort in these questions. He offers only clarity. He tells us that power, stripped of illusions, is not gentle. It is harsh, competitive, and endlessly unstable. If rulers refuse to face this reality, their states collapse. If rulers embrace it too openly, they risk hatred and rebellion. The art lies in walking the fine line between appearance and necessity. As we move deeper into Machiavelli's playbook, we must hold on to this tension. The illusions of morality are powerful, but the reality of power cannot be ignored. In his writings, Machiavelli shows us again and again how rulers who fail to balance these forces are destroyed. Some cling too tightly to virtue and fall to cunning enemies. Others display cruelty without restraint and provoke hatred. The survivors are those who master the balance, who act without hesitation, yet who know how to clothe their actions in the garments of morality. This is why Machiavelli's work endures. It is not a celebration of evil, but a study of necessity. He strips away the comforting myths of political philosophy and forces us to confront the engine that drives human affairs. And once we see it, the illusions of morality can never fully shield us again. In Machiavelli's writings, two concepts dominate the landscape of power. These are fortuna and virtue. To understand his playbook, we must first understand them. Fortuna is often translated as fortune or luck. It represents the unpredictable elements of life. It is the flood that can sweep away kingdoms. It is the sudden death of a prince. It is the betrayal of allies, the revolt of citizens, the invasion of foreign armies. Fortuna is chaos made tangible vertec. On the other hand, is not morality. It is not virtue in the sense of goodness or justice. It is a kind of strength, skill, and decisiveness. It is the ability to shape circumstances. It is a capacity to act boldly, to plan wisely, and to respond quickly. Vertec allows a ruler to confront fortune and, when possible, to bend it to his will. Machiavelli presents these two forces as intertwined. Fortune is like a river that rises and falls without warning. Vertec is the dam, the levee, or the engineer who redirects the waters. Without Vertec, Fortuna will destroy even the strongest ruler. Without Fortuna, Vertec has no challenges to overcome, but its presence is constant. It tests leaders, punishes hesitation, and rewards audacity. Consider his famous river metaphor. Machiavelli describes fortune as a river that floods suddenly. The flood destroys villages, drowns cattle, and scatters crops. Those who prepare levees, who build channels, who anticipate the rising waters, survive. Those who do not are swept away. In human affairs, fortune functions in the same way. Wars, betrayals, deaths, and revolutions can overwhelm a state in an instant. Vertec is the preparation, the adaptability, and the courage to confront these forces. This does not mean that fortune can be fully controlled. Machiavelli is clear. Fortune is unpredictable and often cruel, but it can be mitigated. A prince who acts boldly, decisively, and with cunning can reduce the power of fortune. He can turn its unpredictability into opportunity. History is full of examples. Leaders who hesitated in crises perished. Leaders who seized the moment thrived. Machiavelli observes that fortune favors the bold. Vertec also requires knowledge and action. It is not enough to be courageous. A ruler must understand the world in which he lives. He must study the patterns of human behavior, the weaknesses of rivals, and the strengths of allies. Vertec is intelligence applied to power. It is flexibility combined with decisiveness. It is the ability to act swiftly when opportunity appears and to recover quickly when disaster strikes. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that Vertec must be practicable. A prince cannot rely on ideals alone. He must take risks, sometimes calculated, sometimes bold, to secure his position. He must not wait for luck or hope for fortune to protect him. Fortune may knock on the door, but only Vert can open it. The interplay of fortune and Vertschev appears in Machiavelli's historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He inherited a position of power and expanded it through audacity and strategy. He knew when to use force, when to deceive, and when to negotiate. He acted decisively against enemies, and fortune, in some measure, favored him. Yet Borgia's success was not guaranteed. When his father, Pope Alexander VI, died, fortune turned. Borgia's enemies struck, and his state collapsed. This demonstrates the limits of Vertec when fortune is overwhelming. Machiavelli also examines the role of timing in Vertec. Acting too soon can provoke resistance before power is secure. Acting too late can allow enemies to consolidate their strength. A wise ruler observes carefully, prepares meticulously, and strikes with precision. Vertec is the skill of timing. It is the combination of preparation, courage, and intelligence. We must also consider the human dimension. Vertec is not only strategic, it is psychological. A ruler must inspire confidence, command respect, and manage fear. Vertec allows a leader to read the hearts of men, to discern who will betray, who will follow, and who will hesitate. It is the skill of understanding not just events, but people. Fortune tests the world. Vertec tests human nature. There is a deeper lesson here. Machiavelli does not glorify luck. He does not suggest that fortune alone creates great leaders. He insists that a ruler's success depends on his ability to seize opportunity, adapt to changing circumstances, and act decisively. Vertec is the engine that drives mastery over fortune. Without it, chaos reigns. With it, a skilled prince can turn crises into triumphs. This interplay explains why Machiavelli values preparation. A ruler must study war, politics, and human behavior. He must anticipate rebellion, treachery, and misfortune. Vertec is cultivated through experience, observation, and learning. A leader cannot rely on theory alone. Action, informed by knowledge, is the only path to stability. Yet Machiavelli warns against arrogance. Vertec is not omnipotence. It does not make a ruler invincible. Fortune will always remain partially beyond control. A wise leader recognizes this, adapts, and uses every opportunity to shape events. The balance of Vertec and Fortuna is delicate. Too much reliance on one without respect for the other leads to disaster. Machiavelli's exploration of these concepts also has modern resonance. In politics, business, and personal ambition, we see fortune as chance and circumstance. Vertec is preparation, strategy, and decisiveness. Those who succeed are rarely the luckiest. They are the most capable of turning opportunity into advantage and disaster into survival. Finally, it is essential to understand the moral neutrality of Machiavelli's framework. Vertec is not about ethics. It is about effectiveness. Fortune is not about justice. It is about unpredictability. Together, they create a landscape where success is determined by skill, courage, and adaptability, not by adherence to moral ideals. This is the essence of Machiavelli's playbook. To master power. One must respect the force of fortune. One must cultivate Vertec relentlessly. One must act decisively when opportunity arises. One must recognize the limits of human control and act within those boundaries. This is the anatomy of fortune and Vertec. It is the foundation upon which all other strategies of Machiavelli will build. By understanding this, we begin to see how a ruler can survive in a world that is uncertain, dangerous, and ever-changing. Fortune will challenge him. Virtue will guide him. The wise prince knows when to bend, when to strike, and when to appear steady. This is the essence of the strategy that underlies every decision in Machiavelli's writings. Machiavelli confronts one of the most enduring questions of power. Is it better for a ruler to be loved or to be feared? This is not a question of morality. It is a question of survival. Leaders throughout history have struggled with it. The answer, according to Machiavelli, is complex, but it carries a clear warning. He begins by observing human nature. Men are generally self-interested. They will break promises, betray allies, and abandon leaders if it suits their advantage. They are fickle and changeable. Their loyalty is often dependent on circumstances rather than conviction. A ruler who relies solely on love risks being abandoned when it is inconvenient. Fear, in contrast, is more reliable. When men fear the consequences of disloyalty, they are less likely to act against a ruler. Fear can be controlled, punishments can be applied consistently. Laws and consequences create order. In Machiavelli's view, fear provides stability in a way that love cannot always guarantee. Yet Machiavelli does not advocate cruelty for its own sake. He warns against excessive cruelty that provokes hatred. Hatred is dangerous. It can unite enemies, inspire rebellion, and destroy a ruler. The wise leader uses fear strategically. He applies it decisively and at the right time. Fear must be measured and directed at threats, not at loyal subjects. Love, however, cannot be ignored entirely. People prefer to follow a leader who is respected and admired. Popular support reduces the need for harsh enforcement. A ruler who is loved can govern with less constant pressure. The ideal balance, according to Machiavelli, is to be feared without being hated. This requires skill, judgment, and careful management of perception. He illustrates this with historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia. He was feared by his enemies and respected by his allies. He applied cruelty swiftly and decisively, eliminating threats before they could grow. Yet he avoided widespread hatred among the populace by controlling his image and demonstrating fairness to those who served him faithfully. Borgia's ability to combine fear with calculated generosity allowed him to maintain power effectively. Machiavelli also emphasizes the role of appearance in managing loyalty. A ruler must cultivate the perception of virtue, kindness, and justice. People must believe in his good intentions even if they know he acts with calculation. This combination of fear and the appearance of love creates a form of control that is both effective and sustainable. He cautions against relying solely on love. History is full of rulers who were adored but who fell because their followers placed personal interest above loyalty. Affection alone cannot ensure obedience. Love is fragile, easily broken by greed, ambition, or external pressure. Fear, however, can endure because it is grounded in consequences. The management of fear and love also requires understanding of human psychology. Machiavelli notes that men forgive injury quickly if they benefit from the ruler. They remember cruelty longer if it threatens them personally. A wise leader uses this knowledge to act decisively against enemies while reassuring allies. This creates a hierarchy of loyalty based on both respect and self-interest. Timing is essential. Fear applied too early can provoke resistance. Fear applied too late may allow threats to grow unchecked. Love applied indiscriminately may encourage complacency. Machiavelli teaches that the ruler must act like a conductor, orchestrating both fear and affection to maintain harmony in the state. He also addresses the relationship between fear, love, and reputation. A ruler's name is powerful. If people believe he is just, merciful, and strong, his authority is reinforced. Reputation amplifies both fear and love. A clever ruler manages his image with care, demonstrating strength when necessary and benevolence when advantageous. Machiavelli warns that extremes are dangerous. Excessive cruelty provokes hatred. Excessive leniency invites disobedience. Excessive reliance on affection leaves the ruler vulnerable to betrayal. The key is moderation and calculation. The ruler must constantly assess the loyalty of subjects and the stability of his power. Another important point is the unpredictability of human nature. People's emotions cannot be controlled completely. Leaders must accept that loyalty will fluctuate. Virtue, the skill and decisiveness we explored earlier, allows a ruler to respond to these fluctuations. By applying fear strategically and cultivating respect, he can shape loyalty in his favor. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond rulers. The principles of fear, love, and loyalty apply to leaders in all forms of organization. In business, politics, and social structures, those who understand human nature can maintain influence and control. Those who rely on idealized notions of affection or loyalty risk failure. He also highlights the symbolic dimension of fear and love. Public punishments, ceremonies, and displays of power communicate strength. Generosity, rewards, and recognition communicate benevolence. The combination of these signals reinforces loyalty while minimizing resentment. The careful use of symbols is part of the art of leadership. Finally, Machiavelli presents a stark choice. Leaders must decide where to place their reliance. They can seek love, risk in vulnerability. They can seek fear, risk in hatred. The wise ruler achieves a balance that maximizes loyalty while minimizing threats. This balance is not fixed. It changes with circumstances, enemies, and the temperament of the populace. Constant attention and adaptation are required. Through these lessons, Machiavelli demonstrates that power is not granted. It is constructed. It is maintained through understanding, skill, and strategy. Fear and love are tools, not ends. They are instruments in the broader architecture of control. The ruler who masters them can survive where others fail. This exploration of fear, love, and loyalty illustrates the precision of Machiavelli's playbook. It shows his deep understanding of human behavior and the mechanics of authority. By studying these principles, we see why he remains one of the most influential thinkers in the history of political thought. The question we opened with returns now with greater weight. Is it better to be loved or to be feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He shows us that the wise ruler must navigate between these forces, mastering both when possible, balancing them against the unpredictable currents of fortune, and always remaining aware of the human tendencies that shape every political act. Machiavelli introduces one of his most memorable metaphors. He tells us that a successful ruler must be both a lion and a fox. This is not a simple comparison. It is a lesson in the duality required to maintain power. Strength alone is insufficient. Cunning alone is inadequate. Both must coexist within the leader. The lion represents strength and force. A lion attacks, overpowers, and defends territory with raw power. It inspires respect and fear. In human affairs, this symbolizes the use of direct action, military might, and authority to overcome obstacles. A ruler must know when to strike. Decisively, strength is necessary to confront enemies, suppress rebellion, and establish control. Without it, the state is vulnerable to internal and external threats. The fox, in contrast, represents cunning, intelligence, and deception. A fox senses traps and avoids danger. It uses strategy rather than brute force. In leadership, the fox symbolizes subtlety, manipulation, and foresight. A ruler must be able to recognize hidden threats, negotiate effectively, and manipulate appearances. Without cunning, even the strongest leader can be outmaneuvered. Machiavelli emphasizes that one quality without the other leads to failure. A ruler who relies only on strength may crush enemies, but he will be blind to subtler dangers. He may be betrayed by those he trusted or undermined by those he underestimated. A ruler who relies only on cunning may deceive allies and opponents. But he may lack the force to defend his power when open conflict arises. Survival requires a combination of both. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider Cesare Borgia once again. Borgia combined military skill with political cunning. He knew when to fight directly and when to manipulate alliances. His ability to assess both open threats and hidden dangers allowed him to expand his influence. Quickly, when one element failed, his dual approach often compensated, demonstrating the importance of flexibility. The metaphor also highlights the adaptability required of a leader. The world is unpredictable. Enemies change tactics. Allies shift loyalties. Fortune intervenes. A ruler who is rigid, relying solely on force or solely on deception, risks destruction. The lion and the fox symbolize the capacity to switch strategies depending on circumstances. This adaptability is a cornerstone of Machiavelli's philosophy. Machiavelli warns that deception is often necessary. The fox allows the ruler to recognize traps, to anticipate betrayal, and to use appearances to maintain stability. A ruler may need to present mercy while acting ruthlessly, or appear weak while preparing to strike. The cunning use of perception enables a leader to shape events before they become crises. Strength, however, cannot be neglected. The lion ensures that the ruler can enforce decisions, command armies, and eliminate threats decisively. Without strength, cunning alone cannot secure power. A deceptive strategy without the capacity to enforce it fails. The world tests the ruler physically, and he must respond with force when required. This duality is not only practical, it is psychological. Subjects respond differently to strength and cunning. Fear of force demands respect. Awareness of cunning generates uncertainty in opponents, preventing them from acting impulsively. Loyalty, obedience, and alliance are shaped by both elements. The ruler who embodies both is unpredictable and therefore secure. Machiavelli also considers timing. The lion and the fox must be deployed according to circumstances. A time of rebellion may demand the strength of the lion. A time of diplomacy may demand the subtlety of the fox. A ruler who cannot read the situation or who applies the wrong method invites disaster. Success is contingent upon judgment as much as skill. The duality extends to internal governance as well. Rulers must manage advisors, nobles, and citizens with both strength and cunning. They must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and manipulate perception. The lion ensures the power to act decisively. The fox ensures the capacity to navigate complex social and political networks. Together, they allow the ruler to maintain stability over time. Machiavelli also notes that appearances matter. The ruler should project the qualities of both animals. Even when they are not fully exercised, a leader who appears strong can deter enemies. A leader who appears cunning can prevent plots. Perception is an instrument of power, reinforcing both force and strategy. The lesson for leaders is clear. One cannot rely solely on morality, ideology, or a single skill. Survival demands versatility, perception, and intelligence applied to action. The lion and the fox are not symbols of good or evil. They are tools for navigating the realities of human behavior. Leaders who master both can withstand fortune, outmaneuver enemies, and maintain control. Machiavelli's metaphor also has a modern application. Leaders in business, politics, and society face challenges similar to those of Renaissance princes. Threats come from competitors, shifts in power, and unpredictable circumstances. The balance of force and strategy, boldness and cunning remains essential. Those who rely exclusively on one approach fail to achieve lasting success. Finally, this duality emphasizes preparation and self-awareness. A ruler must cultivate both strength and intelligence continually. Complacency in one domain invites disaster. The combination of lion and fox requires constant vigilance, learning, and adjustment. Leadership is not a static condition. It is an ongoing process of adaptation and mastery. Machiavelli's insight is that the art of power is not a single skill. It is a composite of capabilities applied with judgment. The lion and the fox exemplify this. They teach that power is dynamic, conditional, and deeply intertwined with human nature. A leader who embodies this duality understands both the threats he faces and the opportunities he can seize. By studying this principle, we begin to see the depth of Machiavelli's strategy. Power is never absolute. It must be constantly managed. Force and cunning are complementary tools. They must be balanced, applied with foresight, and adapted to shifting circumstances. This understanding sets the foundation for every further strategy in Machiavelli's playbook. Machiavelli addresses one of the most controversial aspects of his philosophy. He argues that cruelty, when applied correctly, can be necessary for the stability of a state. This idea challenges conventional morality. It is not intended to shock. For its own sake, it is practical. It is rooted in the realities of human behavior and political survival. He begins by distinguishing between types of cruelty. There is cruelty that is well used. There is cruelty that is excessive or poorly timed. Well-used cruelty is decisive. It is applied quickly and with purpose. It eliminates threats, prevents rebellion, and secures authority. Poorly used cruelty is endless and arbitrary. It breeds hatred, fear without respect, and eventual collapse. Machiavelli explains that cruelty is most effective when it is limited and targeted. A ruler may need to eliminate rivals or punish conspirators. When this is done decisively, the message is clear. Potential enemies understand the consequences of opposition. This type of cruelty prevents disorder, it consolidates power, it does not invite continuous resistance because it is controlled. Historical examples illustrate his point. Consider Cesare Borgia. Borgia faced a fragmented state and rebellious subjects. He acted with ruthless efficiency against those who threatened his authority. Ramiro de Orco, one of his lieutenants, was sent to enforce discipline. The people initially resented the actions, but Borgia quickly executed de Orco, presenting himself as just. The cruelty served a purpose, and then it ended. This calculated approach stabilized the region. Machiavelli emphasizes that cruelty must be applied at the beginning of a ruler's tenure. Early decisive actions prevent prolonged unrest. Hesitation allows enemies to grow stronger and emboldens conspirators. Once a ruler establishes control through measured force, ongoing cruelty becomes less necessary. The goal is to secure loyalty, not to perpetuate fear indefinitely. He also warns against arbitrary cruelty. Violence without purpose undermines authority. It creates resentment. It destabilizes rather than strengthens. The wise leader uses cruelty as a tool, not as an expression of personal anger. Decisions must be calculated and disciplined. Emotion alone is insufficient and dangerous. Machiavelli extends his analysis to the broader principle of necessity. Rulers exist in a world of danger. Enemies plot, allies betray, and fortune is unpredictable. In this context, cruelty is often unavoidable. It is the means by which order is maintained and the state preserved. Without it, instability spreads. Without it, even the most virtuous ruler can be overthrown. The psychological dimension is important. People fear what is visible and immediate. When a ruler applies force decisively, the population learns the consequences of disobedience. This fear can be controlled and focused. In contrast, excessive leniency or delayed punishment allows resentment to fester. Threats multiply when cruelty is inconsistent or unclear. Machiavelli also highlights the perception of cruelty. A ruler should not appear cruel for its own sake. Actions should be framed as necessary for the common good or for the security of the state. Public perception shapes loyalty. People tolerate force if it is justified and purposeful. They rebel when cruelty seems arbitrary or self-serving. Timing, again, is essential. Initial acts of cruelty secure authority. After stability is established, further violence can be reduced. The ruler can shift focus to appearances of mercy, justice, and virtue. This balance between force and benevolence creates a stable environment where loyalty is earned and rebellion is minimized. He contrasts this approach with inaction. Leaders who hesitate to apply necessary force often face prolonged conflict. Revolts persist, enemies grow bolder, and alliances shift unpredictably. The failure to act decisively in critical moments leads to greater suffering and eventual downfall. Cruelty, when properly applied, prevents this escalation. Machiavelli also warns against cruelty motivated by personal desire. A ruler must never act purely out of vengeance. The goal is not to indulge anger or assert ego. The goal is the preservation of the state. This disciplined use of force distinguishes effective rulers from tyrants who provoke hatred and rebellion. He explores the relationship between cruelty and fear. Cruelty generates fear, but fear must be carefully controlled. The ruler who is feared but not hated maintains authority. Those who apply excessive, indiscriminate cruelty provoke hatred and ultimately destabilize their position. Fear must be directed strategically, not indiscriminately. Machiavelli's insights extend beyond the battlefield. Internal governance, management of nobles, and handling of conspiracies all require careful application of force. The principles of decisive action, targeted punishment, and public perception apply in political, social, and administrative contexts. Modern examples illustrate these principles. Leaders who act decisively to confront threats often maintain stability, while leaders who hesitate or act inconsistently invite chaos. Strategic force, applied with purpose, is not cruelty for cruelties. Sake, it is a calculated method of maintaining order. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the moral neutrality of these actions. Cruelty is neither inherently good nor evil. Its value is measured by results. The wise ruler considers the long-term stability of the state. He acts decisively when necessary, restrains force when possible, and manages perception carefully. Through this lens, cruelty becomes a tool, a necessary instrument for survival. It is not arbitrary, it is not personal, it is part of the disciplined exercise of power. To ignore this principle is to misunderstand the realities of governance. To apply it without judgment is to invite destruction. The balance, timing, and purpose of cruelty determine the ruler's success. By understanding the necessity of cruelty, we begin to see how Machiavelli redefines power. He strips away comforting illusions. He shows that stability requires action, decisiveness, and control. Leaders must confront danger, manage perception, and use force strategically. This principle underpins much of the remaining strategies in his playbook. Machiavelli understood that power is not only about force or cunning, it is also about perception. How a ruler is seen can determine whether he succeeds or falls. Reputation is a currency of authority. Image shapes loyalty. The theater of power is the stage on which a ruler performs to maintain control. He begins by emphasizing that appearances matter more than reality in the eyes of the public. People judge leaders based on what they see, not always on what they know. A ruler may act with calculation, manipulation, or even deception, but the perception of virtue, justice, and courage solidifies authority. Maintaining this perception is essential to survival. Machiavelli notes that a ruler must project qualities that inspire both respect and admiration. He should appear merciful, faithful, humane, and religious. Yet he should also demonstrate strength, decisiveness, and strategic intelligence. These qualities may not always exist fully in practice, but their display maintains confidence among subjects and allies. He illustrates this through historical examples. Consider the Medici family in Florence. Their authority relied heavily on appearances. They cultivated images of piety, patronage, and civic responsibility, even while engaging in ruthless political maneuvers. The perception of virtue protected their power and allowed them to govern effectively. Public ceremonies and symbolic actions are central to the theater of power. Processions, proclamations, and displays of generosity communicate a ruler's qualities. These rituals reinforce authority and shape public opinion. A wise ruler uses symbolism strategically to complement practical governance. Actions and appearances together create stability and influence. Machiavelli warns against inconsistency between image and action. If a ruler is perceived as just but acts cruelly without explanation, trust erodes. If he appears merciful but fails to act decisively when necessary, fear and respect diminish. The alignment of perception and action is delicate. Leaders must cultivate both carefully. He also emphasizes that reputation affects both allies and enemies. Allies are more likely to support a ruler who is respected and admired. Enemies are more likely to hesitate if they believe a leader is capable, decisive, and shrewd. Reputation amplifies the impact of both fear and love. It extends influence beyond immediate actions and creates strategic leverage. Machiavelli explores the importance of consistency. While flexibility is essential in tactics, the public perception of a ruler must appear stable. Sudden changes in behavior or values can create uncertainty and doubt. A stable image fosters loyalty, trust, and deference. A reputation for strength, wisdom, or justice protects a ruler from instability. He examines how rulers can manipulate perception deliberately. Deception is not inherently evil in this context. It is a tool. A ruler may appear merciful while acting decisively or appear humble while exercising authority firmly. By managing appearances, the ruler controls not only immediate reactions, but also the long-term loyalty of subjects. Machiavelli also highlights the interplay of private action and public display. A ruler may act ruthlessly in private to secure control while presenting fairness publicly. The effectiveness of power often depends on this duality. The public cannot witness every act. What they perceive shapes their behavior. Clever leaders leverage this to maintain order. Historical examples extend to military leaders as well. A general who appears disciplined, courageous, and strategic inspires confidence among troops. Soldiers follow not only because of orders, but also because of belief in competence. Reputation reinforces obedience and enhances effectiveness in both governance and warfare. Machiavelli also considers the fragility of reputation. A single scandal or misstep can undermine decades of careful cultivation. Leaders must guard against false reports, betrayal, and rumor. Information management is essential. The theater of power includes not only actions, but the narrative that surrounds them. He emphasizes that reputation is cumulative. Small acts of courage, fairness, or generosity build perception over time. Strategic displays amplify influence. Similarly, repeated acts of cruelty or indecision erode credibility. The ruler must understand the long-term effects of each decision. On public perception, Machiavelli also examines the use of storytelling and legacy. Leaders often shape their image through narratives that highlight successes and obscure failures. Propaganda, public records, and controlled accounts of events all contribute to the theater of power. The ruler who controls the story controls the memory of his rule. He warns that relying solely on appearances without substance is dangerous. A ruler may deceive temporarily, but if underlying weaknesses exist, fortune will expose them. Strength, cunning, and decisiveness must underpin image. Reputation amplifies power, but cannot replace competence. Modern parallels are clear. In politics, business, and society, leaders manage public perception constantly. Media, communication, and symbolic actions influence loyalty, respect, and obedience. The principles Machiavelli outlined centuries ago remain relevant. Reputation shapes decisions, alliances, and opportunities. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes the integration of all elements of power: reputation, force, cunning, cruelty, and appearance are not separate. They interact. A wise ruler balances them to maintain authority. Perception enhances action. Action reinforces perception. Together, they create a resilient, adaptive, and effective system of governance. Through understanding the theater of power, we see that leadership is both practical and performative. A ruler must master not only the mechanics of control, but also the art of influence. Every gesture, decision, and public appearance contributes to the stability of the state. Reputation is the stage upon which all other strategies unfold. By studying these lessons, we begin to see Machiavelli not as a promoter of immorality, but as an analyst of survival and influence. Leaders who understand perception and cultivate their image can navigate challenges, inspire loyalty, and maintain power in ways that are both strategic and enduring. Machiavelli understood that power does not exist in isolation. A ruler is surrounded by allies, adversaries, and opportunists. Success depends on the careful management of relationships. Friendships, loyalties, and enmities are tools to be understood and used wisely. He begins by emphasizing the impermanence of alliances. People are motivated by self-interest. Allies today may become enemies tomorrow. Shared goals are often temporary. The wise ruler anticipates these shifts. He maintains awareness of the intentions and ambitions of those around him. Trust, Machiavelli argues, must be strategic. Blind faith in allies is dangerous. A ruler cannot assume loyalty based solely on past favors or friendship. Those who seem most devoted may betray at the moment of greatest opportunity. Conversely, apparent rivals may be managed or even converted. into useful allies if their ambitions align temporarily with the ruler's objectives. He provides historical examples to illustrate these points. Florence, Venice, and other Italian city-states were constantly shifting in alliances. Leaders who relied too heavily on external support often found themselves abandoned when foreign powers pursued their own interests. Survival required vigilance and flexibility. Alliances must be nurtured, tested, and sometimes replaced. Machiavelli emphasizes the importance of understanding human motivation. People act primarily out of self-interest, fear, or ambition. A ruler who misreads the desires and incentives of allies risks being manipulated. He must study the character and behavior of those around him carefully. Observing actions is often more revealing than listening to words. He also addresses betrayal. It is inevitable in human affairs. Rulers must plan for it. Defensive measures such as dividing potential adversaries, rewarding loyalty, and punishing treachery decisively reduce the likelihood of surprise attacks. Machiavelli stresses that swift and calculated responses to betrayal send clear signals, reinforcing both fear and respect. Another principle is the selective cultivation of friends and enemies. Not all alliances are equally valuable. The ruler must identify those who can contribute to stability, military strength, or economic advantage. Some rivals can be left unchecked if their ambitions are contained. Others must be neutralized through diplomacy, coercion, or strategic force. Proper management ensures that threats are minimized while benefits are maximized. Machiavelli also highlights the importance of adaptability. Relationships are not static. Circumstances change. A once trusted ally may become dangerous. A previously hostile neighbor may become an opportunity for alliance. The successful ruler continually reassesses the political landscape. Decisions must be based on the current balance of power, not past assumptions or sentiments. He examines the role of deception in managing allies and enemies. Transparency can be exploited. The ruler must sometimes conceal intentions, provide misleading signals, or present false security to maintain advantage. Deception is a tool, not a moral failing. When used to preserve the state and protect power, historical examples reinforce these lessons. The Papal States frequently negotiated alliances with city-states and foreign powers. Those who overestimated loyalty or underestimated ambition often lost territory or influence. Leaders who balanced diplomacy with readiness for conflict maintained authority more effectively. Machiavelli's observations emphasized pragmatism over idealism. He also considers the psychological impact of power. Allies observe how a ruler handles threats, betrayal, and opportunity. Swift action and decisive judgment inspire confidence. Hesitation and indecision undermine trust. Reputation, decisively linked to behavior, shapes future relationships. Allies and enemies alike adjust their strategies based on perceived strength and intelligence. Machiavelli warns against over-reliance on any single ally. Dependence creates vulnerability. The ruler must cultivate multiple connections, balancing relationships to prevent any one party from gaining excessive influence. This approach reduces the risk of betrayal and maintains freedom of action. Conversely, The management of enemies requires both caution and initiative. Enemies left unchecked grow stronger. They form alliances, exploit weaknesses, and may strike unexpectedly. A prudent ruler observes potential adversaries, predicts their moves, and acts preemptively when necessary. Timing and decisiveness are essential. He further distinguishes between permanent and temporary alliances. Temporary alliances serve immediate goals. Permanent alliances require trust, compatibility, and ongoing management. A ruler must recognize the difference and treat each relationship accordingly. Mismanaging this distinction can lead to catastrophic failures. Machiavelli also emphasizes the value of balance. The ruler must reward loyalty, punish betrayal, and maintain the perception of fairness. Allies who feel secure are more likely to support the ruler. Enemies who see strength may hesitate or retreat. The art of maintaining equilibrium between friends and foes is central to stability. The chapter also explores contingency planning. The ruler must anticipate shifts in loyalty and the emergence of new threats. By preparing for multiple scenarios, he ensures that betrayal or unexpected opposition does not lead to collapse. Flexibility and foresight are the hallmarks of skillful leadership. Machiavelli concludes that the management of relationships is an ongoing task. Power is dynamic, and human behavior is unpredictable. The ruler's survival depends on vigilance, judgment, and adaptability. Understanding human ambition, fear, and self-interest allows the ruler to navigate complex networks of friends and enemies. Finally, these lessons have modern relevance. Corporate leaders, politicians, and social strategists face analogous challenges. Alliances form and dissolve. Rivals emerge unpredictably. Understanding motivations, maintaining reputation, and managing perception remain critical. Machiavelli's analysis of friends and enemies provides insight into human behavior and the dynamics of influence. By mastering alliances, anticipating betrayal, and managing relationships with skill and judgment, the ruler secures stability and extends authority. This is the essence of Machiavelli's guidance. Power is relational, adaptive, and dependent on understanding the currents of human nature. Machiavelli presents a paradoxical view of religion. He does not dismiss faith entirely, yet he emphasizes its utility as a tool for rulers. Religion, in his eyes, is a mechanism for shaping human behavior. It unifies, motivates, and controls populations. He admires its practical effects rather than its spiritual truths. He begins by examining the role of religion in society. Religion establishes rules and moral codes. It encourages obedience to laws. It provides a shared framework of values. Citizens are guided by fear of divine punishment as well as social expectation. This shared belief system strengthens social cohesion. A ruler who harnesses this can govern more effectively. Machiavelli admires Roman religion for its practical virtues. The ancient Romans used rituals, festivals, and public devotion to unify the state. Religion reinforced loyalty to the republic. Citizens internalized the values necessary for civic duty. The gods themselves, in Roman practice, were instruments of order. This example demonstrates how faith can stabilize power. He emphasizes the distinction between personal belief and public utility. A ruler may or may not be devout. What matters is the appearance of piety. Public displays of religious devotion create trust and legitimacy. Citizens are reassured when their leader observes sacred customs. This perception reinforces authority. Faith becomes a political instrument, independent of private conviction. Machiavelli warns against neglecting religion entirely. A state that appears irreligious or dismissive of sacred traditions risks alienating its people. Citizens may interpret this as moral weakness or disrespect for communal norms. Revolts, disobedience, and factionalism become more likely. Leaders must manage perception as carefully as they manage armies. He explores the paradox of morality in leadership. Ethical behavior is valuable when it supports stability. Rulers should maintain the appearance of virtue, honesty, and justice. Yet personal morality is secondary to effectiveness. Actions are justified by results rather than abstract principles. Religion helps bridge the gap between moral expectation and practical governance. Machiavelli introduces a suspenseful question. Is religion, for him, less about God than about human obedience? He implies that the sacred functions primarily to regulate behavior. The threat of divine punishment or social censure encourages loyalty. Citizens are motivated to act in ways that sustain the state. Faith becomes an instrument of political control. He analyzes how rulers can utilize religious structures. Priests, temples, rituals, and laws reinforce obedience. Leaders who control religious messaging can direct attention, unify populations, and suppress dissent. Religion becomes a stabilizing force, reducing reliance on coercion and military enforcement alone. Historical examples illustrate this principle. The Roman Republic, as Machiavelli admired, integrated religion into public life. Festivals, sacrifices, and civic rituals reinforced collective identity. Leaders who neglected religious appearances often faced instability. The power of perception, supported by shared belief, reinforced authority more effectively than force. Alone, Machiavelli also highlights the psychological dimension. People are more likely to follow laws and respect authority when they believe the ruler shares their values. Ritual, symbolism, and demonstration of piety cultivate trust. Even if a ruler privately doubts or manipulates faith, the public perception is what matters. Religion becomes a form of social technology. He contrasts genuine devotion with performative faith. Personal belief is not required for effective governance. What matters is consistent display. Leaders who observe sacred customs, attend ceremonies, and speak in morally resonant terms project stability. Citizens respond to visible piety. The mask of religion is a tool to maintain social order. Machiavelli further explores the consequences of neglecting this tool. A ruler who appears impious risks alienating both the people and the elite. Disrespect for religious norms can be interpreted as moral corruption, inviting rebellion and resistance. Maintaining the appearance of faith is therefore both pragmatic and necessary. He examines the interplay between religion and law. Laws gain additional authority when reinforced by moral and sacred frameworks. Citizens perceive obedience as both a civic duty and a spiritual obligation. This dual motivation enhances compliance and reduces the need for constant enforcement. Religion becomes intertwined with governance. Machiavelli also considers the long-term effects of religious manipulation. Stability achieved through shared belief can endure beyond a ruler's lifetime. Citizens internalize norms and expectations. Institutions anchored in religious or moral frameworks continued to function. Religion, in this sense, is both a stabilizing force and a legacy of authority. He warns that superficiality alone is insufficient. Religious appearances must be credible and consistent. Contradictions between words and actions weaken influence. Rituals, observance, and public demonstration reinforce credibility. The ruler who carefully manages both perception and action maintains legitimacy. Finally, Machiavelli emphasizes that religion is inseparable from the exercise of power. It is not simply a private matter. It functions as a tool, a mechanism for obedience, and a means of reinforcing social cohesion. The prudent ruler integrates faith into the architecture of authority, using it to stabilize the state while pursuing pragmatic objectives. By studying Machiavelli's approach, we see a ruler who understands human behavior deeply. Religion is valued not for spiritual enlightenment, but for its capacity to unify, motivate, and control. This principle demonstrates the sophisticated pragmatism at the core of Machiavelli's philosophy of power. Machiavelli places audacity at the center of political success. He asserts that fortune favors the bold. Leaders who act decisively seize opportunities, shape events, and maintain control. Hesitation, by contrast, invites misfortune and collapse. Boldness is not reckless. It is calculated, informed, and timely. He introduces the concept of fortune as a force that can be influenced. Fortune is unpredictable. It presents opportunities and challenges. Machiavelli famously writes that fortune must be beaten down like a woman. This brutal metaphor reflects his view that fortune yields to strength, courage, and action. It does not act on its own. Leaders must impose their will upon it. Bold action is closely linked to ambition. Leaders must pursue goals with energy and determination. Passive rulers wait for events to unfold. They react rather than shape outcome. Machiavelli argues that ambition combined with audacity allows a ruler to convert opportunity into lasting power. Hesitation, even in favorable circumstances, often leads to failure. He contrasts decisive leaders with hesitant ones. Hesitant rulers analyze endlessly, delay action, and overvalue caution. They often miss fleeting opportunities. Bold leaders, by contrast, take calculated risks. They act swiftly, exploit weaknesses in rivals, and adapt as circumstances change. History demonstrates that fortune rewards initiative. Cesare Borgia serves as a prime example. Borgia confronted a fractured Italy with energy, strategy, and decisiveness. He combined military skill with cunning diplomacy. He acted rapidly against rivals and exploited every opportunity. His boldness allowed him to consolidate power and extend influence where more cautious leaders might have failed. In contrast, Florentine republicans struggle to respond effectually to crises, internal divisions, indecision, and excessive adherence. To process preventive swift action, they failed to capitalize on opportunities and were often outmaneuvered by more audacious opponents. Machiavelli observes that hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Taking risks may fail, but inaction guarantees vulnerability. He emphasizes that boldness must be tempered with judgment. Reckless action without strategy is dangerous. Audacity is effective only when informed by knowledge, observation, and assessment of risks. Leaders must weigh consequences, anticipate responses, and act with precision. Boldness without direction can provoke disaster. Machiavelli also discusses the timing of action. Fortune rewards those who strike at the right moment. Hesitation allows rivals to strengthen, alliances to shift, and opportunities to vanish. Bold action involves both speed and discernment. The capacity to recognize the decisive moment separates effective leaders from indecisive ones. He explores the psychological dimension of audacity. Bold leaders inspire confidence and fear. Subjects respect decisiveness. Rivals hesitate in the face of initiative. Ambition, when demonstrated through action, conveys authority. In contrast, hesitation signals weakness and invites challenges. Boldness is both practical and symbolic. Historical examples reinforce these principles. Leaders who seize power during crises often achieve lasting authority. Those who delay, even with superior resources, risk being overtaken by rivals. Machiavelli repeatedly emphasizes that fortune favors those willing to act decisively and courageously. He also examines the interplay of risk and reward. Bold decisions carry potential for failure, but the consequences of hesitation are often greater. Leaders who fail while acting decisively can recover. Leaders who hesitate frequently lose control entirely. Risk, when calculated and embraced, becomes a tool for power. Machiavelli stresses that audacity affects both internal and external politics. Domestically, decisive action quells dissent and inspires loyalty. Externally, it deters aggression and exploits weaknesses in rivals. Boldness establishes initiative. Hesitation surrenders it. Maintaining momentum is central to sustaining authority. The metaphor of fortune as a woman underscores the active role leaders must play. Fortune does not yield passively. It responds to courage, energy, and assertive effort. Leaders shape their destiny by imposing their will upon circumstances. This principle highlights the dynamic relationship between human action and unpredictable events. He further explores the cumulative effect of boldness. A leader who consistently acts decisively builds reputation and credibility. Subjects and allies observe audacity as competence. Rivals perceive a pattern of strength and initiative. Over time, bold action creates a self-reinforcing cycle of authority and influence. Machiavelli also examines failures of audacity. Leaders who act boldly without preparation, intelligence, or strategy invite disaster. Success requires both courage and competence. Boldness is a necessary condition for power, but it is not sufficient alone. Knowledge, skill, and foresight are equally essential. He concludes with the central lesson: hesitation is deadlier than bold failure. Inaction allows rivals to advance, fortune to shift, and opportunities to disappear. Bold, calculated action may encounter setbacks, but it preserves initiative and maximizes the possibility of success. Hesitation guarantees loss. Through this analysis, Machiavelli emphasizes a core principle of his philosophy. Ambition, courage, and decisive action define effective leadership. Fortune favors those who confront uncertainty actively, shape events strategically, and refuse to be paralyzed by risk. Boldness is both a weapon and a shield in the machinery of power. Machiavelli admired the Roman Republic. He saw in it a model of political strength, resilience, and adaptability. Unlike principalities ruled by a single prince, republics distributed power. Authority was shared among institutions, citizens, and elites. This structure created stability, accountability, and long-term endurance. He begins by contrasting republics with monarchies. Principalities concentrate power in one individual. Decision-making is rapid but highly dependent on the ruler's abilities. The state is vulnerable if the prince is weak, indecisive, or corrupt. Republics, by contrast, distribute authority across councils, assemblies, and magistrates. This diffusion limits the impact of individual failings and strengthens institutions. Machiavelli praises the capacity of republics to harness civic virtue. Citizens are motivated to participate in governance because they have a stake in the states. Survival, engagement fosters loyalty, accountability, and shared responsibility. By contrast, subjects of principalities often lack initiative or investment in the welfare of the state. Civic participation strengthens resilience. He emphasizes that republics are not without challenges. Managing factions, competing interests, and popular ambitions requires skill. Balancing the influence of elites and the broader population is essential. The state must allow freedom while maintaining order. Too much liberty invites chaos. Too much control breeds resentment. The art of governance is in finding this balance. Machiavelli presents suspenseful insight. He is not simply a cynic focused on manipulation. He also values liberty when it is managed wisely. Freedom, in his philosophy, is not chaotic license. It is structured participation. Laws, institutions, and disciplined civic engagement enable citizens to exercise influence without undermining stability. Liberty, when harnessed, strengthens power. He analyzes Rome's example. The Roman Republic maintained equilibrium between the Senate, magistrates, and the people. Elites provided experience and strategic oversight. Citizens offered legitimacy, manpower, and engagement. This balance preserved stability, allowed flexibility, and mitigated risks posed by individual weaknesses. Machiavelli admires the synergy of collective governance. By contrast, principalities often rely on fear, coercion, or personal charisma to maintain authority. Stability is contingent on the ruler's competence and the loyalty of a few elites. This makes principalities more vulnerable to fortune, internal conspiracy, and rebellion. Republics, by dispersing power and fostering civic responsibility, are better equipped to endure crises. Machiavelli also examines the role of laws in republics. Legal frameworks create predictable rules, reducing the influence of arbitrary decisions. Institutions enforce laws consistently, maintaining fairness and legitimacy. In principalities, law often depends on the ruler's whims. In republics, law is institutionalized, creating stability and long-term resilience. He highlights the importance of civic virtue. Citizens must be invested in the common good. Participation is not merely symbolic, it is functional. Civic education, military service, and public engagement cultivate loyalty and responsibility. A republic thrives when citizens act both freely and prudently. Liberty must be disciplined to be effective. Machiavelli also explores the dangers of imbalance. If elites dominate excessively, the population may rebel. If the people wield unchecked, influence, disorder can follow. Successful republics manage tensions through structured participation, checks and balances, and the cultivation of respect for institutions. The equilibrium between freedom and control is delicate but achievable. He emphasizes that republics are dynamic. They adapt to changing circumstances, harness collective strength, and endure when well governed. Principalities, in contrast, often falter under poor leadership. When the ruler is incapacitated, the state's survival is threatened. Machiavelli's analysis suggests that republics are more resilient by design. Historical examples reinforce these lessons. Florence, Venice, and Rome illustrate the strengths and weaknesses of republics. Rome's system, in particular, demonstrates the power of structured liberty, balanced authority, and active citizenship. Machiavelli draws enduring lessons from these examples for both rulers and citizens. Machiavelli also notes that principalities and republics share common vulnerabilities. Corruption, factionalism, and complacency can destabilize any government. The difference lies in the mechanisms for managing these risks. Republics possess institutions and participation that absorb shocks. Principalities rely largely on the ruler's ability to respond effectively. He examines the tension between freedom and security. Citizens must feel free enough to engage, innovate, and participate, but constrained enough to prevent chaos. Machiavelli stresses that liberty is valuable when it serves the state's stability and long-term strength. Unmanaged freedom threatens survival. Carefully balanced liberty sustains power. Finally, Machiavelli concludes that the choice between republic and principality depends on context, skill, and circumstance. Principalities offer speed and centralized decision-making, but are fragile. Republics require management of complex relationships and institutions, but endure when cultivated wisely. Leaders must understand the dynamics of power and human behavior. To maintain authority in either system, by studying Machiavelli's analysis, we see that he values liberty, not abstractly, but as a practical instrument. Freedom strengthens the state when structured, disciplined, and balanced against control. The study of republics reveals how power can be distributed without sacrificing stability, and how leadership can harness collective strength to withstand both internal and external threats. Machiavelli's life took a dramatic turn in 1512. The Medici returned to power in Florence. Machiavelli once a diplomat and senior official, was suddenly cast out. His career ended abruptly. He was accused of conspiracy, imprisoned, and subjected to torture. The physical pain was brief, but the humiliation and desperation lingered. Exile followed. He retreated to his family estate in the countryside. Isolated, stripped of office, and under constant scrutiny, Machiavelli faced the reality of personal and political ruin. This period of displacement, however, became fertile ground for his ideas. In solitude, he turned experience, observation, and reflection into a framework for understanding power. It is in this context that he began writing The Prince. The text is more than a treatise. It is a calculated communication. Machiavelli presents his most daring insights on leadership, manipulation, and survival. Yet there is an underlying tension. Is this guidance sincere, ironic, or a survival strategy? The uncertainty itself adds to the drama of the work. The Prince can also be seen as a job application to the Medici. Machiavelli presents himself as a thinker capable of advising rulers, particularly Lorenzo de' Medici. Every paragraph balances demonstration of knowledge with subtle flattery. It is strategic, persuasive, and highly personal. He seeks to regain influence and relevance through the written word. Suspense is central to understanding this moment. Imagine Machiavelli seated at his desk, quill in hand, contemplating the boldest ideas he has ever conceived. He writes of cruelty, deception, and manipulation, fully aware of the dangers these thoughts carry if misinterpreted. Every sentence is calculated, every example carefully chosen. He is both fearless and cunning. Machiavelli's writing reflects a mind sharpened by adversity. Exile forced him to analyze politics with clarity and detachment. Personal experience, observation of leaders, and historical case studies converge in his analyses. The Prince emerges as a concentrated playbook of power distilled from the turbulence of Italian politics. He also reflects on the morality of rulers. In exile, he confronts the paradox of ethics in governance. Leaders must act decisively and sometimes ruthlessly. Yet the survival of the state often demands choices that defy conventional morality. Machiavelli writes not as a moralist, but as a realist. The Prince is a mirror reflecting the world as it is, not as it should be. Historical examples animate the text. Cesare Borgia, notorious for cunning and decisiveness, embodies the lessons. Machiavelli admired. The strategies he describes are drawn from observation, not imagination. Each case illustrates the consequences of action or inaction, courage or hesitation, loyalty or betrayal. The examples lend urgency and credibility to his argument. The writing process itself is dramatic. Exile breeds tension, reflection, and intensity. Machiavelli composes a work that is audacious in content and form. He imagines the Medici reading his words, evaluating his intellect, and judging his insight. The stakes are personal and political. The Prince is a performance as much as a treatise. Suspense continues in the interpretation of the Prince. Scholars debate its intent. Was it sincere advice intended to guide rulers toward effective governance? Was it satire exposing the brutality of politics through exaggeration? Or was it itself a mask, concealing Machiavelli's personal vulnerabilities and ambitions? The ambiguity enhances the text's power and intrigue. He also reflects on exile as a catalyst for intellectual creation. Removed from office, Machiavelli gains the freedom to think without constraint. Observations of power, human ambition, and political dynamics crystallize into concise, radical insights. Exile transforms adversity into opportunity, misfortune. Into intellectual productivity, the text combines theory and practice. Machiavelli does not write abstractly. He examines practical methods to acquire, consolidate, and maintain power. Each chapter addresses real threats, human weaknesses, and strategic possibilities. The Prince is simultaneously a manual, a demonstration of expertise, and a calculated appeal to potential patrons. He illustrates the tension between fear and love, fortune and audacity, cruelty and mercy. Each paradox is heightened by his own precarious situation. Writing from exile, Machiavelli confronts the realities he himself has endured, the dangers of fortune, the fragility of position, and the necessity of decisive action. Finally, he confronts his own legacy within the Prince. By distilling his observations into a coherent guide, Machiavelli ensures that his ideas endure beyond personal misfortune. Exile, pain, and political ruin become a backdrop for intellectual immortality. His analysis of power, paradoxical as it may be, survives as a testament to the synthesis of experience, reflection, and daring thought. Through this chapter, we understand The Prince not merely as a book, but as a dramatic act of survival, strategy, and insight. Machiavelli transforms personal catastrophe into a timeless exploration of power, human nature, and the enduring dynamics of politics. Machiavelli's influence extends far beyond his lifetime. His observations on power, human nature, and governance shaped political philosophy for centuries. From the Renaissance to the Enlightenment and into modern politics, his ideas continue to resonate. His work challenges leaders, theorists, and citizens to confront the realities of power without illusions. He begins by examining Machiavelli's immediate impact. During the Renaissance, rulers and thinkers studied his writings with keen interest. The Prince became a reference point for understanding strategy, diplomacy, and authority. Machiavelli's clarity in analyzing human behavior and political dynamics set him apart from moralistic or idealistic treatises of his time. Enlightenment thinkers engaged deeply with his ideas. Figures like Rousseau and Montesquieu read Machiavelli as both a caution and a guide. His emphasis on observation, pragmatism, and the mechanics of power influenced debates about liberty, the structure of government, and the role of laws. Machiavelli's work helped shift political philosophy from abstract ideals to practical analysis. He also examines the adoption of his concepts by modern leaders. Military commanders, diplomats, and statesmen study his principles to understand negotiation, strategy, and human behavior. The capacity to anticipate rivals, manipulate perception, and act decisively remains central to effective leadership. Machiavelli's insights are applied not as prescriptions of morality, but as tools for practical advantage. The term Machiavellian illustrates his enduring reputation. It evokes cunning, calculation, and sometimes ruthless manipulation. While often used pejoratively, the term also recognizes his penetrating understanding of political dynamics. Leaders and scholars alike associate his name with the ability to navigate complexity, manage ambition, and maintain authority. His ideas remain a benchmark for evaluating power. Machiavelli's writings challenge assumptions about morality in politics. He separates ethics from efficacy. Leaders cannot rely solely on virtue or sentiment. Success depends on understanding human nature, anticipating behavior, and taking decisive action. This stark realism transformed political thought and remains relevant in contemporary analyses. He traces the influence on Republican theory. Discourses on Livy inspired debates about civic virtue, balance of power, and the role of citizens. His analysis of Rome shaped modern conceptions of liberty, checks and balances, and institutional resilience. Machiavelli demonstrated how historical examples inform the design of governance. Machiavelli's influence extends to strategy and military theory. His insistence on preparedness, citizen militias, and decisive action informs modern military doctrine. The principle that fortune favors the bold continues to guide leaders in contexts ranging from warfare to diplomacy. Action, timing, and audacity remain critical. He also explores the cultural and intellectual dimension. Machiavelli's work provoked controversy precisely because it forced readers to confront uncomfortable truths. He challenged idealistic notions of leadership, morality, and human nature. By framing power as a dynamic, often ruthless interaction, he encouraged critical thinking and realistic assessment of political life. Suspense builds as he considers the duality of his legacy. Some interpret Machiavelli as a teacher of cynicism, revealing the darker side of politics. Others see him as a realist, exposing truths that leaders must understand to govern effectively. His writings provoke reflection on whether morality is subordinate to survival, strategy, and practical wisdom. He examines how his ideas endure in modern political analysis. Political scientists, historians, and strategists draw on Machiavelli to understand negotiation, influence, and institutional dynamics. Concepts such as manipulation of perception, the balance of fear and love, and the management of alliances remain central in the study of governance. Machiavelli also shaped debates about liberty and authority. His distinction between republics and principalities informs discussions about democracy, centralized power, and citizen participation. Leaders and theorists continue to grapple with questions of freedom, control, and institutional balance, echoing his analyses from centuries ago. He highlights that his enduring influence is not merely theoretical. The real-world application of his principles demonstrates their practical value. Leaders who understand human ambition, fortune, and the dynamics of power are better equipped to maintain authority, anticipate threats, and shape events. Machiavelli provides tools for navigating the complexities of political life. Finally, Machiavelli leaves us with a profound question. Did he reveal the truth of politics, stripped of illusion and idealism? Or did he invent a darker lens, teaching leaders to view human nature through suspicion, fear, and manipulation? The tension persists. His legacy forces reflection, debate, an examination of power in every age. Through this chapter, we see that Machiavelli's influence endures because he confronts the realities of human behavior and political life with unflinching clarity. His work continues to challenge, provoke, and inform leaders, scholars, and citizens alike. The playbook he left behind remains relevant, controversial, and profoundly instructive. We return to the opening question. Is it better to be loved or feared? Machiavelli does not give a simple answer. He suggests that leaders must navigate a complex interplay of both. Love can inspire loyalty, but it can also breed weakness. Fear can enforce obedience, but excessive cruelty can provoke rebellion. The tension between these forces defines the challenge of leadership. Machiavelli's playbook forces us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature. People are ambitious, self-interested, and unpredictable. Institutions and laws can guide behavior, but they cannot erase the realities of desire, fear, or ambition. Leaders must act with awareness of these truths if they hope to maintain power. Throughout his writings, we see that power is not abstract. It is practical, dynamic, and often unforgiving. Leadership requires courage, decisiveness, and sometimes ruthlessness. Machiavelli reminds us that morality, perception, and strategy are intertwined. Effective governance demands understanding, adaptation, and foresight. The reflection extends beyond rulers. Machiavelli challenges us to examine our own responses to authority, ambition, and ethical dilemmas. How do we balance ideals with practical needs? How do we respond to fortune, risk, and opportunity? His insights apply as much to personal decision-making as to statecraft. Finally, the lecture closes not with definitive answers, but with an invitation. Machiavelli leaves us questioning, observing, and analyzing. The study of power, human behavior, and political life is ongoing. His work endures because it challenges assumptions, provokes thought, and demands engagement. We are left with curiosity, reflection, and the awareness that leadership, morality, and human nature are complex and intertwined. The questions he raises are as relevant today as they were 5 centuries ago. The task is to keep questioning, keep observing, and keep learning from the playbook he left behind.
Welcome back, dear friends. Before we begin, let me know where in the world you are watching, and please don't forget to subscribe and like to support the channel. Your presence here helps these quiet explorations of wisdom reach others seeking understanding in the stillness of evening. Picture, if you will, the southern coast of England in the spring of 1588. The Spanish Armada approaches across dark waters, the greatest invasion fleet the world has ever seen. Rumours race through villages faster than horses can carry them. War is coming. Terror grips the hearts of common folk who know their homes lie in the path of empires at war. In a small parish near Malmesbury, a vicar's wife goes into labour 2 months early, her body responding to the fear that saturates the very air she breathes. The child born that April morning would later write about his own arrival with characteristic bluntness. "Fear and I," he said, "were born twins together." The boy was Thomas Hobbes, and he would grow to become one of the most brilliant, controversial, and misunderstood minds in the history of human thought. His enemies would call him the monster of Malmesbury. His books would be burned. Both sides of a civil war would despise him. Yet his ideas would change the world more profoundly than almost any philosopher before or since. Tonight, as you prepare for rest, we embark on a journey into the mind of a man who dared to ask the most uncomfortable questions about human nature, about power, about why we live together in societies at all. Hobbes witnessed his world tear itself apart in civil war. He watched a king lose his head on a scaffold. He lived through chaos that made him question everything people believed about government, about morality, about the very foundations of civilization. And from that darkness, he constructed a vision so stark, so unflinching, that it still has the power to disturb us more than 3 centuries after his death. But here's the mystery we'll unravel together as you drift towards sleep. Why would a philosopher who seemed to defend absolute monarchy actually plant the seeds of modern democracy? How could the man who wrote the most authoritarian-sounding political theory in Western philosophy also undermine every traditional justification for political power? And what did he see about human beings that was so terrible he believed only the most powerful authority could save us from ourselves? Settle in. Let your breathing slow. Tonight, we'll discover why Thomas Hobbes described human life without government in words that have echoed through history. We'll understand why he believed we needed what he called a leviathan, a great artificial monster of our own creation, to protect us from something even more terrifying. And perhaps, as you rest in the safety of your home tonight, doors locked, protected by laws you barely think about, you'll recognize that you're living proof of Hobbes's most controversial claim about what human beings truly need to survive. The story begins not with grand philosophy, but with disgrace and abandonment. Thomas Hobbes's father was a vicar, but not the sort of gentle shepherd of souls you might imagine. Thomas Hobbes Sr. was what people in Elizabethan England called a man of the cloth, only in the most technical sense. He was quick-tempered, uneducated beyond the basics required for his position, and apparently more comfortable with playing cards than with prayer. The biographical details that survive paint a portrait of a man fundamentally unsuited to the pastoral care of human souls. One Saturday night in 1604, after playing cards through the evening and into the early morning hours, the elder Hobbes stumbled into his church for Sunday services still half asleep. In the middle of the service, as parishioners bowed their heads in solemn devotion, the vicar's voice rang out clearly through the stone building. "Trafels is trumps! Clubs are trumps." He had cried out in his sleep, still lost in the card game that had occupied his Saturday night. If that had been the extent of his father's failures, young Thomas might have grown up in relative stability, the son of a merely incompetent clergyman in a small English town. But Thomas Hobbes Sr. had a temper to match his poor judgment. When another local clergyman, Richard Jean, criticised him, or perhaps simply crossed him in some way the details are lost to history, the vicar's response was not prayer or reasoned argument, but violence. In the churchyard itself, in sight of God and congregation, Thomas Hobbes Sr. struck Richard Jean, and then, realizing the magnitude of what he had done, fled. He abandoned everything: his position, his home, his reputation, and most significantly, his 3 children. Thomas was 16 years old when his father disappeared from his life forever. The scandal, the whispers, the sudden poverty, the shame of being associated with a man who had brawled at the church door and then run away rather than face consequences, all of this marked young Thomas in ways that would echo through his later philosophy. But young Thomas was fortunate in one respect. His uncle, Francis Hobbes, was a wealthy glover in Malmesbury, a man who had done well in the emerging commercial economy of late Elizabethan England. Francis had no children of his own, and he recognized something in his disgraced brother's son: intelligence, a hunger for learning, a mind that could perhaps transcend the circumstances of birth and scandal. He paid for Thomas's education, first at a small school in Westport, then at a private school where the boy showed remarkable aptitude for languages, and finally, at age 15, at Magdalen Hall in Oxford. Oxford in the early 1600s was still dominated by scholastic philosophy, the elaborate system built over centuries by medieval thinkers who attempted to reconcile Aristotle's ancient wisdom with Christian theology. Students spent years learning to make fine distinctions between different types of causes, different categories of being, different modes of existence. They memorized authorities and learned to cite them in disputes that often seemed to have little connection to the actual world beyond the university walls. Young Thomas Hobbes was brilliant at this game. He mastered Latin and Greek. He could pass arguments and spot logical fallacies. But something in him rebelled against what he was learning. It all felt so empty, so divorced from reality, so useless for understanding the world he actually inhabited. Years later, he would write with barely concealed contempt about the philosophy he'd been taught, calling it little more than insignificant speech, and dismissing whole libraries of medieval thought as exercises in saying nothing with great elaboration. But if Oxford taught him what he didn't believe, it also gave him the tools he would later use to construct his own vision. The logical rigor, the attention to definitions, the systematic approach to questions, all of these he absorbed and would later deploy in service of a radically different kind of philosophy. Upon graduating in 1608, Hobbes entered the service of the Cavendish family, one of the wealthiest and most powerful noble families in England. He was hired as a tutor and companion to William Cavendish, who would later become the second Earl of Devonshire. This position changed everything. Suddenly, the son of a disgraced vicar was living among the aristocracy, travelling in their circles, observing how power actually worked rather than how philosophers said it should work. The Cavendish connection gave Hobbes something else invaluable: the opportunity for the grand tour of Europe. In the early 1600s, wealthy young Englishmen completed their education by travelling through France and Italy, visiting great cities, meeting scholars, seeing art and architecture that existed nowhere in England. Hobbes accompanied his student on these journeys, and they opened his eyes to a world far larger than provincial England. In Italy, Hobbes met Galileo Galilei, the brilliant scientist who was revolutionizing humanity's understanding of the cosmos. Galileo was using mathematics and observation to overturn beliefs that had stood for thousands of years. He was looking at the world not through the lens of ancient authorities, but through telescopes and careful measurement. He was discovering that the universe operated according to laws, mathematical relationships, mechanical principles that could be understood if one simply looked carefully enough and thought clearly enough. This encounter planted a seed in Hobbes's mind. What if human society could be understood the same way? What if politics and ethics weren't matters of interpreting ancient texts or appealing to divine will, but were instead subject to natural laws that reason could discover? What if you could study human beings the way Galileo studied falling bodies and planetary motion, finding the principles that governed behavior with the same mathematical certainty? Hobbes also traveled in France, where he encountered a very different tradition of thought. French intellectuals were grappling with religious wars that had torn their country apart for decades. They were asking urgent questions about authority, about sovereignty, about what held a society together when people couldn't agree on fundamental questions of faith. These weren't abstract philosophical puzzles, but matters of life and death, questions that determined whether cities burned and whether neighbors slaughtered each other in the streets. Through all these experiences, Hobbes was developing a peculiar way of seeing the world. He noticed the gap between what people said and what they did. He observed that everyone claimed to seek justice and the common good, but somehow this seeking always seemed to align remarkably well with their own interests. He watched aristocrats maneuver for power while speaking of duty. He saw churchmen pursue wealth while preaching poverty. He witnessed scholars defend ideas not because they were true, but because their positions and reputations depended on those ideas being accepted. Hobbes was developing the cold eye of the observer who stands slightly outside the system he studies. The abandoned son of a disgraced father, the scholarship boy among aristocrats, the English scholar in continental courts, he was always positioned to see things others missed because they were too embedded in the structures they inhabited. This outsider's perspective would become one of his greatest philosophical assets. It would allow him to ask questions that seemed obvious once stated, but that most people never thought to ask because the answers seemed too settled, too natural, too much a part of the assumed background of life. What holds society together? Why do people obey laws? What makes one person's commands into legitimate authority rather than mere force? These questions haunted Hobbes as he moved through aristocratic households and travelled across Europe. And they would become urgent, desperately urgent, when everything he knew began to fall apart. Because Hobbes was about to witness something that most people, even most philosophers, only read about in history books. He was about to watch his own country descend into civil war. He was going to see firsthand what happens when the bonds of society break, when the structure that holds people together in peace collapses, when the question of who has the right to rule becomes a question answered not by tradition or law, but by force of arms. And that experience would forge his philosophy in ways that all his European travels and aristocratic observations never could. The boy born of fear was about to have his deepest intuitions about human nature confirmed in the most terrible way possible. By the 1630s, tensions between King Charles I and Parliament had been building for years. The issues were complex, tangled, webs of religious disagreement, constitutional principle, and simple struggles for power. Charles believed in the divine right of kings, the idea that his authority came directly from God and could not be legitimately questioned by mere human institutions. Parliament believed it had ancient rights and privileges that even kings must respect. Charles needed money for wars and governance. Parliament controlled taxation. Neither side was willing to bend. Hobbes watched all of this from his position as tutor and intellectual companion to powerful families with connections at court. He could see the crisis approaching like a storm on the horizon, dark clouds gathering that everyone noticed but few took seriously until the thunder began. By 1640, the situation had deteriorated to the point that thoughtful observers knew some kind of rupture was inevitable. The only questions were when it would come and how terrible it would be. In that year of 1640, Hobbes did something that would embarrass him for the rest of his life, but that also revealed his deepest instincts about political order. He fled. Before actual fighting began, before it was clear that England would descend into full civil war, Hobbes left for Paris. He would later be mocked as the first of all that fled, a philosopher whose theories about courage and fear were rather undermined by his own quick departure at the first sign of danger. But Hobbes was 52 years old, not a young man by the standards of the 17th century. He had no military training, no relevant skills for the conflict that was coming. And he understood something that many of his contemporaries did not yet grasp. Once civil war begins, there is no safe position, no neutral ground. The violence that follows the breakdown of political authority doesn't confine itself to battlefields. It spreads through society like a disease, destroying the innocent along with the guilty, consuming everything in its path. From his exile in Paris, Hobbes watched his country tear itself apart. The reports that reached France painted a picture of escalating horror. Neighbour turned against neighbour. Ancient loyalties dissolved. Men who had served together in peacetime found themselves facing each other across battle lines, each convinced that God and right were on their side. Towns declared for king or parliament, and then were besieged, starved, sometimes sacked. The ordinary business of life, the farming and trading and travelling that allowed people to live, all of it became impossible as armies marched back and forth across England, consuming resources, disrupting markets, turning productive land into battlegrounds. In Paris, Hobbes lived among other royalist exiles, men and women who had fled the conflict, leaving behind estates and positions and lives they had expected to pass on to their children. These were people who had never imagined that their world could collapse. They came from families that had held land for centuries, from positions that seemed as permanent as the stones of England itself. Now they were refugees, dependent on the hospitality of the French court, watching from across the Channel as everything they had known burned. Hobbes used these years in exile to write. In 1642, he published De Quive, which translates as On the Citizen. It was his first systematic treatment of political philosophy, written in Latin for an educated European audience. In this work, Hobbes began to develop the ideas that would later shock England and Europe. He argued that political authority doesn't come from God or from ancient tradition, but from the consent of the governed. He suggested that without government, human life would be unbearable, a condition of constant warfare. And he concluded that only absolute sovereignty could maintain peace. But De Quive was just a preliminary sketch. As the English Civil War ground on, as reports of new battles and atrocities reached Paris, as the initial shock gave way to the grim realization that this conflict would not be resolved quickly, Hobbes worked on something more comprehensive, more systematic, more radical. He was writing Leviathan. Then came January 30th, 1649. King Charles I was led to a scaffold in London. In front of a crowd of thousands, the king who claimed to rule by divine right was executed by his own subjects. His head was severed from his body with a single blow of the axe. The monarchy, the institution that had ruled England for as long as anyone could remember, was abolished. England became a commonwealth, a republic led by Parliament, and increasingly by one man, Oliver Cromwell. For Hobbes, the king's execution must have been a moment of pure horror. not because he particularly loved Charles, not because he believed in divine right, but because it represented the ultimate failure of political order. The thing that should be impossible, the event that the entire system of government existed to prevent, had happened. The sovereign had been killed by his subjects. The centre had not held. Everything had proven as fragile as Hobbes suspected, but the execution also confirmed something else for Hobbes. It proved that all the traditional justifications for political authority were hollow. If a king could rule by divine right, if his authority came from God, then how could mere humans have the power to execute him? If tradition and ancient custom determined who should rule, how could those same customs be set aside when it became convenient? The old answers no longer worked. A new foundation for politics was needed, one that didn't rely on myths about divine appointment or appeals to ancient precedent that could be interpreted or ignored when pressure came. In Paris, Hobbes had an unusual position. He had fled England before the war began, so he wasn't tainted by participation in the conflict. He had royalist sympathies and connections, which gave him access to the exiled court. But he also had a mind too independent, too philosophical, too committed to following arguments wherever they led, to simply parrot royalist ideology. And this independence gave him something valuable: the freedom to think about politics without being trapped in the partisan categories of either side. During these Paris years, Hobbes took on a prestigious position. He became the mathematics tutor to the young Prince of Wales, the future Charles II, who was living in exile with his mother's court. This connection would later prove valuable when the monarchy was restored. But in the moment, it meant that Hobbes spent time teaching geometry to a teenage prince who would have preferred to be doing almost anything else, trying to convey the beauty of mathematical certainty to a student whose world had been defined by his father's execution and his own powerless exile. Hobbes also had a famous confrontation during these years. René Descartes, the great French philosopher who was developing his own revolutionary system based on doubt and deduction, published his Meditations on First Philosophy. The work was circulated among major European intellectuals for commentary before publication. Descartes' friend, the scholar Marin Mersenne, sent a copy to Hobbes asking for his objections and criticisms. Hobbes responded with what are now known as the third objections to Descartes' Meditations. They were sharp, probing, and fundamentally at odds with Descartes' entire approach. Where Descartes found certainty in the thinking self, the famous "I think, therefore I am," Hobbes questioned whether thinking required any immaterial substance at all. Where Descartes argued for a sharp distinction between mind and body, Hobbes suggested that everything, including thought, might be explicable in terms of matter and motion. Where Descartes appealed to God as a guarantor of knowledge, Hobbes's arguments seemed to work perfectly well without any such appeal. Descartes was furious. He responded with thinly veiled contempt, dismissing Hobbes's objections and making it clear he wanted nothing more to do with the English philosopher. The two men, perhaps the two most brilliant and original philosophical minds of their generation, never reconciled. They represented fundamentally different visions of how to understand the world, and neither could accept the other's starting point. But these intellectual disputes, fascinating as they were, remained secondary to Hobbes's great project. Throughout his exile, as England experimented with republican government under Cromwell, as the royalist cause seemed more and more hopeless, Hobbes worked on Leviathan. He was constructing a philosophical system that would explain not just why England had fallen into civil war, but why any society is always at risk of such collapse. He was developing a theory of human nature dark enough to account for the atrocities he'd witnessed, yet rational enough to offer hope that human beings could create lasting peace, despite their dangerous inclinations. The book was finished in 1651. Hobbes arranged for its publication in London, not Paris. This decision tells us something important. Leviathan wasn't primarily addressed to royalist exiles or to European intellectuals. It was for England, for a country that had torn itself apart and was now trying to figure out how to live together again. It was a message to all sides of the conflict, an attempt to find foundations for political order that didn't depend on either side being right about the issues that had divided them. What Hobbes offered was something no one expected and almost no one wanted to hear. But it was also something remarkable. A way of thinking about politics that started not with tradition or divine revelation, but with the basics of human psychology, building up from there through careful reasoning to conclusions about what kind of government human beings need to survive. It was philosophy attempting to solve the most urgent, practical problem of its time, the problem of how to prevent societies from destroying themselves. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his Parisian exile, writing by candlelight, working through the implications of his dark vision of human nature. Outside, the world is at war. His country is torn apart. A king has been executed. Everything that seemed solid has revealed itself to be breakable. And in response, this brilliant, frightened, determined man is constructing a theory that will outlive him by centuries, that will shape how future generations think about power and politics, and the eternal question of how human beings can live together in peace. The stage is now set. We've seen the man and the crisis that formed him. Now we turn to the heart of his philosophy, to his shocking claims about what human beings really are beneath the veneer of civilization. To understand Hobbes's political philosophy, we must first understand his psychology, his theory of what makes human beings tick. And that understanding begins with a radical claim that offended almost everyone who read it. Everything is matter in motion. That's it. The entire universe, including human beings, including human minds, can be understood in terms of physical objects moving according to natural laws. This was not what people in the 17th century wanted to hear. The dominant view, inherited from centuries of Christian philosophy drawing on ancient Greek thought, was that human beings were special. We had immortal souls, immaterial minds that transcended the merely physical world. Our ability to reason, to choose freely, to know truth and pursue goodness, all of this seemed to require something more than just matter pushing against matter. We weren't machines. We weren't just complex animals. We were created in God's image, rational souls inhabiting physical bodies, but not reducible to them. Hobbes rejected all of this. Not out of atheism exactly, though many accused him of it, but out of his conviction that philosophy must build on the same foundations as the new science he'd encountered in Galileo and others. If we want to understand the world, we should look at what we can actually observe, not at what ancient authorities tell us must be true. And what we observe, Hobbes argued, is matter and motion. Consider what happens when you see something. Light, which is matter in motion, strikes an object. That creates more motion that travels to your eye. This motion affects the organs of sight, which are themselves just complex arrangements of matter. The motion is transmitted through nerves, which are physical structures, to the brain, which is a physical organ. All of this is just matter moving according to physical laws. Where in this process do we need to invoke an immaterial soul? Where does the physical chain of causation require something non-physical to intervene? Hobbes pushed this analysis to its radical conclusion. Sensations are just motions in our bodies caused by external objects. Thoughts are patterns of these motions. Imagination is what happens when the motions continue, even after the external stimulus is gone, like ripples continuing in water after the stone that caused them has sunk. Memory is just persistence of these internal motions, fading over time as all motions naturally dissipate unless renewed. Even reasoning, that ability that philosophers had always held up as evidence of humanity's special status, even reasoning could be understood mechanistically. Reasoning, Hobbes suggested, is really just a kind of computation. We add and subtract concepts the way we add and subtract numbers. When we reason that all humans are mortal, Socrates is human, therefore Socrates is mortal, we're really just performing operations on definitions. It's calculation, not mystical access to transcendent truth. This philosophical move, reducing everything to matter in motion, allowed Hobbes to claim he was doing something that philosophy had never successfully done before. He was putting the study of human nature on a scientific foundation, making it as rigorous as geometry, as demonstrable as physics. Whether he succeeded is debatable, but the ambition itself was revolutionary, and it shaped everything that followed in his political philosophy. Now, if humans are just complex physical systems, what drives human behavior? Hobbes's answer was startlingly simple: appetite and aversion. We're attracted to some things and repelled by others. We move toward what we desire and away from what we fear. That's the basic mechanism underlying all human action. But notice what's missing from this account. There's no built-in purpose, no natural end toward which human beings should aim. For Aristotle and the whole tradition of philosophy, Hobbes was rejecting. Everything in nature had a telos, a goal, a proper function. Humans were naturally aimed at happiness, at the good life, at flourishing in communities. And the virtuous person was someone who developed their nature properly, who actualized the potential built into human beings by nature or by God. Hobbes dismissed all of this. There is no final goal of human life, no ultimate satisfaction, no point at which we can say, I have achieved my purpose and can now rest. Instead, there is only what Hobbes called felicity, which he defined as continual progress of the desire from one object to another. We get one thing we want, and immediately we want something else. We achieve one goal, and that achievement becomes the basis for setting a new goal. Desire is endless. Satisfaction is always temporary. Rest is impossible until death. Think about this for a moment. In your own life, have you ever reached a point where you wanted nothing more? Where you were completely satisfied and could imagine wanting nothing that you didn't already have? Perhaps for brief moments, but not as a stable condition. Achieving one thing opens up new possibilities, new desires, new goals. The person who gets the job they wanted starts wanting promotion. The person who buys the house starts thinking about renovation. The person who achieves fame starts worrying about maintaining it. We are, as Hobbes saw us, creatures of perpetual striving. But if desire is endless, if satisfaction is always temporary, then we need a constant supply of the things we desire. We need not just food for today, but the assurance of food tomorrow. Not just safety in this moment, but but reliable security over time. Not just current satisfaction, but the means to future satisfaction. And that's where power comes in. Hobbes defined power as present means to obtain some future apparent good. Power is what enables us to satisfy future desires. Money is power because it can be exchanged for things we'll want. Strength is power because it lets us take or defend things. Intelligence is power because it helps us achieve goals. Friends are power because they can help us. Reputation is power because it makes others more likely to cooperate with us. And here Hobbes made the observation that would become one of his most famous and most disturbing lines. I put for a general inclination of all mankind a perpetual and restless desire of power after power that ceaseth only in death. Read that again slowly. Not some people, not the ambitious or the greedy, but all of mankind, a perpetual and restless desire for power, after power, more and more, never enough, ceasing only in death. This sounds like a condemnation of human greed, but Hobbes didn't mean it that way. He wasn't making a moral judgment. He was making what he thought was a simple observation about the logic of the human situation. If you can never be finally satisfied, if desire is endless, then you can never have enough power, because you can never be certain that your current power will be sufficient for all your future needs. The person who has a lot today might face unexpected challenges tomorrow. The person who is strong now will Grow old and weak. The person with many friends today might find them gone when crisis comes. So the rational response is always to seek more power, more security, more assurance of future satisfaction. Not because we're evil, but because we're mortal, vulnerable, future-oriented beings who can never know for certain what we'll need or want tomorrow. The desire for power is just the flip side of perpetual desire itself, combined with the rational recognition of our own vulnerability. Now we get to what Hobbes identified as the three principal causes of conflict among human beings. He was very systematic about this, laying out three distinct sources of quarrel built into human nature itself. First, competition. When two people desire the same thing, and that thing cannot be shared or divided, they become enemies. This is simple scarcity. If there's only one piece of food and two hungry people, they will compete for it. If there's one position of power and two ambitious people, they will struggle for it. Competition is the most obvious source of conflict, the one that anyone can recognize. Second, diffidence. Hobbes's word for what we might call distrust or insecurity. Even if there's no immediate competition over resources, people have reason to fear each other. If I have something valuable, I must worry that you might try to take it. If I'm not trying to harm you, I can't be sure you're not trying to harm me. And knowing that you're probably worried about me, I have even more reason to worry about you. This creates what we now call a security dilemma. Everyone takes defensive measures to protect themselves, but these defensive measures look like threats to others, who then take their own defensive measures, which look like threats to me, and so on. Distrust breeds more distrust in a self-reinforcing cycle. Third, glory. This one is more subtle. Even if there's no immediate competition, and even if we've somehow established security, people still compete for reputation, for status, for recognition. Hobbes observed that people will fight over insults, over perceived disrespect, over what he called trifles, like a word, a smile, a different opinion. Why? Because reputation is itself a form of power. If others think you're weak or foolish or contemptible, they're more likely to try to dominate you. If they fear or respect you, they're more likely to leave you alone or cooperate on your terms. So maintaining reputation becomes a constant struggle, and people will take enormous risks to avoid being disrespected. These three causes of quarrel aren't separate problems. They interact and reinforce each other. Competition makes people distrust each other. Distrust makes people try to dominate each other before being dominated. The struggle for dominance becomes entangled with glory and reputation. And all of it flows from the basic situation of beings with endless desires, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other. Which brings us to what Hobbes called the equality of ability among human beings. This is one of his most important and most easily misunderstood points. He wasn't claiming that all people are equally strong or equally intelligent. Obviously, some people are stronger, some smarter, some more skilled. What Hobbes meant was something more specific and more frightening. All human beings are equal in their ability to threaten each other's lives. The weakest, Hobbes wrote, has strength enough to kill the strongest, either by secret machination or by confederacy with others. Even the strongest man must sleep. Even the most powerful person can be poisoned, ambushed, or ganged up on. Physical superiority doesn't guarantee safety. Intelligence doesn't make you immune to violence. No individual human being is so superior to all others that they can simply disregard the threat everyone else poses. This equality in vulnerability is what makes human relationships so dangerous. If some people were genuinely invulnerable, like gods walking among mortals, then they could simply impose order, and the rest of us would have no choice but to submit. But that's not our situation. We're all vulnerable. We can all threaten each other. And that equality of ability to threaten means that no one is safe unless there's something beyond individual strength maintaining order. As you lie in darkness tonight, breathing slowly, feeling yourself sink into rest, consider how perfectly Hobbes had captured something about the human condition. We are creatures of endless desire and limited power, competing for scarce goods, unable to trust each other, constantly worried about reputation and status, and all of it taking place among beings equal enough in their ability to harm that no one can ever be truly safe based on their own strength alone. That's the foundation. That's Hobbes's psychology in its stark essentials. Matter in motion, producing endless desire, producing perpetual competition, producing equal vulnerability. Now we can turn to his famous thought experiment, to the question he posed that has haunted political philosophy ever since. What would happen if there were no government at all? Hobbes asked his readers to imagine something most of them had never experienced: life without government. Not the temporary absence of a king when a new one is being chosen, not the breakdown of order in one region while other regions remain stable, but a condition in which there is no political authority at all, no laws backed by force, no one with the power to enforce agreements or punish wrongdoing. He called this hypothetical condition the state of nature, and he insisted it wasn't just a historical claim about how humans once lived before civilization. It was a thought experiment, a way of asking what human life would be like if you stripped away all the structures of law and authority we take for granted. What's left when you remove government? What are humans like without the artificial order that political authority creates? This was a brilliant philosophical move. Rather than arguing about which form of government is best or which laws are most just, Hobbes was asking a more fundamental question. Why do we need government at all? What problem does political authority solve? And the answer to that question, he argued, would show us what government must be like if it's going to solve the problem it exists to address. So, let's follow Hobbes's reasoning step by step, building the argument the way he did, watching how each piece follows from the last with a kind of terrible logic. We start with the psychology we've already established. Humans have endless desires. We seek power after power. We compete for scarce resources. We distrust each other. We fight over glory and reputation. And we're all equal enough in our ability to harm each other that no one is naturally safe. Now imagine that situation without any authority to enforce rules, without any laws that actually constrain behavior, without any punishment for violence or theft or breach of contract. What would rational people do in that situation? Hobbes's answer was chilling. Each person would pursue their own interests as best they could. And given the three causes of quarrel, given the equality of ability, given the absence of any authority to enforce agreements, the result would be inevitable. War. Not necessarily constant fighting every moment, but a condition in which everyone is ready to fight, where violence is always an option, where there's no security, no ability to plan for the future, no basis for trust. Think carefully about why this follows. If there's no authority to punish theft, then taking what I want by force becomes a rational strategy whenever I'm strong enough to do it. But that means you can't trust me not to take your things. So you need to take defensive measures, which means gathering your own power, maybe even attacking me before I can attack you. But now I see you gathering power and I have to worry that you're about to attack, so I need to attack first. Or maybe I just need to attack to take your resources before you can use them against me. The logic pushes toward constant conflict. What about agreements? In the state of nature, couldn't people just agree to cooperate, to respect each other's property, to not harm each other? The problem is that without an authority to enforce agreements, there's no guarantee anyone will keep their word. If I agree not to harm you, and you agree not to harm me, but then you see an opportunity to benefit by breaking that agreement, what's to stop you? Your conscience? Your sense of honor? Perhaps. But can I rely on that? Can I stake my life on your virtue when breaking the agreement might save your life or make you rich? And knowing that you're thinking the same way about me, knowing that you can't fully trust me to keep my word, why wouldn't you break the agreement first when it's convenient? The rational thing, in the absence of enforcement, is to break agreements whenever keeping them becomes costly and you think you can get away with it. But that means no agreements can be trusted, which means no cooperation is possible, which means everyone is thrown back on their own strength and cunning to survive. Hobbes anticipated that many readers would find this argument exaggerated. Surely people aren't that bad. Surely we're capable of cooperation without some powerful authority forcing us to behave. So he offered an empirical test, a way to check his reasoning against actual behavior. Do you lock your doors when you go to sleep at night? He asked. When you travel, do you arm yourself or travel in groups? Of course you do. Even though you live under a government, even though there are laws against theft and assault, even though there are police you can call, you still take these precautions. Why? Because you don't fully trust your neighbors. You know that even with law and authority present, there's some risk of violence or theft. You act as if others might harm you if they had the opportunity. Now, if you can't fully trust your neighbors, even with police and courts and prisons backing up the law, Imagine how much worse it would be if there were no law at all, no police, no courts, no consequences for violence. If you lock your doors even when theft is illegal and punishable, what would you do if theft were neither? The precautions you take under government suggest how dangerous the state of nature would be without it. Hobbes also pointed to actual historical examples. When civil wars break out, when government breaks down, what happens? We've seen it, he said. We've watched England tear itself apart. And what we observe is exactly what the theory predicts. Neighbour turns against neighbour, violence becomes endemic, property becomes insecure, normal economic life becomes impossible. Civil war is a glimpse into the state of nature, a momentary return to the condition that exists when political authority fails. And then we come to the passage that has echoed through centuries, the words that appear in every introduction to political philosophy, the description that remains shocking even now when we've heard it so many times, it's become familiar. In such condition there is no place for industry because the fruit thereof is uncertain, and consequently no culture of the earth, no navigation, nor use of the commodities that may be imported by sea, no commodious building, no instruments of moving and removing such things as require much force, no knowledge of the face of the earth, no account of time, no arts, no letters, no society, and which is worst of all, continual fear and danger of violent death, and the life of man, solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Let those words settle into your consciousness as you rest. Solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Why no industry? Because if you can't be sure you'll reap what you sow, why plant? If someone stronger might just take the crops you've grown, why bother growing them? Without security of property, without some guarantee that your labor will benefit you rather than whoever can take it by force, there's no incentive to produce anything beyond immediate consumption. Why no navigation or trade? Because you can't trust agreements with strangers. You can't enter into contracts that will be honored. You can't send goods on a ship and trust they'll be paid for on the other end. Trade requires trust, and trust requires enforcement, and enforcement requires authority. Why no building, no tools, no technology? Because all of these things require sustained effort over time, cooperation among many people, division of labor, specialization. You need to be able to plan for the future, to invest current effort in things that will pay off later. But in a condition of constant insecurity, where violence is always imminent, you can't plan. You can only react, defend, survive from moment to moment. Why no knowledge, no arts, no letters? Because these refined activities require leisure, security, institutions that preserve and transmit learning over generations. A person constantly worried about violent death has no time for philosophy or poetry. A society that cannot maintain order, cannot maintain universities or libraries, or any of the infrastructure that makes intellectual and artistic life possible. And notice Hobbes's phrase, no society. In the state of nature, there aren't even stable social relationships. You can't have families that last, communities that endure, friendships that transcend immediate advantage. Everything is provisional, temporary, always ready to dissolve when interests diverge. The word solitary is key. We are, each of us, alone in the state of nature, unable to form genuine bonds with others because we can never fully trust them and they can never fully trust us. This is Hobbes's vision of freedom without government, of the natural condition of humankind when stripped of political authority. And it's important to understand what he's not saying. He's not saying that human beings are naturally evil. He's not claiming that we enjoy violence or take pleasure in others' suffering. Some people might, but that's not necessary for his argument. What Hobbes is saying is that the situation itself, the structure of interaction among beings with our characteristics, necessarily produces conflict. Put self-interested creatures with endless desires and limited power together in a condition where there's no authority to enforce rules, and they will come into conflict regardless of whether they're virtuous or vicious. The problem isn't human nature in a moral sense. The problem is the logic of the situation. This is actually a strange kind of optimism buried within the pessimism. If the problem is structural rather than moral, then changing the structure can solve the problem without requiring people to become better than they are. We don't need saints to have peace. We just need the right institutions. But before we get to the solution, let's sit with the problem a moment longer. Hobbes has shown us, or tried to show us, that total freedom is total insecurity. That natural liberty, the right to do whatever we think necessary for our survival, becomes the right to nothing because everyone else has the same right and will exercise it against us. That equality of power among vulnerable beings creates not mutual respect, but mutual threat. The state of nature is Hobbes's answer to anyone who romanticizes the past, who imagines that humans were once free and happy before governments constrained them. He's also answering anyone who thinks we could just dispense with political authority and live by voluntary cooperation alone. The state of nature is what happens when there's no Leviathan, no common power to keep everyone in awe, and it's unbearable. As you sink deeper into rest tonight, protected by walls and locks and laws you barely think about, consider how radical Hobbes's insight was. He saw that the freedom to do anything is the freedom to be secure in nothing. He understood that rights without enforcement are just words. He grasped that the absence of authority doesn't produce liberty, but chaos. And from that dark vision, he was going to construct an argument for political obligation that would change how we think about government forever. But that comes next. For now, rest with the problem clearly in view. Humans, as Hobbes described them, rational enough to see what they need, but not powerful enough to secure it alone, social enough to benefit from cooperation, but self-interested enough to betray it, equal enough to threaten each other, but not equal enough to trust. In the state of nature, there is no peace, only fear, only insecurity, only the grim struggle for survival that consumes everything human beings might otherwise be or create. And the question that will occupy us next is this: how do we escape? What could possibly convince rational, self-interested people to give up their natural liberty and accept constraints on their behavior? What kind of authority could maintain peace among beings so dangerous to each other? Hobbes has shown us the disease. Now we'll examine his cure, which many have found as disturbing as the disease itself. Hobbes has painted a grim picture. Life in the state of nature is unbearable, a condition of constant fear and insecurity that makes everything we value about human existence impossible. But here's the remarkable thing. Hobbes believed that human reason itself could show us the way out. The same rational capacity that lets us see how terrible the state of nature would be also shows us how to escape it. He called these rational principles the laws of nature, though it's crucial to understand what he meant by that phrase. These aren't laws in the sense of commands issued by a lawgiver. They're not moral obligations in any traditional sense. They're what Hobbes called theorems, or precepts of reason, rational conclusions about what conduces to self-preservation. They're discovered by thinking clearly about what rational self-interest requires in the human situation. The first law of nature is the most fundamental. Seek peace, if you have hope of obtaining it. If you can't obtain peace, then you may use all the advantages of war to defend yourself. This makes perfect sense once you understand the state of nature. War is terrible, as we've seen. It makes all human achievement impossible. So, if there's any way to secure peace, any possibility of escaping the state of nature's violence, reason tells us to pursue it. But reason also tells us not to be naive. If others aren't willing to pursue peace, if we're stuck in the state of nature whether we like it or not, then we need to do whatever it takes to survive. The second law of nature follows from the first. Be willing to lay down your right to all things when others are willing to do the same, to the degree necessary for peace. This is the key move, the beginning of the escape from natural liberty into civil society. In the state of nature, everyone has a right to everything. I have a right to take your food if I need it to survive. You have a right to kill me if you perceive me as a threat. These unlimited rights make peace impossible because my exercising my rights threatens you, and your exercising your rights threatens me. But what if we could make a deal? What if I agreed to give up my unlimited right to harm you, and you agreed to give up your unlimited right to harm me? Then we'd both be safer. We'd both gain security by mutually limiting our freedom. The second law of nature tells us that this trade is rational, that giving up dangerous liberties in exchange for security is the smart move, as long as, and this is crucial, others are making the same trade. Notice that qualification, when others are willing to do the same. This is naive pacifism. Hobbes isn't saying should unilaterally disarm, should give up your rights while others keep theirs. That would be suicide, not wisdom. The law of nature tells you to lay down your rights only when doing so is mutual, when everyone is giving up the same dangerous freedoms together. It's a collective solution to a collective problem. Third law of nature makes this even clearer. Keep covenants that you've made. A covenant is an agreement to do something in the future. I promise to deliver goods next week. You promise to pay when you receive them. This kind of agreement is essential for cooperation. But as we've seen, in the state of nature, covenants are just words. There's no guarantee anyone will keep their promise when the time comes. Hobbes saw this as the fundamental problem. Even if people rationally understand that mutual cooperation would benefit everyone, even if they're willing in principle to constrain their behavior for mutual advantage, they can't trust each other to actually follow through. And without trust, no cooperation is possible. Each person knows that if they keep their promise while others break theirs, they'll be exploited. So the rational thing seems to be to break promises whenever convenient. But if everyone reasons that way, no promises are credible, and we're stuck in the state of nature, despite everyone being worse off for it. This is what we now call a collective action problem, or a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone can see that cooperation would benefit all, but individual rationality pushes toward defection, toward breaking agreements. And because everyone knows everyone else is tempted to defect, no one trusts the agreements, and cooperation collapses before it begins. Hobbes's solution to this problem is both brilliant and disturbing. If the difficulty is that agreements aren't trustworthy because there's no enforcement, then create an enforcement mechanism. If the problem is that everyone is tempted to break covenants when convenient, then create a power that makes breaking covenants inconvenient. Make someone or some group strong enough to punish covenant breakers so effectively that keeping promises becomes the rational choice even for selfish people. This is where the social contract comes in, though it's important to understand that Hobbes's version is quite different from what many later philosophers would develop. The contract isn't between rulers and ruled. It's not an agreement where the sovereign promises to rule well in exchange for obedience. That kind of mutual contract would just recreate the problem at a higher level, because who would enforce the contract between sovereign and subjects? No, Hobbes's social contract is an agreement among the people themselves. Each person, reasoning about how to escape the state of nature, comes to the same conclusion. We need a common power to enforce agreements and maintain peace. So, each person agrees with all the others to authorize some person or assembly to make decisions for all of them, to judge disputes, to command and forbid. Each person says, in effect, I authorize this person or group to act on my behalf, and I recognize their decisions as if they were my own decisions. Hobbes gave this idea vivid expression. Imagine each person saying to all the others, I authorize and give up my right of governing myself to this man or to this assembly of men on this condition that you give up your right to him and authorize all his actions in like manner. What this creates is an artificial person, a unified entity made up of the authorizations of all the individuals who compose it. Hobbes called this artificial person the Leviathan, or the Commonwealth, or simply the Sovereign. It's artificial because it doesn't exist naturally, but is created by human agreement. It's a person because it acts as a unity, making decisions, issuing commands, enforcing rules. And it's sovereign because there is no higher authority that judges or constrains it. This sovereign power, once created, has to be absolute. And here's where Hobbes's argument becomes uncomfortable for almost everyone who reads it. He insisted that the sovereign cannot be limited, cannot be divided, cannot be held accountable by the subjects who created it. Why? Because any limitation on sovereign power recreates the state of nature at some level. Think about it this way. Suppose we say the sovereign can rule, but only within certain limits, only on certain topics, only in ways that respect certain rights. Who decides whether the sovereign has exceeded those limits? If individual subjects can decide for themselves when the sovereign has overstepped, then we're back to everyone being their own judge, which is just the state of nature again. Each person deciding what the law allows is no different from no law at all. What if we say there should be another authority that checks the sovereign, some other body that can veto or override the sovereign's decisions? Then that checking authority is the real sovereign, and the same problem arises at that level. Either authority is divided, in which case we have potential conflict between authorities and no clear answer to who wins, or authority is unified in whoever has the final say. You can't escape the logic. Either someone or some body has ultimate final authority, or you don't really have authority at all. Hobbes worked through various attempts to limit or divide sovereignty and showed why each fails. Separation of powers. then the different powers can come into conflict with no way to resolve the dispute except by force, which is civil war. Constitutional limits. Who enforces them when the sovereign violates them? Another authority. Then that's the real sovereign. The subjects themselves. Then each subject is judge in their own case, and we're back to the state of nature. Rights that subjects retain against the sovereign. Rights without enforcement are meaningless, as we've seen. And if subjects can enforce their rights against the sovereign, then the sovereign isn't really sovereign. The only right Hobbes recognized that subjects never give up is the right of self-preservation. If the sovereign commands you to kill yourself or refuses to defend you against immediate threats, you can resist because the whole point of creating the sovereign was to secure your life. But beyond that narrow exception, the sovereign's authority must be unlimited if it's to do the job it was created to do. The implications are stark. The sovereign defines what is just and unjust, right and wrong, legal and illegal. Not because the sovereign is necessarily wise or good, but because that's what sovereignty means. Having an authority means having someone whose word on these matters is final. The sovereign can't commit injustice in the legal sense because justice is defined by the sovereign's commands. Religious authority must be subordinate to political authority. This was especially controversial in Hobbes's time, when religious disputes were tearing Europe apart. But Hobbes was adamant. The sovereign must have the power to determine religious practices, to settle religious disputes, to prevent religious disagreement from destroying civil peace. The alternative is to have multiple authorities claiming ultimate allegiance, which inevitably produces conflict. Subjects generally cannot rebel against the sovereign. This might seem to contradict everything about social contract theory, which we associate with ideas about consent of the governed and right of revolution. But Hobbes's logic is clear. If subjects could legitimately rebel whenever they thought the sovereign was governing badly, then the sovereign wouldn't really have authority. The subjects would be judging the sovereign, which makes them the real authority, which recreates the state of nature. As you rest tonight, feel the tension in Hobbes's position. On one hand, he's given us a strangely democratic foundation for politics. All authority comes from the consent of the governed. The sovereign is created by agreement among equals. There's no divine right, no natural hierarchy, no appeal to tradition. Political authority is artificial, conventional, created by human beings for human purposes. That's radically modern, even revolutionary. On the other hand, the conclusion seems authoritarian, even tyrannical. Absolute power with no accountability, no right to rebel except in extreme circumstances, no check on the sovereign beyond the sovereign's own judgment. How can these two aspects fit together? How can democratic premises lead to authoritarian conclusions? The answer lies in Hobbes's unflinching focus on the problem he's trying to solve. The problem is civil war, is breakdown of order, is the constant threat that society will slide back into the state of nature. Everything Hobbes argues for is designed to prevent that catastrophe. The sovereign must be absolute because anything less than absolute leaves room for the conflicts that destroy peace. The subjects cannot rebel because allowing rebellion recreates the very problem government was meant to solve. Whether you find this convincing likely depends on how seriously you take the threat Hobbes was addressing. If you've lived through civil war, if you've watched society collapse, if you've experienced the breakdown of order firsthand, Hobbes's willingness to accept almost any government rather than risk returning to chaos might seem reasonable. if you've been fortunate enough to live under stable government most of your life, his arguments for absolute sovereignty might seem like the cure being worse than the disease. But either way, Hobbes has transformed the question. He's forced us to confront the foundations of political obligation, to ask why we should obey government at all, to recognize that the alternative to authority isn't freedom, but chaos. And he's done it without appealing to God or tradition or nature in any traditional sense. He's built a theory of politics on the minimal foundations of rational self-interest and mutual agreement. That achievement alone makes him one of the pivotal figures in political thought. The escape from the state of nature requires creating a leviathan, an artificial monster of our own making, powerful enough to keep us in awe, to make us keep our covenants, to maintain the peace without which human life remains solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. It's not a comfortable solution. But Hobbes never promised comfort. He promised security, order, the possibility of civilization. Whether the price he demanded was worth paying remains one of the great questions in political philosophy. In 1651, while England was still trying to figure out how to govern itself after executing its king, while Oliver Cromwell was consolidating power as Lord Protector, while royalists in exile still hoped for restoration of the monarchy, Thomas Hobbes published a book with an audacious title, Leviathan, or The Matter, Form and Power of a Commonwealth Ecclesiastical and Civil. The title itself was provocative. Leviathan appears in the Bible as a terrifying sea monster, a creature of chaos that only God can tame. In the book of Job, God describes the Leviathan to humble Job, to remind him of powers beyond human comprehension or control. It was an image of primordial danger, of forces that threaten to overwhelm human order. But Hobbes transformed the Leviathan into something else entirely. Look at the famous frontispiece of the book, the illustration that appeared on early editions. You see a giant crowned figure rising above a landscape, towering over cities and countryside. The figure holds a sword in one hand and a bishop's crozier in the other, symbolizing both civil and ecclesiastical authority. But look closer at the giant's body. It's not solid. It's composed of hundreds of tiny human figures, all facing the crowned head, all part of the larger whole. This is Hobbes's Leviathan. Not a natural monster, but an artificial one. Not chaos, but order. The multitude of individuals unified into a single corporate body through their mutual covenant. The sovereign as the authorized representative of all, wielding power not against the people, but as the people, or at least as the artificial person created by their agreement. The monster is us, or rather, it's what we become when we successfully escape the state of nature by creating common power. The book itself was a masterpiece of systematic thinking, laying out Hobbes's entire philosophy from his materialism through human psychology, to the state of nature, to the social contract, to the powers of the sovereign, to the relationship between church and state, to the nature of Christian commonwealth. It was comprehensive, rigorous, and written in English prose that was alternately elegant and brutally direct. This last point mattered enormously. Hobbes's earlier work, Deceive, had been written in Latin for an educated European audience. Leviathan was written in English, for English readers, in language that, while sophisticated, was accessible to anyone with basic literacy. Hobbes wanted his ideas to reach not just scholars, but parliamentarians, merchants, anyone involved in the political life of his country. He was intervening in a live political crisis, not just engaging in academic philosophy. And intervene he did, though probably not in the way he intended. Leviathan offended almost everyone. Royalists were horrified by Hobbes's denial of divine right. If the king's authority comes from the people's consent rather than from God, if sovereignty is conventional rather than natural, then what makes monarchy special? Why should Charles II be restored rather than some other form of government being chosen? Hobbes had provided a rational argument for absolute sovereignty, but he'd undermined the traditional foundations of monarchical legitimacy in the process. Republicans and parliamentarians were equally horrified, but for different reasons. Hobbes had argued for absolute, undivided sovereignty. No separation of powers, no right of resistance, no accountability of rulers to ruled beyond the narrow case of self-preservation. This seemed to justify tyranny, to leave subjects helpless before arbitrary power. Even if you accepted that some government was necessary, why this government? Why absolute monarchy rather than limited government with checks and balances? And then there were the churches. Hobbes had subordinated all religious authority to the sovereign. He'd argued that the sovereign must determine religious practices, settle theological disputes, control church offices and doctrines. This seemed to make religion merely a tool of political power, to deny any independent authority to spiritual matters. Both Anglicans and Puritans, Catholics and Protestants found things in Leviathan to offend them. Hobbes seemed to be reducing faith to a matter of civil obedience. Worse, there were passages in Leviathan that could be read as questioning fundamental Christian doctrines. Hobbes's materialism seemed to leave no room for immaterial souls or life after death in any traditional sense. His account of Scripture emphasized natural explanations and questioned supernatural claims, while Hobbes insisted he
was a Christian and argued for the compatibility of his philosophy with Christianity. Many readers suspected atheism lurking beneath his professions of faith. The book was condemned, banned, burned in effigy at Oxford University. Hobbes was accused of heresy, atheism, corrupting youth, undermining morality. For years after publication, attacks on Hobbes and Hobbism became a minor industry among English writers. To call someone a Hobbist was to accuse them of denying God, morality, and decency itself. Yet despite all this hostility, or perhaps because of it, Leviathan became one of the most discussed and influential books of its age. You couldn't talk about politics in 17th century England without addressing Hobbes's arguments. You might reject his conclusions, but you had to engage with his framework. He had changed the terms of debate in ways that couldn't be undone. Interestingly, while royalists disliked Hobbes's foundations, they appreciated his conclusions about absolute sovereignty. And while Republicans hated his defense of absolutism, some found his social contract framework useful for quite different purposes. The book was too systematic, too powerful, too thorough to be simply dismissed. It had to be argued with, which meant its categories and questions became the common property of political thought. Hobbes returned to England in 1651, the same year Leviathan was published. This was a risky move. The country was still unsettled, his book was making enemies, and his royalist connections were well known. But perhaps Hobbes calculated that Cromwell's regime, which had its own problems with legitimacy and needed philosophical support, might tolerate him. Or perhaps he simply wanted to come home. He spent the Commonwealth years mostly quiet. controversial topics, meeting with intellectuals, enjoying whatever protection his former students' affection provided. When Charles II was restored to the throne in 1660, Hobbes might have expected favour. After all, he'd been the king's mathematics tutor during exile. He'd written a defence of absolute monarchy, even if the foundation for that defence was unconventional. Charles did grant Hobbes a pension and received him at court. But the king also made clear that Hobbes must not publish anything more on politics or religion. Too many powerful people wanted Hobbes silenced. The churches, the universities, Parliament, all saw him as dangerous. Charles protected Hobbes from worse persecution, but that protection came with restrictions. The most brilliant political philosopher in England was forbidden to publish philosophy. Imagine the frustration. Hobbes had more to say, more arguments to make, responses to critics to publish. He'd spent years developing his system, and now he was told to be quiet. He did write more, including Behemoth, a history of the English Civil War that applied his political philosophy to recent events, but it couldn't be published during his
lifetime. His ideas would have to wait for future generations to be fully heard. The irony is rich. Hobbes wrote Leviathan to prevent civil war, to provide a rational foundation for stable government, to show why absolute sovereignty was necessary for peace. The book succeeded in changing how people thought about politics, but it also made its author too dangerous to be fully heard. The monster of Malmesbury had created a monster of a book, and both were too threatening to be tolerated by the authorities whose power they theoretically defended. As you drift towards sleep tonight, consider how ideas can be more dangerous than armies. Hobbes never led soldiers or held political office. He was a scholar, a tutor, a writer. Yet his arguments threatened kings and churches, changed political discourse, influenced generations of thinkers. The Leviathan he described, that artificial person created by social contract, was matched by another creation, the book itself, an artifact of thought that lived on beyond its author's control, generating controversy and insight in equal measure. The ideas Hobbes published in 1651 are still with us. We still argue about the foundations of political obligation, about the balance between security and liberty, about what legitimates government authority. The terms have changed, the conclusions we draw may differ from Hobbes's, but the questions he forced us to confront remain alive. That's the real power of Leviathan, not its specific doctrines, but its transformation of how we think about politics itself. A generation after Hobbes published Leviathan, another English philosopher took up the same questions but reached strikingly different conclusions. John Locke, writing in the 1680s during another period of political crisis in England, accepted much of Hobbes's framework while rejecting his absolutist conclusions. The result was a vision of politics that would prove even more influential than Hobbes's, especially in the emerging liberal tradition that would shape modern democracy. Locke's second treatise of government, published in 1689, begins with the state of nature, just as Hobbes did. This wasn't coincidence. By Locke's time, the social contract framework Hobbes had developed had become the standard way of thinking about political legitimacy. If you wanted to argue about politics, you started with the state of nature and built up from there. Hobbes had set the terms of debate so effectively that even his critics had to work within the structure he'd created. But Locke's state of nature was fundamentally different from Hobbes's vision of war and chaos. For Locke, the state of nature was a condition of perfect freedom and equality, but it wasn't necessarily violent or anarchic.
It was, Locke argued, governed by the law of nature, which could be known by reason, and that law of nature taught clear moral principles. No one ought to harm another in their life, health, liberty, or possessions. This makes an enormous
difference. For Hobbes, there were no moral constraints in the state of nature, no genuine right and wrong beyond what conduces to self-preservation. Rights were just liberties, permissions to do whatever you thought necessary. For Locke, the state of nature already contained moral law. People already had genuine rights to life, liberty, and property, rights that existed before any government and that government must respect. Where did these natural rights come from? Locke's answer was theological. God created human beings and gave them the world to use. We have a right to self-preservation because we're God's property, and it would be wrong to destroy what belongs to God. We have property rights because we mix our labor with natural resources, and our labor is our own, so what we create through labor becomes ours. The moral structure of reality, grounded in divine creation, gives content to natural law and natural rights. Now, if the state of nature already has moral law and natural rights, why do we need government? Locke's answer was more modest than Hobbes's. We need government not because the state of nature is unbearable, but because it has inconveniences. Without a common authority, disputes about rights are hard to resolve. Everyone is judge in their own case, which leads to bias. Enforcement of natural law is uncertain. Some people will violate others' rights, and while those people can be punished, there's no systematic, reliable mechanism for doing so. So people form civil society through consent to create institutions that will protect their natural rights more effectively. Notice what's different here. For Hobbes, government creates order where there was only chaos. For Locke, government protects rights that already exist. For Hobbes, the sovereign defines justice. For Locke, justice is independent of government, and government is legitimate only insofar as it respects natural justice. This leads to radically different conclusions about political authority. Locke agreed that government requires sovereignty, but his sovereign is limited in ways Hobbes never allowed. Government's power extends only to protecting natural rights. It has no authority to violate those rights, no matter how expedient it might seem. The power to make laws is limited by the requirement that those laws serve the public good and respect individual rights. Moreover, political power can be divided. Locke distinguished between legislative, executive, and what he called federative powers, the power to conduct foreign relations. These could be held by different bodies or persons creating checks and balances. This division of powers wouldn't recreate the state of nature as Hobbes feared, because all the powers remain bound by natural law and by their common purpose of protecting rights. Most dramatically, Locke argued that people retain the right to revolution. If government systematically violates the rights it's supposed to protect, if it acts against the public good, if it becomes tyrannical, then the people can dissolve it and create new government. The social contract isn't irrevocable as Hobbes insisted. It's conditional on government doing its job. And when government fails badly enough, the contract is broken and people return to their natural liberty to form new political arrangements. This was explosive stuff in the context of 17th century England. Locke was writing around the time of the Glorious Revolution, when Parliament invited William of Orange to take the throne from James II. His second treatise was essentially a justification for that revolution,
an argument that deposing a king could be legitimate if that king violated his trust. Where Hobbes seemed to justify any government that could maintain order, Locke provided a philosophical foundation for limited government and justified resistance. Yet notice how much Locke accepted from Hobbes: the framework of state of nature and social contract, the idea that political authority requires justification in terms of the people's consent, the rejection of divine right, and appeals to tradition as sufficient grounds for obedience. These were all Hobbesian moves, and Locke couldn't have made his argument without them. Locke was working within the intellectual space Hobbes had created. He was answering Hobbesian questions, using Hobbesian methods, just reaching different conclusions. And those different conclusions flowed from different premises about the state of nature and about what humans are like without government. If you accept Hobbes's vision of the state of nature as war, his absolutist conclusions become harder to avoid. If you accept Locke's gentler vision of the state of nature as imperfect but not unbearable, his liberal conclusions follow more naturally. Who was right about human nature? That question has occupied political philosophers ever since. Are humans as dangerous to each other as Hobbes believed? Or are we capable of the kind of moral restraint and cooperation Locke described? The answer probably varies with circumstances. In conditions of extreme scarcity and insecurity, Hobbes's vision seems grimly accurate. In conditions of relative abundance and security, Locke's optimism seems more justified. Neither captured the whole truth, but together they mapped the space within which much later political thought would develop. The American founders wrestled with exactly this tension. Thomas Jefferson's famous phrase in the Declaration of Independence, "Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness," echoes Locke's trinity of life, liberty, and property. The idea that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed is pure social contract theory, developed by Hobbes and Locke. The right to revolution when government becomes destructive of these ends is Lockean. But the American Constitution also reflects Hobbesian concerns. The separation of powers that Locke endorsed is built into the structure, but so is the creation of a strong central government powerful enough to maintain order. The Federalist Papers, written to support ratification of the Constitution, often sound Hobbesian themes about the dangers of faction and the need for effective authority. The founders were trying to balance Lockean liberty with Hobbesian security, and the American experiment can be seen as an attempt to synthesize these rival visions. As you settle deeper into rest, consider how these old debates remain alive. When we argue about how much power government should have, whether authority should be centralized or divided, when we can legitimately resist or disobey laws, we are still working through questions Hobbes and Locke posed. Their specific answers may not satisfy us, but their questions endure because they're asking about permanent features of political life. How to balance order and liberty, security and freedom, common good and individual rights. Hobbes saw the danger of chaos and prioritized order above almost everything else. Locke saw the danger of tyranny and prioritized liberty and rights. Both dangers are real. Both concerns are legitimate. And no political system has perfectly solved the problem of achieving security without sacrificing too much freedom or protecting liberty without risking too much instability. We're still, in a sense, trying to navigate between Hobbes and Locke, trying to get enough of each without the excesses of either. The conversation they began continues, and that, perhaps more than any specific doctrine either taught, is their greatest legacy. transforming political philosophy into a systematic inquiry into the foundations of legitimate authority, an inquiry that takes seriously both the necessity and the dangers of power. Throughout his life, Hobbes held a peculiar conviction. Philosophy could be made as certain as mathematics. If we could just define our terms precisely enough, reason carefully enough, follow arguments rigorously enough, we could achieve in moral and political philosophy the same kind of demonstrative certainty that mathematicians achieved in geometry. This belief shaped how Hobbes approached philosophy and led him into both brilliant insights and embarrassing failures. Hobbes first encountered Euclidean geometry in his 40s, relatively late in life for a scholar. The story goes that he was in a gentleman's library and saw a copy of Euclid's Elements lying open. His eye fell on a proposition, a theorem about triangles. At first, he couldn't believe it. He looked at the proof, which referred back to earlier propositions. He looked at those propositions and their proofs, which referred to still earlier ones. Eventually, he worked his way back to the definitions and axioms that began the whole system. And he was amazed. From a handful of simple definitions and self-evident principles, Euclid had constructed an entire edifice of geometric knowledge, each theorem following necessarily from what came before. There was no appeal to authority, no reliance on observation, just pure reason working out the implications of clear concepts. This was certainty, real knowledge, not the endless disputation of traditional philosophy that never seemed to settle anything. Hobbes became convinced that this method could be applied to philosophy. If you could define basic concepts clearly, if you could identify the fundamental principles of human nature and social interaction, then you could deduce how politics must work with the same certainty that geometry could deduce the properties of triangles. This is why Leviathan begins with meticulous definitions of sensation, imagination, memory, reason. Hobbes was trying to build a philosophical system the way Euclid built geometry, from clear foundations through careful deduction to necessary conclusions. In many ways, this approach was Hobbes's great strength, his systematic rigor, his insistence on precise definition, his habit of making assumptions explicit and following their logical consequences. All of this gave his political philosophy a clarity and force that most earlier political thought lacked. When you read Leviathan, you can see each step of the argument, understand how later conclusions depend on earlier premises, trace the logical structure that holds the whole system together. But the geometric ideal also led Hobbes into his most famous failure. If philosophy could be like mathematics, if reasoning was really a kind of calculation, then perhaps he could contribute to mathematics itself. And so Hobbes, brilliant as he was in many domains, spent years of his later life working on a problem that had stumped mathematicians for centuries: squaring the circle. The problem is simple to state. Can you construct a square with the same area as a given circle using only compass and straight edge? Ancient mathematicians had tried and failed. The problem seemed simple but proved remarkably resistant to solution, and Hobbes became convinced he'd solved it. He published his solution. Mathematicians pointed out errors. Hobbes revised and republished. The errors were pointed out again, more sharply this time. Hobbes dug in his heels, insisting that professional mathematicians were biased against him, were being deliberately obtuse, were protecting their positions by rejecting correct solutions from outsiders. The controversy dragged on for years, becoming increasingly bitter and increasingly embarrassing for Hobbes. The tragedy was that Hobbes was simply wrong, and the mathematicians were right. He'd made basic errors that any competent geometer could spot. Worse, he was arguing about mathematics with people who understood it far better than he did, yet he couldn't admit his mistakes. The same man who could dissect political philosophy with brilliant clarity became obstinate and unreasonable when confronted with his mathematical errors. Why did this happen? Perhaps because Hobbes had invested so much in the idea.
That reasoning was calculation, that philosophy was geometric. If he couldn't even do basic geometry correctly, what did that say about his grand systematic philosophy? He couldn't afford to admit mathematical error without seeming to undermine his whole project. So he doubled down, defended his mistakes, alienated the mathematical community, and damaged his reputation in ways that his political writings alone never would have. Yet the failure in mathematics doesn't actually undermine Hobbes's political philosophy. The geometric ideal was a guiding metaphor, an aspiration, not a literal claim that politics is mathematics. What Hobbes really achieved was something different from and more valuable than geometric proof. He created a systematic framework for thinking about politics, one that made assumptions explicit, followed implications carefully, and offered testable claims about how humans behave and what forms of government can succeed. This systematic approach was revolutionary. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely a matter of citing ancient authorities, appealing to tradition, invoking divine will, or making ad hoc arguments about specific situations. Hobbes offered something new, a general theory of politics built from first principles about human nature. You might disagree with his premises or his conclusions, but you had to engage with the systematic structure of his thought. You couldn't just cite Aristotle or appeal to custom. You had to show where Hobbes's reasoning went wrong, which meant reasoning at the same level of generality and rigor. The mechanistic worldview that underlay Hobbes's approach was part of a larger scientific revolution transforming 17th century thought. Galileo, Descartes, and others were showing that nature could be understood through mathematics and mechanics, that complicated phenomena could be explained in terms of matter in motion following natural laws. Hobbes tried to extend this approach to human society to show that politics too could be understood scientifically. In this, he was ahead of his time. The idea that human behavior follows patterns that can be studied systematically, that society operates according to principles we can discover through careful analysis. This idea would eventually develop into social science. Hobbes didn't create sociology or political science in their modern forms, but he gestured toward them, showed that such disciplines were possible in principle. His claim that reasoning is computation is particularly interesting in light of modern cognitive science and artificial intelligence. When Hobbes suggested that thinking is just adding and subtracting concepts, his contemporaries found it reductive and absurd. But in our age of computers, when we've built machines that manipulate symbols according to rules and thereby achieve something that looks like reasoning, Hobbes's idea seems less strange. We still debate whether artificial intelligence really thinks or just simulates thinking. But the very fact that the question arises shows that Hobbes touched on something deep about the nature of cognition. As you drift toward sleep tonight, consider the beautiful ambition in Hobbes's geometric ideal, even if the ideal was never fully realized. He wanted certainty in a domain where certainty seems impossible. He wanted to find principles of politics as clear and compelling as the Pythagorean theorem. He wanted to lift political discourse out of partisan squabbling and into the realm of demonstrative knowledge where rational people would have to agree. He failed, of course. Politics remains contested, uncertain, irreducibly plural in ways that geometry is not. But the attempt itself was noble, and the systematic approach he pioneered
became the standard for serious political philosophy. After Hobbes, you couldn't just assert political claims. You had to argue for them, systematically, from defensible premises through logical steps that others could examine. That expectation of rigor is part of his legacy. The stubborn old man trying to square the circle, refusing to admit his mathematical incompetence, cuts a somewhat comic figure. But the brilliant philosopher who transformed how we think about political authority, who forced us to confront uncomfortable truths about human nature and power, who built a system of thought so comprehensive and rigorous that we're still working through its implications, that figure commands respect. The geometric ideal inspired the achievement even if the achievement didn't live up to the ideal. Rest now in the knowledge that human understanding has limits, that our grandest ambitions often exceed our reach, but that even failed aspirations can produce valuable insights along the way. Hobbes wanted more certainty than politics allows, but in seeking it, he gave us concepts and arguments that clarified political thought for generations to come. More than 300 years have passed since Hobbes died, yet his shadow falls across contemporary politics in ways both obvious and subtle. Open any newspaper, scroll through any news feed, and you'll find Hobbesian questions lurking beneath the surface of current debates. How much power should government have? When does security justify limiting liberty? What legitimates political authority? Can international order exist without world government? These are Hobbes's questions, even when we don't recognize them as such. The 20th century saw a remarkable revival of social contract theory in academic philosophy. For much of the 19th century, Hobbes and social contract thinking had been eclipsed by other approaches to politics, by utilitarianism, by Hegelian idealism, by Marxist historical materialism, by conservative appeals to organic tradition. But in 1971, John Rawls published A Theory of Justice, and suddenly social contract theory was at the center of political philosophy again. Rawls's approach was explicitly Hobbesian in structure, even while reaching conclusions Hobbes would never have endorsed. Rawls asked readers to imagine people in an original position, choosing principles of justice behind a veil of ignorance that prevented them from knowing their own position in society. This was a thought experiment directly descended from Hobbes's state of nature, a way of using hypothetical reasoning to discover what rational agreement could establish about legitimate political arrangements. Rawls concluded that people in the original position would choose principles guaranteeing equal basic liberties and allowing inequalities only when they benefit the worst off. These liberal egalitarian conclusions are far from Hobbes's absolutism, but the method is recognizably Hobbesian. We're still using variations on the social contract framework to argue about justice, still imagining what rational people would agree to under certain conditions, still deriving political principles from hypothetical consent. Game theory, developed in the mid-20th century to analyze strategic interaction, gave Hobbes's insights mathematical precision. The prisoner's dilemma, perhaps the most famous concept in game theory, is essentially the Hobbesian problem in formal terms. Two prisoners are separately offered deals. If both stay silent, both get light sentences. If one betrays the other while the other stays silent, the betrayer goes free while the silent one gets a harsh sentence. If both betray, both get moderate sentences. The rational choice for each prisoner, considered individually, is to betray, because betrayal yields a better outcome regardless of what the other prisoner does. But if both reason this way, both end up worse off than if they'd both stayed silent. This is exactly Hobbes's covenant problem. individual rationality undermines collective good unless there's an enforcement mechanism that changes the incentive structure game. Theorists have used this framework to analyze everything from nuclear deterrence to environmental policy to the evolution of cooperation. And in doing so, they're working through Hobbesian logic, showing how the structure of strategic interaction creates problems that individual rationality alone cannot solve. Hobbes didn't have the mathematical tools of modern game theory, but he grasped the essential logic 3 centuries earlier. Contemporary debates about security and liberty constantly replay Hobbesian themes. After terrorist attacks, governments claim emergency powers, expand surveillance, limit civil liberties, all in the name of protecting citizens. Critics respond that security purchased at the cost of freedom isn't worth having, that we're betraying our values by the very measures meant to protect them. But notice that both sides accept the Hobbesian framing. Security and liberty are being traded against each other, and the question is where to strike the balance. The COVID-19 pandemic brought Hobbesian questions into sharp relief. Governments imposed lockdowns, restricted movement, mandated vaccines or masks, closed businesses. Some people accepted these measures as necessary to protect public health, as the kind of collective action problem that only government authority could solve. Others resisted as violations of liberty, as government overreach, as tyranny disguised as public health policy. The debate divided along lines that would have been familiar to Hobbes. How much authority should government have in emergencies? When does protecting life justify restricting liberty? In international relations, Hobbes's vision of the state of nature describes relations among sovereign states better than it ever described relations among individuals. There is no world government, no authority above nations that can enforce international law. Countries exist in something like a state of nature with respect to each other, each pursuing its own interests, each potentially in conflict with others, each relying ultimately on its own power to secure its position. This produces what political scientists call the security dilemma at the international level. When one country builds up its military for defensive purposes, neighboring countries perceive a threat and build up their own militaries in response, which makes the first country feel less secure, so it builds up even more, and the cycle continues. Everyone acts defensively. Everyone becomes less secure. It's Hobbes's dynamic of diffidence playing out among nations. Realism in international relations theory is explicitly Hobbesian. Realists argue that moral considerations matter little in relations among states, that power and security are what drive international politics, that cooperation is always fragile because there's no enforcement mechanism that can reliably constrain sovereign states. They don't necessarily endorse this situation, but they claim to describe how international politics actually works, given the anarchic structure of the international system. Technology has created new forms of power that Hobbes never imagined, but that raise thoroughly Hobbesian questions. Surveillance states can monitor citizens with unprecedented thoroughness, tracking movements, reading communications, predicting behavior. Governments justify this surveillance with Hobbesian logic. We need these powers to protect you from terrorism, from crime, from disorder. But the result is a kind of leviathan that can see everything, know everything about its subjects in ways that would have seemed like godlike power in Hobbes's time. Corporate power raises similar issues. Large technology companies control platforms that shape political discourse, influence elections, determine what information billions of people see. They're not governments in the traditional sense, but they exercise forms of power that look increasingly sovereign. Do we need a leviathan to control these corporate leviathans? Or are we creating new forms of authority that don't fit Hobbes's categories? Climate change presents perhaps the most purely Hobbesian problem of our era. Every nation benefits if all nations reduce emissions, but each nation has an incentive to let others bear the cost of reduction while continuing to emit itself. This is a global collective action problem, a tragedy of the commons on a planetary scale. The Hobbesian solution would be world government powerful enough to enforce emissions limits. But creating such government seems impossible, so we're stuck trying to solve a Hobbesian problem without Hobbesian solutions. The rise of authoritarian leaders around the world often comes wrapped in Hobbesian rhetoric. Strongmen promise order, security, protection from chaos. They ask citizens to accept concentrated power in exchange for stability. They justify limiting dissent, suppressing opposition, consolidating authority by pointing to threats, real or imagined. The implicit bargain is Hobbesian. Give me absolute power and I'll protect you. Whether citizens are actually safer under such arrangements is questionable, but the rhetorical appeal remains powerful. Yet Hobbes also helps us critique authoritarianism. Remember that Hobbes's sovereign gains authority through consent of the governed, through the rational agreement of equals who create common power for their mutual benefit. A leader who seizes power through force hasn't created legitimate sovereignty in Hobbesian terms. And even legitimate sovereignty exists to protect subjects' lives. When government becomes the main threat to life rather than the protector of life, Hobbes's own logic suggests subjects can resist. Feminist philosophers have offered important critiques of social contract theory that expose blind spots in Hobbes and the tradition he founded. Carol Paterman argued that beneath the social contract is a prior sexual contract that establishes male dominance over women, the supposedly universal.
Agreement among equals turns out to have excluded half of humanity. Women weren't party to the original contract, but were subjects of it, subordinated by the very agreement that supposedly created political equality. Critical race theorists have made similar arguments. Charles Mills wrote of a racial contract that established white supremacy while claiming to establish equality. When Hobbes and Locke wrote about the state of nature and social contract, they were theorizing about relations among white European men. Indigenous peoples, enslaved Africans, colonized populations were outside the framework entirely, subject to domination that the contract did nothing to legitimate, but also nothing to prevent. These critiques don't simply reject social contract theory, but force us to confront who was included and excluded in the original formulations. They show that supposedly universal theories of politics were partial, limited to certain groups, while claiming universal applicability. The questions Hobbes raised about political legitimacy and consent remain important, but we have to ask them more inclusively, recognizing that the answers may be different when we include everyone, rather than just some. As you rest tonight, consider how thoroughly Hobbesian our political vocabulary remains. We talk about social contracts, about legitimacy based on consent, about the balance between security and freedom, about the enforcement of agreements, about collective action problems. These concepts and frameworks come down to us from Hobbes
refined and modified, but recognizably his intellectual offspring. We may reject his authoritarian conclusions. We may have more optimistic views of human nature. We may aspire to forms of politics he never imagined. But we're still working within and against the structure of thought he created, still grappling with the problems he identified, still trying to answer the fundamental question he posed with such clarity. How can beings like us live together without destroying each other? The relevance of a 17th century philosopher to 21st century politics tells us something important. The problems Hobbes addressed aren't artifacts of his time, but permanent features of political life. As long as humans have conflicting interests, limited resources, and the ability to harm each other, we'll need some answer to the Hobbesian question of how to maintain order. Our answers may differ from his, but we can't escape the question itself. At the heart of Hobbes's political philosophy lies an emotion he understood better than most philosophers before or since. Fear. Not fear as a personal weakness or irrational response, but fear as a fundamental driver of political life, as the emotion that both creates the problem of order and provides resources for solving it. Remember that Hobbes was born prematurely as the Spanish Armada approached, born of his mother's terror. "Fear and I were born twins together," he wrote. This wasn't just biographical colour, but philosophical insight. Fear was Hobbes's constant companion, the emotion that shaped his understanding of human motivation and political necessity. In the state of nature, fear reigns supreme. The fear of violent death drives everything else. People seek power not primarily because they're greedy or ambitious, but because they're afraid of what will happen if they're powerless. They strike first, not because they're aggressive, but because they fear being struck. They accumulate resources not because they're miserly, but because they fear future scarcity. Fear is the great motivator in Hobbes's psychology, the passion that explains why rational beings would create such a dangerous situation for themselves. But fear is also what makes escape possible. The same fear that drives conflict in the state of nature also drives people to seek peace. The fear of violent death makes people willing to accept almost any alternative, including submission to sovereign power. Fear of punishment makes people keep covenants they might otherwise break. Fear of chaos makes people tolerate governments they might otherwise resist. This dual role of fear is central to understanding Hobbes. Fear isn't just a problem to be solved, but a resource to be used. The sovereign must inspire awe, must be feared, must be powerful enough that fear of punishment outweighs temptation to break laws. A sovereign that isn't feared isn't really sovereign, because subjects will calculate that they can violate laws with impunity. Power without the capacity
protect. Consider how often governments invoke fear to justify their actions. After the September 11th attacks, the US government launched a war on terror that led to expanded surveillance, military interventions, detention without trial, and torture. Much of this was justified by the claim that extraordinary threats require extraordinary powers. Fear of terrorism made citizens willing to accept measures they would have rejected in calmer times. Was this Hobbesian sovereignty in action? Government doing what's necessary to protect subjects from violent death? Or was it manipulation of fear to accumulate power beyond what's actually needed for security? Hobbes would say that depends on whether the measures genuinely served the purpose of protection or whether they served other interests under cover of necessity. But he'd also recognize that making this judgment is difficult, that subjects aren't always in a position to know what's genuinely necessary, and that government has both motive and opportunity to exaggerate threats. The politics of fear isn't unique to our time. Hobbes lived through an era when religious fear was used to justify persecution, when fear of heresy and witchcraft led to torture and execution, when fear of political disorder was invoked to suppress dissent. He recognized that fear could be instrumentalized, used by those in power to maintain control. Yet he also believed that some fear was appropriate, that recognizing our vulnerability and the dangers around us was rational rather than paranoid. This raises profound questions about how we should respond to fear in political life. Should we resist fear, refuse to let it guide our decisions, insist on maintaining liberty even when threatened? That's one response, the one that says, those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither. It's a noble sentiment, but Hobbes would ask whether it's realistic. Can people really maintain their commitment to liberty when they're genuinely terrified? And if fear does drive political decisions, shouldn't we think carefully about how to channel it productively rather than simply declaring it inadmissible? Or should we accept fear as a legitimate factor in political reasoning, acknowledge that security is a genuine good that sometimes requires limiting freedom? That's closer to Hobbes's position, but it opens the door to the very manipulation he worried about. Once we accept that fear justifies expanded power, authorities have strong incentives to keep us afraid, to magnify threats, to ensure that the emergency never quite ends. Perhaps the wisest response is neither to reject fear entirely, nor to let it dominate, but to think carefully about what we're afraid of and whether proposed responses genuinely address those fears. Hobbes would approve of this approach. He valued reason precisely because it could discipline passion, including fear. The fear that drives us to seek security should be guided by rational calculation about what genuinely serves self-preservation, not by panic or manipulation. One of Hobbes's most interesting observations about fear concerns its relationship to freedom. He defined liberty as absence of external impediments to motion. When you're free to do something, nothing external is preventing you from doing it. But notice that this definition is compatible with being motivated by fear. If you obey the law because you fear punishment, you're still acting freely in Hobbes's sense because the law doesn't physically prevent your action. It just gives you a reason not to act. This might seem like a verbal trick, but there's something important here. For Hobbes, the opposite of freedom isn't being influenced by fear, but being physically constrained or unable to act. And this suggests that a society where people obey laws out of fear of punishment can still be a free society,
as long as the laws leave people space to make their own choices about how to live within legal constraints. He makes this point explicitly when talking about liberty under sovereignty. He says that liberty depends on the silence of the laws. Where the law doesn't speak, you're free to act as you choose. The sovereign needn't regulate everything, needn't control every aspect of life. There can be wide areas of liberty even under absolute sovereignty, as long as the sovereign chooses not to fill those spaces with commands. This is a thin conception of freedom by many standards, but it has a certain realism. Perfect freedom from all influence, from all pressure, from all consequences of our choices is impossible. We are always constrained by circumstances, influenced by consequences, responding to incentives and disincentives. The question isn't whether we're influenced, but whether we retain choice within the structure of influences that shape our decisions. As you drift deeper into rest, reflect on the role fear plays in your own life. The locks on your doors, the passwords on your accounts, the insurance policies you maintain, all reflect reasonable fear of potential harms. You take precautions not because you're paranoid, but because you're realistically aware of risks. This is Hobbesian fear at work, the rational recognition of vulnerability that leads to protective measures. But also notice that you're able to rest precisely because those protective measures work. The government maintains order, police deter crime, social norms constrain most people's behavior most of the time. You can be vulnerable in sleep because you trust, usually without thinking about it, that the structures of order will hold through the night. Fear has been channeled into institutions that make security possible, which in turn makes the vulnerability of rest possible. Hobbes understood this paradox. We need fear to motivate the creation of order, but successful order lets us mostly forget our fear. A well-functioning Leviathan fades into the background. Its power so reliable that we rarely think about the violence it prevents or the chaos it holds at bay. Only when order breaks down, when we get glimpses of the state of nature that always lurks beneath civilization's surface, do we remember why we need the Leviathan at all. Thomas Hobbes lived to the remarkable age of 91, surviving well into the Restoration period that followed Cromwell's Commonwealth. The final 2 decades of his life were lived under the protection and constraint we've already mentioned. Charles II granted him a pension and forbade him to publish on politics or religion. The monster of Malmesbury was neutralized, kept as a kind of intellectual pet at court, but prevented from further stirring up controversy. These years must have been frustrating for a mind as active and combative as Hobbes's. He had more to say, more arguments to make, more responses to critics who had attacked Leviathan and his earlier works. But silence had been imposed as the price of safety. So Hobbes turned his energies elsewhere, to pursuits that wouldn't directly challenge church or state. He continued his mathematical work, despite or perhaps because of his earlier humiliations over circle squaring. The man who had been so brilliant in political philosophy showed remarkable stubbornness in mathematics, continuing to publish claims that professional mathematicians could easily refute. These late mathematical works added nothing to his reputation and provided ammunition for critics who wanted to dismiss his entire philosophical system. Yet Hobbes persisted, convinced that the mathematicians were wrong, even when they could demonstrate his errors step by step. There's something both admirable and sad about this stubbornness. Admirable because Hobbes refused to simply accept authority, maintained intellectual independence even when it made him look foolish. Sad because he was wasting his brilliance on a field where he lacked the necessary rigor. defending errors that a more humble person would have acknowledged. The same quality that made him willing to challenge centuries of political philosophy, the same intellectual courage that let him publish Leviathan, despite knowing it would make enemies, became a liability when directed at mathematics. He did write one more major political work, though it couldn't be published during his lifetime. Behemoth, or The Long Parliament, was Hobbes's history of the English Civil War, applying his political philosophy to recent events. The book examined how religious enthusiasm, constitutional disputes, and competing authorities had combined to destroy civil peace. It was, in effect, a sustained argument that everything Leviathan had warned against had happened in England, proving the necessity of the absolute sovereignty Hobbes had defended. Charles II read Behemoth in manuscript and forbade its publication. Even a historical analysis of the Civil War was too controversial, too likely to reopen wounds that the Restoration was trying to heal. The book circulated in manuscript among scholars and was only published after Hobbes's death, when it could no longer cause immediate political problems. Hobbes also produced translations in his final years, rendering Homer's Iliad and Odyssey into English verse. This was work he'd loved as a young scholar, returning to the classics that had first inspired his intellectual life. The translations were competent but not brilliant, the work of an old man staying active rather than breaking new ground. But they gave Hobbes satisfaction and kept his mind engaged when he could no longer pursue philosophy directly. In 1675, at age 87, Hobbes left London for the last time. He moved to the countryside, to estates owned by his longtime patrons, the Cavendish family. He'd served them for most of his adult life, first as tutor to William Cavendish, then in various capacities to different branches of the family. Now, in his final years, they provided him refuge and support. He spent his last years at Hardwicke Hall in Derbyshire, living quietly, writing occasionally, receiving visitors who wanted to meet the famous philosopher. He composed an autobiography in Latin verse, looking back over his long life and the turbulent century he'd witnessed. Born under the shadow of the Spanish Armada, living through civil war and revolution, surviving into the Restoration, he'd seen England transform repeatedly, seen his philosophical landscape shift from scholasticism to early modern rationalism. In December 1679, Hobbes suffered a stroke. He became paralyzed and died within days. He was buried in the churchyard at St. John the Baptist Church in Alt Hucknall, a quiet country church far from the controversies and disputes that had marked his intellectual life. His grave was simple, marked with a Latin inscription that identified him as Thomas Hobbes of Malmesbury and noted his philosophical reputation. His death was little noted beyond the circles of scholars and former associates. He'd been controversial enough that many were relieved to see him go. His books remained on lists of prohibited works. Universities warned students against Hobbesism as dangerous to morality and religion. For decades after his death, Hobbesian was a term of abuse, suggesting atheism, materialism, moral corruption. Yet his ideas survived suppression and slowly transformed how people thought about politics. The social contract framework became standard in political philosophy, even among those who rejected Hobbes's absolutist conclusions. The questions he'd posed about political legitimacy, about the relationship between security and liberty, about the foundations of political obligation, these couldn't be unasked, and the clarity with which he'd posed them set the agenda for political philosophy in ways that outlasted the controversies over his specific doctrines. John Locke built on Hobbesian foundations to reach liberal conclusions. Rousseau transformed the social contract into a theory of popular sovereignty. Kant developed social contract ideas into sophisticated moral and political philosophy. The American and French revolutions were fought with concepts and arguments that Hobbes had helped create, even though the revolutionaries would have rejected his monarchism. The very idea that government requires consent of the governed, that political authority needs rational justification, that we should think about politics in terms of what rational people would agree to, all of this bears Hobbes's influence. In the 19th century, as political philosophy moved away from social contract theory temporarily, Hobbes was remembered mostly as a historical figure, important but superseded. But the 20th century brought renewed appreciation for his systematic approach and his unflinching realism about power and conflict. After 2 world wars and countless revolutions, after witnessing how quickly civilization could collapse into barbarism, Hobbes's dark vision of human nature seemed less like pessimistic exaggeration and more like cold-eyed truth. Contemporary political philosophers might reject Hobbes's absolutism, but they recognize his genius in framing questions. When we argue about justice, about rights, about legitimate authority, we're working within intellectual space that Hobbes helped create. He made political philosophy systematic, rigorous, focused on fundamental questions rather than surface disputes. That methodological achievement matters as much as any specific doctrine he taught. As you rest tonight, imagine Hobbes in his final years at Hardwicke Hall, an old man looking back over 9 decades of life. He'd been present at the birth of modern political philosophy. He'd witnessed the collapse of the old certainties about authority and tradition. He'd tried to build new foundations, to show how rational beings could create order without appealing to divine right or ancient custom. He'd made enemies, been condemned and banned and burned in effigy, and he'd survived it all, outliving most critics, seeing his ideas spread despite opposition. There's a certain peace in that image. The fierce controversialist made quiet in age. The bold, systematic thinker returned to classical translation, the man who'd tried to reduce human nature to geometry, finally accepting the limits of his ambitions. He'd done what he set out to do, changed how we think about politics. Whether people accepted his conclusions mattered less than that they had to engage with his arguments. The Leviathan he'd described lived on in the institutions and concepts that structured political life. And the book called Leviathan lived on to be read, argued with, and built upon by generation after generation. As we near the end of our journey through Hobbes's thought, it's worth stepping back to ask what he ultimately teaches us. Not whether his specific conclusions are correct, not whether we should accept absolute sovereignty or reject it, but what we learn about ourselves and political life from engaging seriously with his arguments. First, Hobbes teaches us to look unflinchingly at the foundations of social order. We live in societies held together by laws and institutions that we largely take for granted. Most of the time, we don't think about why people obey laws or what prevents society from dissolving into chaos. Hobbes forces us to think about these foundations, to recognize that social order is an achievement rather than a given, something that must be continually maintained rather than something we can simply assume. This doesn't mean accepting Hobbes's dark view of the state of nature or his authoritarian conclusions, but it does mean recognizing that cooperation among self-interested individuals isn't automatic or natural. It requires structures, incentives, enforcement mechanisms. The peace we enjoy is fragile, dependent on institutions that channel human behavior in productive rather than destructive directions. Second, Hobbes teaches us about the relationship between structure and agency in shaping human behavior. He's often accused of having a dim view of human nature, of thinking people are inherently selfish or vicious. But that misreads him. Hobbes's point is more subtle. The situation people find themselves in shapes how they act more than their individual character does. In the state of nature, even virtuous people have reason to act in ways that undermine cooperation, because the structure of interaction makes trust impossible and defensive violence rational. In civil society, even selfish people can cooperate productively because the structure of incentives makes cooperation rational and defection costly. Change the situation and you change behavior without requiring people to become morally better or worse than they are. This is a profoundly important insight for thinking about social problems. It suggests that we should focus less on trying to make people more virtuous and more on creating structures that make virtuous behavior rational. We can't eliminate human selfishness, but we can channel it in ways that serve common good. We can't guarantee that everyone will keep promises, but we can create enforcement mechanisms that make promise breaking costly enough that most people keep their word most of the time. Third, Hobbes teaches us to think clearly about the distinction between what we'd like to be true and what actually is true. He was willing to follow arguments wherever they led, even when the conclusions were uncomfortable. He didn't let wishful thinking about human nature or appeals to what would be nice cloud his analysis of what human beings are actually like and how they actually behave. This kind of realism is rare and valuable. Most of us prefer comforting illusions to harsh truths. We like to think that people are basically good, that cooperation comes naturally, that we could get along fine without coercive authority, if only we tried harder. Hobbes asks whether these beliefs can withstand scrutiny, whether they accurately describe how people behave when structures of authority break down. Fourth, Hobbes teaches us about the necessity of power. Many strands of political thought try to imagine politics without power, or at least try to minimize power's role. Anarchist traditions dream of societies with no coercive authority. Liberal traditions try to constrain and limit power. But Hobbes insists that power is necessary, that without it we cannot have rights or justice or any of the things we value about civilized life. This doesn't mean celebrating power or accepting its abuse. It means recognizing that rights without enforcement are just words, that agreements without sanctions are unreliable, that order requires authority. The question isn't whether to have power, but how to structure it, how to ensure it serves the purposes for which it exists, rather than becoming an end in itself. Fifth, Hobbes teaches us to think about legitimacy in terms of purpose and consent, rather than tradition or divine right. Government isn't legitimate because it's ancient or because God appointed rulers. It's legitimate to the extent that it serves the purpose for which rational people would create government, protecting life, securing peace, enabling cooperation. This is a revolutionary idea, even if we've become so used to it that we don't recognize its radicalism. It makes all political authority conditional, subject to justification in terms of human purposes. It denies that anyone has a natural right to rule others. It insists that political power requires justification that those subject to it can understand and accept. Sixth, Hobbes teaches us about the permanent tension between security and liberty. We want both, but they can conflict. More security often means more constraint, more surveillance, more power given to authorities. More liberty means less security, more risk, more uncertainty about how others will behave. This tension can't be perfectly resolved, only navigated with constant attention to how much of each we're getting and whether the balance is right. Different people will strike this balance differently, depending on their circumstances and values. Those who've lived through chaos will prioritize order. Those who've lived under tyranny will prioritize freedom. Hobbes reminds us that both are real goods, that neither can be fully sacrificed without terrible cost, and that we're always trading them against each other, whether we acknowledge it or not. Finally, Hobbes teaches us about the role of reason in human life. He believed passionately that reason could guide us toward peace, could show us how to escape the trap of the state of nature, could establish principles of political life on firm foundations. He had perhaps too much faith in reason's power, certainly too much confidence in his own reasoning abilities. But the faith itself is admirable. We live in an age of deep polarization where political disputes seem increasingly driven by passion rather than argument, where people retreat into echo chambers that reinforce their prejudices rather than challenging them. Hobbes would despair at this. He believed that rational people, thinking clearly about their situation and interests, could reach agreement on fundamental political principles even if they disagreed about many specifics. Was he right? Can reason bridge our political divides? Can careful argument convince people to change their minds about fundamental questions? The answers aren't obvious. But Hobbes's faith that the attempt is worthwhile remains inspiring. If we give up on reason's ability to resolve disputes, if we accept that politics is just a clash of wills with no hope of rational resolution, then we're left with nothing but power against power, which is just the state of nature by another name. As you settle into the final stages of rest, consider what it means to live in a civilization shaped by Hobbesian questions and insights. The social contract isn't just a philosophical concept, but describes something real about how we live together. We have collectively created structures of authority that make cooperation possible, that protect rights, that enable us to plan for the future without constant fear. These structures are imperfect. They sometimes fail. They can be abused. They don't solve every problem or prevent every injustice, but they're better than the alternative, better than the state of nature that would emerge if they collapsed. And recognizing their necessity, understanding why we need them even when they constrain us, is part of what it means to be politically mature. Hobbes doesn't give us easy answers or comfortable reassurances. He confronts us with difficult truths about power, about human nature, about the price of peace. But in doing so, he helps us think more clearly about the political world we actually inhabit, rather than the one we wish existed. And that clarity, uncomfortable as it sometimes is a gift that continues to illuminate 3.5 centuries after he first offered it. We've travelled a long way tonight, from the premature birth during the Spanish Armada to the quiet death in a Derbyshire churchyard. We followed Thomas Hobbes through civil war and exile, through mathematical embarrassments and philosophical triumphs, through the creation of a book that would transform political thought. and we've grappled with the ideas that made him both famous and infamous. The state of nature as war of all against all, the social contract as escape from chaos, the Leviathan as necessary monster we create to save ourselves. What are we to make of this strange, brilliant, difficult man and his unsettling philosophy? The easy response is to reject him, to insist that people are better than he believed, that we don't need absolute sovereignty, that his cure is worse than the disease, and there's
Truth in these objections. Hobbes did underestimate human capacity for cooperation. He did overestimate the necessity of absolute power. His political philosophy, if implemented literally, would produce tyranny. But easy rejection misses what's valuable in Hobbes. He forced us to confront questions we'd rather avoid. Why should I obey? What makes political authority legitimate? How do we create order among beings capable of harming each other? What's the alternative to government? These questions don't have comfortable answers, but they're important questions, perhaps the most important questions in political philosophy. The enduring value of Hobbes lies not in his specific answers, but in how he transformed political thinking. Before Hobbes, political philosophy was largely about interpreting traditions, citing authorities, applying religious principles to governance. After Hobbes, political philosophy became systematic inquiry into foundations, rigorous argument from first principles, careful analysis of concepts like sovereignty, rights, obligation, justice. He made us think about politics scientifically, not in the sense of using mathematics or experiments, but in the sense of seeking general theories that could explain and predict. He showed that political philosophy could be as rigorous as any other intellectual discipline, that questions about how we should live together could be approached with the same systematic care that mathematicians bring to geometry or physicists bring to motion. The irony we noted earlier remains striking. Hobbes seemed to defend absolute monarchy, yet he undermined traditional monarchism. He appeared authoritarian, yet he planted seeds of democracy. He argued for unconditional obedience, yet he based it on consent. These tensions aren't contradictions, but mark the transitional nature of his thought. He was working out implications of modern ideas, ideas about equality and consent and rational justification, even though those implications would eventually lead away from his monarchist conclusions. Later thinkers like Locke and Rousseau could reach liberal and democratic conclusions precisely because Hobbes had established the framework. Once you accept that political authority requires consent of the governed, that it must be justified in terms of human purposes, that no one has natural right to rule others, you've accepted premises that point toward democracy even if you don't follow them all the way there. Hobbes opened doors he didn't intend to walk through, created possibilities he didn't fully recognize. The warning Hobbes offers remains relevant. Civilization is fragile. Order is not guaranteed. The peace and security we enjoy depend on institutions and practices that must be maintained. When we take these things for granted, when we assume that cooperation will continue without attention to the structures that make it possible, we risk sliding back towards something resembling the state of nature. This Doesn't mean accepting authoritarianism. It means taking seriously the work of maintaining democratic institutions, of building trust, of creating and enforcing rules that enable cooperation. It means recognizing that liberty requires structure, that rights require enforcement, that the absence of authority isn't freedom, but chaos. But Hobbes also offers comfort, though perhaps not the kind most philosophers offer. He shows us that despite our flaws, despite our selfishness and fear and propensity for conflict,
we're capable of creating order. We can use reason to escape traps that passion creates. We can build institutions that channel self-interest toward common good. We can live together peacefully, despite being dangerous to each other, can create civilization despite our limitations. This is a modest hope, but a real one. We don't need to become angels to live together well. We just need to be smart enough to create structures that make cooperation rational and maintain them with enough vigilance that they don't decay. That's achievable. Difficult, requiring constant attention, never perfectly successful, but achievable. And achieving it is the work of politics, the great collective enterprise of building and maintaining the Leviathan that protects us from each other and ourselves. Tonight, as you finally release yourself into sleep, consider where you are and how you got here. You lie in a bed in a home that's yours under law. You're protected by walls and locks that work because most people respect property rights most of the time. You're surrounded by a society that functions because people generally follow rules, keep agreements, refrain from violence. Tomorrow you'll wake and go about your business in a world where cooperation is normal, where strangers can interact without constant fear, where long-term projects are possible because we can trust that basic order will persist. All of this, Hobbes would say, depends on the Leviathan, not necessarily a king or dictator, but common power that enforces law and maintains peace. The specific form matters less than the function, creating conditions where human beings can live together without constant fear of returning to the state of nature. This common power exists in the background of your life, so reliable that you barely notice it, making possible the security in which you rest. The doors are locked, the laws are enforced, the social contract holds. The Leviathan watches through the night, that artificial monster we've created from our mutual agreement, that great power we've authorized to protect us from dangers we pose to each other. It's not perfect. It sometimes fails. It can be abused. But it's better than the alternative, better than the solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short life that Hobbes described awaiting us without it. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the thought of Thomas Hobbes, the monster of Malmesbury, the philosopher who dared to look at human nature
without flinching, and who tried to build a science of politics on the foundations of fear and reason. If you found value in these explorations, please like and subscribe. Your support helps these conversations reach others who seek understanding in quiet moments. Sleep well tonight, protected by institutions and agreements, resting in the peace that countless generations have worked to maintain, secure in the knowledge that the Leviathan keeps its vigil while you dream. The social contract that Hobbes described isn't just philosophical theory, but describes something real about how we live. And in that reality, in the order we've collectively created and maintained, you can safely surrender to rest. The monster watches, the covenant holds, peace prevails, and you, dear listener, can sleep.
A simple question exposes every lie you've ever been told, every manipulation, every excuse for cruelty dressed up as necessity. The question is 300 years old, but the powerful still fear it. Because once you learn to ask it, you become impossible to deceive. This is the story of Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, and why it remains the most dangerous idea in philosophy. For centuries, human beings have justified terrible actions with reasonable-sounding explanations. Everyone does it. The ends justify the means. It's just business. You have to break a few eggs to make an omelette. These phrases roll off tongues in boardrooms, courtrooms, and living rooms around the world. They sound pragmatic, sophisticated, realistic. But in 1785, a German philosopher in the small city of Kingsburg discovered something extraordinary. He found a test that exposes every one of these justifications as empty rationalization. A single principle that reveals why certain actions are wrong, not because they produce bad outcomes, not because society disapproves, but because they violate something fundamental about what it means to be human. Before we understand why Kant's principle is so powerful, we need to understand the problem it solves. And that problem is as old as human civilization itself. Imagine a world where everyone truly believed that morality was simply a matter of personal opinion, where right and wrong carried no more weight than preferences about food or music, where murder is wrong had the same logical status as I don't like cilantro. This might sound liberating at first, complete moral freedom. No judgments, everyone doing their own thing. But think it through. Really think it through. In such a world, when someone steals from you, you cannot say they did something wrong. You can only say you didn't like it. When they respond, well, I believe stealing is fine, you have no ground to stand on. Your dislike of theft is just your opinion. Their approval of theft is just theirs. There's no fact of the matter, no truth to discover. Just competing preferences with equal validity. The same logic applies to everything. Deception, betrayal, violence, cruelty. If morality is merely subjective, then the person who enjoys inflicting suffering is not mistaken about anything. They simply have different tastes than you do. Calling them immoral would be like a person who enjoys spicy food telling someone who prefers mild food that they're wrong. It's a category error. This isn't a hypothetical problem. Throughout history, this view, call it moral relativism or moral subjectivism, has tempted thoughtful people precisely because it seems to avoid dogmatism and allow for tolerance. Who are we to impose our values on others? Shouldn't everyone be free to choose their own moral framework? But notice what happens when you actually try to live this way. You cannot. When you witness genuine, injustice-y child being abused, an innocent person being framed for a crime, a vulnerable person being exploited, something in you rebels against the idea that this is merely a matter of opinion. You don't think, well, I personally dislike child abuse, but the abuser has their own valid perspective. You recognize immediately and with certainty that something objectively wrong is occurring, that the perpetrator is not simply expressing a different preference, but violating something real. This recognition reveals that we don't actually believe morality is subjective, even if we sometimes claim to. Our moral intuitions run deeper than taste preferences. They present themselves as truths about the world, not just facts about our psychology. But if morality isn't subjective, what is it? Where do moral truths come from? How do we discover them? And most importantly, how do we distinguish genuine moral principles from the endless rationalizations people offer for their selfish behavior? This is where the chaos enters. Because while everyone agrees that something like morality exists, they disagree violently about its content and foundation. Some point to religion. God commands certain actions and forbids others. But which religion? Which interpretation? And what about people who don't believe in any gods? Are they simply amoral? Others point to nature. We should do what's natural, follow our evolved instincts, recognize that humans are fundamentally self-interested animals. But this leads immediately to the problem that many natural impulses, aggression, dominance, tribalism, seem morally horrifying when examined closely. If we should follow nature, why shouldn't the strong dominate the weak? That's natural too. Still others point to consequences and action is right if it produces good outcomes, wrong if it produces bad ones. This sounds reasonable until you start asking questions. Good outcomes? For whom? Over what time horizon? And who decides what counts as good? One person's benefit is often another person's harm. The landscape of moral philosophy before Kant was a battlefield of competing theories, each claiming to have found the foundation of ethics, each vulnerable to devastating objections. Religious ethics required faith in specific doctrines that not everyone shared. Natural law theories struggled to derive aught from is. Just because something is natural doesn't make it right. Consequentialist approaches led to counterintuitive conclusions where terrible acts could be justified if they produced enough benefit. But meanwhile, in everyday life, people offered an endless parade of justifications for questionable behavior. The merchant who cheated customers claimed, "Everyone does it, I'd be a fool not to." The official who accepted bribes argued, "The system is corrupt anyway, my personal integrity won't change that." The person who betrayed a confidence insisted, "I did it for their own good." Each excuse had a kind of surface plausibility. Each gestured towards some broader principle. But underneath, thinking people could sense something hollow. These weren't genuine moral reasoning. They were clever ways of giving yourself permission to do what you wanted anyway. This was the philosophical landscape when Kant began his work. A chaos of competing theories, none fully satisfying. A world where people knew moral truth existed but couldn't quite pin down what it was or where it came from. A situation where the clever could always find some justification for their actions. However terrible, Kant recognized that this problem wasn't just academic. It was existential. If human beings cannot distinguish genuine moral principles from sophisticated rationalization, then morality becomes nothing more than a word game. The person with the cleverest argument wins, regardless of whether their right, might makes right, or at least eloquence makes right. But Kant also recognized something else, something that would lead to his breakthrough. He saw that despite all their disagreements about the content of morality, almost everyone agreed on something fundamental. When we make moral judgments, we claim they're universal. When you say lying is wrong, you don't just mean I personally dislike lying. You mean that lying is wrong for anyone in relevantly similar circumstances. You're making a claim about reality, not just reporting your feelings. This universality is built into the very concept of moral judgment. It's what distinguishes saying murder is wrong from saying I don't like asparagus. The latter is explicitly about me and my preferences. The former is about everyone, a claim that holds regardless of what any individual thinks or feels. And this universality, Kant realized, was the key to everything. Immanuel Kant was 57 years old when he published the groundwork of the Metaphysics of Morals in 1785. He had spent decades thinking about the nature of knowledge, reality, and human reason. His previous work, The Critique of Pure Reason, had revolutionized epistemology by showing how the human mind actively structures experience rather than passively receiving it. Now he turned his revolutionary method to ethics, and what he had discovered would change moral philosophy. forever. Kant's breakthrough came from a simple observation about what we actually mean when we make moral judgments. Not what we should mean, not what would be convenient or useful to mean, but what we actually, inevitably do mean whenever we use moral language. When someone says, "You shouldn't have lied to me," they're not making a prediction about consequences. They're not saying, "Lying to me produced outcomes I dislike." They're saying something much stronger. Lying was wrong. You had an obligation not to do it. This obligation existed before you lied, would have existed even if I never found out, and would exist for anyone else in similar circumstances. This is a very specific kind of claim. Its categorical meaning, it applies regardless of what anyone wants or desires. It's not conditional on achieving some goal. It's not hypothetical. It's simply binding. Think about the difference. When someone says, "If you want to get good grades, you should study," that's a hypothetical imperative. The should is conditional on your wanting good grades. If you don't care about grades, the imperative loses its force. But when someone says, "You should keep your promises," they're not conditioning the obligation on whether you happen to want to keep promises. They're saying you're bound to keep them whether you want to or not. That's a categorical imperative, a command that applies to you simply because you're a rational being. Regardless of your personal goals or desires, this distinction might seem subtle, but it's revolutionary. Because once you see it, you realize that most attempted justifications for immoral behavior try to smuggle hypothetical imperatives into places where only categorical ones belong. When someone says, "I had to lie because I wanted to avoid conflict," they're treating morality as hypothetically, if you want to avoid conflict, then lying is acceptable. But that's not how morality actually works. The wrongness of lying doesn't depend on whether avoiding conflict is your goal. It's wrong categorically, regardless of what you want. Kant saw that moral obligations had to be categorical, or they weren't really moral obligations at all. They would just be strategic advice dressed up in ethical language. But this raised an even deeper question. Where do categorical imperatives come from? What gives them their binding force? Previous philosophers had offered various answers. Divine command, God makes them binding. Natural law there, written into the fabric of reality. Social contract, we all agree to follow them. But each answer had problems. If categorical imperatives come from God, then non-believers have no reason to follow them. If they come from nature, we're back to the problem of deriving ought from is. If they come from social agreement, then they're not really categorical, they're conditional on the agreement. Holding Kant's answer was startling in its elegance. Categorical imperatives don't come from anything outside human reason. They emerge from the nature of rational agency itself. Here's how the argument works. When you act, you always act according to some principle or maxim. This isn't something you can avoid. Even seemingly random or impulsive actions are based on implicit principles. I'll do whatever feels good in the moment. Or I'll follow my first instinct. Or I'll do what's easiest. These maxims are the subjective principles that guide your choices. Sometimes you're aware of them, sometimes not. But they're always there. Now, when you act on a maxim, you're implicitly claiming something. You're claiming that acting this way is permissibly at least for you in this situation. You're treating your maxim as a principle of action. But here's the key insight. If you're a rational being, someone who acts based on reasons rather than mere instinct, then you must be consistent. You cannot coherently claim that some principle justifies your action while simultaneously denying that same principle when others try to act on it. If you lie to someone because it's convenient, you're implicitly claiming that lying for convenience is a permissible principle of action. But then you cannot coherently object when others lie to you for their convenience. To do so would be a contradiction, claiming the principle is valid when you use it but invalid when others do. This isn't just hypocrisy, it's rational incoherence. It's trying to have things both ways in a way that violates the basic laws of logic. And this, Kant realized, is where moral obligation comes from. It doesn't require God, or nature, or social agreement. It emerges from what's required for rational agency itself to be possible. When you act, you must act on maxims. When you act on maxims, you must be able to will them as universal principles, principles that anyone in similar circumstances could follow. If you cannot do this without contradiction, then the maxim is morally impermissible. If you can, it's permissible. If you must, it's obligatory. This is why morality is categorical. It's not imposed from outside. It's not a constraint on your freedom. It's the internal requirement of rational action itself. To be a rational agent it ought to act for reasons rather than mere impulse. Just as to be bound by moral principles. Kant had found something remarkable. He'd shown that morality isn't arbitrary, isn't culturally relative, isn't dependent on what anyone happens to want. It's built into the structure of rationality itself. To deny moral obligation is to deny that you're a rational being. And to deny you're a rational being is to undermine any claim you might make, including the claim that morality doesn't exist. But there was more. Because if this is where moral obligation comes from, then it tells us something profound about what moral actions look like. Most people, when asked why they do the right thing, will point to something outside themselves, because God commands it, because society expects it, because I'll be punished otherwise, because it benefits me in the long run. These might all be good motivations in their own way, but Kant realized they're not truly moral motivations. Why? Because they make morality conditional. They reduce it to a means to some other end. And whenever you treat morality as a means to something else, you open the door to abandoning it when it no longer serves that end. If you're honest because honesty benefits you, then you'll be dishonest when dishonesty benefits you more. If you keep promises because you fear punishment, you'll break them when you can get away with it. If you help others because it makes you feel good, you'll stop helping when it becomes emotionally costly. True moral action, Kant argued, must be done from duty itself, not duty as an external constraint, but duty as the recognition of what rational consistency requires. You act morally because reason shows you this is what you must do to remain coherent as a rational agent. This might sound cold or mechanical, but it's actually the opposite. When you act from duty in this sense, you're expressing your highest nature as a rational being. You're not being controlled by desire or fear or social pressure. You're acting from principle, from reason itself. And this, Kant realized, is what makes human beings special. What gives them dignity rather than mere value? What makes them ends in themselves rather than mere means? An animal acts from instinct. A programmed machine acts from its code. But a rational agent acts from self-given principles. This capacity for autonomy, for giving laws to yourself through reason, is the source of all moral worth. When you act morally, you're not obeying some external authority. You're legislating for yourself. You're being autonomous in the deepest sense, and this autonomy is precisely what the moral law protects and demands. This was Kant's revolutionary insight. Morality isn't imposed on rational beings from outside. It's what rational agency itself requires. The moral law and the law of reason are the same thing. To be free, in the truest sense, is to be bound by principles you give yourself through reason, and to be moral is to exercise this freedom in a way that respects the same capacity in others. Understanding this changes everything. Because now we can see why certain maxims fail moral scrutiny. It's not because they produce bad outcomes, though they often do. It's not because an authority figure forbids them, though they often might. It's because they're rationally incoherent. They cannot be universalized without contradiction, and this gives us the tool we need. A way to test any proposed action, any justification, any moral claim. A principle that cuts through complexity and rationalization to expose the underlying truth. Kant called it the categorical imperative. Now we arrive at the principle itself, the test that exposes every rationalization, every excuse, every sophisticated justification for doing wrong. Kant formulated it in several ways, but the most famous version reads, "Act only according to that maxim whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law." Let's break this down, because every word matters. Act only according to that maxim. A maxim is your subjective principle of action. It's the rule you're following when you do something. Sometimes it's explicit, I will always tell the truth. Sometimes it's implicit, I'll lie when it benefits me. But every action has one. The maxim isn't just the action itself. It includes your reason for acting. I will lie isn't a complete maxim. I will lie to avoid embarrassment is. I will lie to protect someone from harm is another. Same action, different maxims. And the moral evaluation depends on the maxim, not just the behavior. This is crucial, because it means you can't game the system by describing your action in favorable terms while ignoring your actual motivation. The maxim captures what you're really doing and why. ... whereby you can, at the same time will... This is where it gets interesting. Kant isn't asking whether you do will it, or whether you'd like to will it. He's asking whether you can will it without contradiction, whether it's rationally possible. Think of it like a logical consistency test. Can this principle operate in all cases without undermining itself? Or does it depend on others not following it? That it should become a universal law. Universal means applying to everyone in relevantly similar circumstances. A law means a principle that holds necessarily, not just contingently. So the test asks, can you coherently will that everyone, when in circumstances like yours, acts according to the same principle you're following? Not would you prefer they did, but can you rationally will it without contradiction? Let's see how this works with concrete examples. Consider lying. Suppose your maxim is, I will make false promises when it helps me get what I want. Now apply the universalization test. Can you will that everyone follows this maxim? That whenever someone wants something, they can make promises they have no intention of keeping? Here's where it breaks down. If everyone made false promises whenever convenient, the entire practice of promising would collapse. No one would believe promises anymore. The institution itself would dissolve. But notice your maxim depends on other people believing promises. You're trying to exploit their trust. You're relying on the general practice of promise-keeping existing, while simultaneously acting to undermine it. This is the contradiction. You cannot coherently will your maxim as universal law, because doing so would destroy the very conditions that make your maxim effective. You're trying to make an exception for yourself, while depending on others not making exceptions for themselves. This isn't a contradiction in consequences, though those would be bad. It's a contradiction in conception. The maxim, when universalized, undermines its own possibility. It's like sawing off the branch you're sitting on. Kant called this a contradiction in conception, and it marks actions that are strictly forbidden. You cannot universalize the maxim even in thought without logical incoherence. But there's another type of failure, more subtle. Consider refusing to help others in distress. Your maxim might be, I will never help anyone who needs assistance, and I will rely entirely on my own resources. Can you universalize this? Unlike the lying case, there's no logical contradiction in everyone following this principle. It's conceivable that people could live this way, everyone completely self-reliant, no one helping anyone. But here's the problem. Can you will it? Can you rationally choose for this to be universal law? As a finite, vulnerable human being, you know you will face situations where you need help. Illness, accident, bad luck, circumstances beyond your control, these are inevitable. Parts of human existence. Your own rationality requires you to will the conditions that make your goals achievable. So you face a contradiction in will. You cannot coherently will both, that you pursue your rational ends as a finite being, and that no one ever helps anyone. To will the second is to will the frustration of the first. This isn't about predicting consequences or calculating benefits. It's about what you can rationally will without self-contradiction. And you cannot will conditions that make your own rational agency impossible. Kant called this a contradiction in will. And it marks actions that are imperfect duties, things you're obligated to do, though with some latitude in how and when. The beauty of this test is its simplicity and power. You don't need to calculate outcomes, consult religious texts, or survey what society approves. You just need to think clearly about whether you can universalize your maxim without contradiction. But people often try to evade the test through clever reformulation of their maxims. They make them so specific that they don't seem to apply to anyone else. I will lie when my name is John, and it's raining on a Tuesday in March, and I'm wearing blue socks. Well, that's so specific it only applies to me right now. Surely I can universalize it. But this is cheating. The maxim must include genuinely relevant features of your situation, not arbitrary details designed to make it unique. What makes your circumstances different isn't your name or the whether it's morally relevant factors. Like whether you're protecting someone from harm or just avoiding embarrassment. The test requires honesty with yourself. You have to formulate your maxim in terms of features that actually matter to your moral reasoning, not accidental details that make your case seem special. Another evasion, but everyone does it. The fact that many people violate a moral principle doesn't make the principle invalid. It just means many people are acting wrongly. Universalization isn't about what people actually do. It's about what can be rationally willed as a universal law. Still another, what if I'm in an unusual situation? Kant isn't naive. He knows life presents complex cases, but complexity doesn't eliminate obligation. It just makes discernment more difficult. The categorical imperative doesn't provide automatic answers to every dilemma. It provides a test for evaluating your reasoning. And here's something crucial that people often miss. The categorical imperative isn't about predicting what would happen if everyone acted that way. It's about whether you can rationally will it. Suppose I want to become a concert pianist. Can I will that everyone becomes a concert pianist? Well, if everyone did, there'd be no farmers, doctors, builders. Society would collapse. So does this mean pursuing music is immoral? No, because the maxim isn't everyone should be a pianist. It's I will develop my talents in ways that contribute to human flourishing. That's perfectly universalizable. Everyone developing their particular talents in beneficial ways is not only coherent, but desirable. The test requires you to think carefully about what principle you're actually following, not to apply mechanical rules that ignore context. Similarly, the categorical imperative doesn't demand moral perfection in every moment. It demands that your maxims be universalizable. You can pursue personal projects, have preferences, live your life so long as your principles of action could be rationally willed as universal laws. What you cannot do is make exceptions for yourself. You cannot claim that the rules that apply to others don't apply to you simply because you're you. You cannot exploit others' moral behavior while refusing to be moral yourself. This is why the categorical imperative is so powerful against manipulation and exploitation. Because manipulators always depend on asymmetry. They lie while requiring others to tell truth. They break promises while requiring others to keep theirs. They use people as means while insisting on being treated as ends. The universalization test exposes this asymmetry immediately. It forces you to acknowledge that if your principle is valid for you, it must be valid for everyone. And if you cannot accept it being valid for everyone, then it's not actually valid for you either. This is the weapon Kant gives us. Not a list of rules to memorize, but a test for evaluating any proposed action. A way to see through rationalizations to the underlying logical structure. When someone tells you why their questionable behavior is justified, translate it into a maxim. Then ask, can this be universalized? Can everyone in similar circumstances follow this principle without contradiction? If not, you've found the flaw. Not because you disagree with their values, not because you have different preferences, but because they're being rationally incoherent. They're claiming an exception for themselves, while depending on others not claiming the same exception. And once you see this, you cannot unsee it. Every excuse, every justification, every sophistication, argument for doing wrong reveals itself as an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy the benefits of a moral order while refusing to be bound by it yourself. The categorical imperative strips away the complexity and reveals the simple truth. Either your principle can apply to everyone, or it cannot apply to you. There is no middle ground, no special pleading, no exceptions. This is why Kant believed morality could be based on reason alone. Because the categorical imperative doesn't depend on what anyone desires, believes, or values. It's a test of logical consistency, and logical consistency is binding on all rational beings, regardless of their particular commitments. You might not want to be moral. You might wish you could lie, cheat, and exploit with impunity. But if you're rational, you cannot coherently claim the right to do so. Because to claim that right is to grant it to everyone, which destroys the very conditions that make your actions effective. This is the trap that catches all moral violators. They want the benefits of a moral order, trust, cooperation, stable expectations while refusing its burdens. But they cannot have both. The moment they claim the right to violate moral principles for their benefit, they grant that same right to everyone else. And in doing so, they destroy the very order they depend on. The first formulation of the categorical imperative gives us a test for evaluating maxims. But Kant offered a second formulation that goes deeper, revealing what's at stake in moral action. He called it the formula of humanity, and it reads, act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end and never simply as a means. This formulation shifts focus from the logical structure of maxims to the fundamental value that makes morality possible. And in doing so, it reveals something profound about human dignity. Let's unpack it carefully. Treat humanity ... Not just human beings as biological organisms, but humanity, the rational nature that makes us moral agents. The capacity for setting ends, making choices, legislating principles for ourselves. Double quote, ... whether in your own person or in the person of another ... This is crucial. You can violate humanity in yourself as much as in others. Destroying your own rational nature is as wrong as destroying someone else's. ... Always at the same time as an end. An end is something valuable in itself, not just as a means to something else. To treat humanity as an end is to recognize its unconditional worth, its dignity rather than mere price. ... And never simply as a means. Notice the word simply. Kant isn't saying you can never use people as means. You use people as means all the time in perfectly innocent ways. When you buy groceries, you're using the cashier as a means to get food. When you ask for directions, you're using someone as a means to find your way. The problem is treating people merely or simply as means, using them as tools without respecting their rational agency, manipulating, coercing, or deceiving them in ways that undermine their capacity to make informed choices. This formulation captures something the universalization test points toward but doesn't make explicit. Why can't you lie? Because lying treats the person you deceive as a mere tool for achieving your ends. You're manipulating their beliefs to get what you want, without respecting their capacity to reason and choose for themselves. Why can't you break promises? Because promises are commitments between rational agents. Breaking them treats the other person as someone whose rational expectations don't matter, as if they were just an obstacle to navigate rather than a fellow agent with legitimate claims. Why can't you coerce? Because coercion overrides someone's will, treating them as an object to be controlled rather than a person whose choices deserve. Respect, the formula of humanity, reveals that all moral violations share a common structure. They all involve treating rational nature in yourself or others as if it had only instrumental value, as if it could be used, manipulated, or destroyed for the sake of other goals. But rational nature isn't valuable because it's useful. It's valuable in itself. It's the source of all value. Without rational beings who can recognize value, judge worth, and set ends, nothing would have value at all. Think about it. Why is gold valuable? Because rational beings desire it and use it. Why is health valuable? Because rational beings pursue it as an end. Everything else in the universe has value only in relation to rational beings who can care about it, pursue it, use it for purposes. But rational nature itself is different. It's not valuable because it serves some further end. It's valuable because it's the condition of anything having value at all. It's what Kant called an end in itself, something with absolute rather than conditional worth. This is why human dignity is unconditional, not because humans are more intelligent than other animals, or more capable, or more anything, but because humans are rational agens beings who can recognize value, legislate principles, and hold themselves and others accountable. This rational agency is what makes moral law possible, and recognizing it in all human beings is what morality requires now. The formula of humanity and the universalization test are meant to be equivalent. Two ways of expressing the same fundamental principle. And we can see why. When you violate the universalization test, you're always treating humanity as mere means. The liar uses others' rationality against them, manipulating their beliefs. The promise breaker treats others' rational expectations as inconveniences. The person who refuses all help treats their own rational nature as dispensable in times of need. Conversely, when you follow the universalization test, you'll necessarily respect humanity as an end, because universalization means treating all rational agents symmetrically, acknowledging that what makes your claims valid, your rational nature, makes their claims valid too. But the formula of humanity brings something into sharper focus. It emphasizes that morality isn't just about following rules. It's about recognizing and respecting value, the unconditional worth of rational agency. This has practical implications. It means moral action isn't about grudging compliance with obligations. It's about appreciating what's genuinely precious and acting accordingly. When you keep a promise, you're not just following a rule. You're respecting the rational nature of the person you made the promise to, acknowledging that their plans and expectations matter because they're a rational agent. When you tell the truth, you're not just avoiding lying. You're respecting others' capacity to reason and choose for themselves based on accurate information. When you help someone in distress, you're not just fulfilling a duty. You're recognizing that their rational agency, their capacity to pursue ends deserves support when it's threatened. The formula of humanity also explains why certain acts seem especially heinous. Torture, slavery, rape, these aren't just violations of the universalization test. They're profound assaults on human dignity itself. Torture treats a person as nothing but a source of information, denying their status as an end in themselves. Slavery treats a person as property, as if rational agency could be owned. Rape treats a person as an object for sexual gratification, completely overriding their will and agency. These acts don't just break moral rules, they attack the very thing that makes morality possible, the rational nature that gives humans their dignity. And notice, the formula of humanity protects you as much as others. You cannot treat your own humanity as mere means either. This rules out self-destructive behavior that damages your rational capacities, addiction that undermines your ability to choose freely, degradation that corrupts your moral judgment, even suicide in Kant's view, treats your rational nature as dispensable, as if it could be destroyed for the sake of escaping suffering. You might disagree with some of Kant's specific conclusions here. The point isn't that his every application was perfect. The point is the principle. Your rational nature is precious. You owe it respect. You cannot justifiably destroy or corrupt it, any more than you can destroy or corrupt someone else's. This creates duties to yourself as well as others. Duties to develop your capacities, maintain your integrity, resist corruption of your character. Not because self-improvement is nice, but because your rational agency deserves respect even from you. The formula of humanity also suggests something about what a truly moral community would look like. Kant called it the kingdom of Enza. Systematic union of rational beings under common moral laws. In such a community, everyone recognizes everyone else's dignity. Everyone treats everyone else as an end, never merely as means. Everyone acknowledges that the same rational nature that makes their own claims valid makes others' claims valid too. This isn't just a utopian fantasy. It's what morality aims toward. The ideal that guides moral action even when we fall short. When you act from the categorical imperative, you're helping to realize this kingdom. You're treating people as they deserve to be treated with the respect due to rational beings. And here's the remarkable thing. When you really grasp this, when you truly understand that every human being possesses rational nature that gives them unconditional worth, it changes how you see everything. That person who annoyed you in traffic, rational agent, that customer service representative you're frustrated with, rational agent, that political opponent whose views you despise, rational agent, that criminal, that addict, that person society has written off, rational agent, they all possess the same thing you possess, the capacity that makes morality possible, that gives rise to all value, that deserves unconditional respect. This doesn't mean you have to agree with them, or like them, or approve of their choices. It means you cannot treat them as mere obstacles, tools, or objects. You must engage with them as fellow, rational beings, even when correcting or constraining their behavior. The formula of humanity is demanding, far more demanding than simple rule following, because it requires you to maintain constant awareness of the dignity in every person you encounter, to never slip into treating people as mere functions, the person who brings your food, the person who cleans your office, the person who processes your paperwork. But it's also liberating, because once you see human dignity clearly, you cannot unsee it. And seeing it makes moral action natural rather than forced. You don't help others because some rule demands it. You help them because you recognize what they are beings with. The same rational nature you possess, deserving the same respect you claim for yourself. This is why Kant thought the formula of humanity and the universalization test were equivalent. They're two ways of expressing one truth. Rational nature is the source and limit of all moral claims. To be rational is to recognize this truth. To be moral is to act on it. And to fail to act on it, to treat people as mere means, to violate their dignity, to claim exceptions for yourself is not just to break rules. It's to deny the very thing that makes you valuable, to saw through the branch you're sitting on, to destroy the foundation of your own worth while claiming that worth. For yourself, this is the deeper reason why immoral action is irrational. Not just because it fails the universalization test, but because it violates what you implicitly affirm every time you claim your own dignity, assert your own rights, or demand respect from others. You cannot coherently claim dignity for yourself while denying it to others. You cannot demand to be treated as an end while treating others as mere means. The rational nature that gives you worth is the same rational nature that gives them worth. And recognizing this, truly recognizing it, changes everything. Now we turn to application. Armed with the categorical imperative, we can examine the most common justifications people offer for questionable behavior. And we begin with perhaps the most universal: lying. It's just a white lie. It doesn't hurt anyone. You've heard this. You've probably said it. We all have. Someone asks if you like their haircut. You think it's terrible, but you say it looks great. What's the harm? You spared their feelings. You avoided awkwardness. Everyone does it. But let's apply Kant's test. What's the maxim here? I will deceive others when telling the truth would cause minor discomfort or social awkwardness. Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone follows this principle? At first glance, it seems fine. If everyone told white lies to spare feelings, wouldn't that make social life smoother? Less conflict, less hurt, more harmony. But look closer. If everyone lies to avoid discomfort, what happens to communication itself? When someone compliments you, you can no longer trust it. Maybe they mean it, maybe they're just being polite. When someone agrees with you, you don't know if they actually agree or are avoiding disagreement. When someone says they'll do something, you can't be certain they actually intend to. The entire fabric of linguistic trust begins to unravel. And notice your white lie only works because most people still generally tell the truth. You're exploiting their honesty. You're depending on others maintaining the practice of truthful communication while you make an exception for yourself. This is the characteristic structure of moral failure. The liar needs truth-telling to exist as a general practice, or there. Lies would have no effect, but their lying, if universalized, would destroy that very practice. But surely, someone objects, we can distinguish between harmful lies and harmless ones, between lying to defraud someone and lying to spare their feelings. Can we? Let's think carefully. The problem isn't the immediate consequence. The problem is what you're doing to the other person. When you lie to someone, even benevolently, you're making a decision for them. You're deciding they shouldn't have accurate information. You're treating them as someone whose rational judgment can be manipulated for their own good. But who are you to make that decision? If you respect them as a rational agent, as an end in themselves, you must allow them to form judgments based on truth, even uncomfortable truth, even truth that might lead them to choices you wouldn't prefer. To lie to them even kindly is to treat them as a child, as someone whose rationality needs to be managed rather than respected. It's fundamentally paternalistic, assuming you know better than they do what information they should have. Kant goes further. He argues that lying undermines your own dignity, not just others. When you lie, you corrupt your own character. You train yourself to treat truth as negotiable, as something to be deployed strategically rather than respected unconditionally. Over time, this corrodes your moral judgment. You become someone who asks, "Can I get away with this?" rather than, "Is this right?" You lose the clarity that comes from unconditional commitment to truth. But what about lying to save a life? This is the famous challenge to Kant. Suppose someone is hiding in your home, fleeing from someone who wants to murder them. The would-be murderer knocks on your door and asks if you're hiding anyone. Do you lie? Common sense screams yes. How? Could telling the truth possibly be right when a life is at stake? Kant's answer shocked his critics then and shocks people now. He said you must not lie, not even here, not even to save an innocent life. Many people think this proves Kant's ethics is absurd, that it leads to monstrous conclusions, that any moral theory producing such results must be rejected. But before we dismiss him, let's understand his reasoning. Kant isn't saying you must tell the murderer where the victim is. He's saying you cannot lie. These aren't the same thing. You could refuse to answer. You could say, I'm not telling you that. You could physically prevent the murderer from entering, but you cannot deceive. Why not? Because the moment you grant yourself permission to lie even for the best reasons, you've abandoned the categorical imperative. You've made truth-telling conditional rather than absolute. You've decided that there are circumstances where deception is permissible, and once you've done that, where do you stop? If you can lie to save a life, can you lie to prevent serious harm? Can you lie to avoid major financial loss? Can you lie when the truth would be very inconvenient? Every liar thinks their situation is special, their reasons compelling. The business person lying to close a deal thinks their company's survival justifies it. The politician lying to voters thinks maintaining power for the right policies justifies it. The person lying to their spouse thinks preserving the relationship justifies it. Once you abandon the categorical imperative in favor of consequentialist calculation, you have no principled way to limit deception. You're just negotiating how much truth can be sacrificed for your goals. Kant saw this clearly. Either truth-telling is a categorical imperative, or it isn't. Either you respect the dignity of rational agents by never deceiving them, or you treat deception as a tool to be deployed when useful. There's no stable middle ground. You might still disagree with Kant's conclusion about the murderer case. Many thoughtful people do, but notice what disagreeing requires. You have to abandon the idea that morality is categorical. You have to accept that moral principles have exceptions, that duty is conditional, that the rightness of action depends on circumstances and outcomes. Maybe that's correct. Maybe morality is fundamentally consequentialist. But then you've given up what Kant was trying to preserve, the idea that moral obligations are absolute, that human dignity is unconditional, that some things are simply wrong regardless of results. And if you give that up, you're back to the problem Kant was trying to solve. Because now every moral claim is just a prediction about consequences. Every principle is just a rule of thumb. Every obligation is just a suggestion that holds until circumstances change. The liar's excuse in all its forms, from white lies to strategic deceptions, rests on making truth conditional, on deciding that honesty matters except when it doesn't. That you should tell truth unless you have good enough reason not to, but good enough according to whom? Judged by what standard? If you allow exceptions, you allow everyone to judge their own case. And humans are remarkably good at convincing themselves their situation is exceptional. Kant's absolutism about truth-telling isn't arbitrary rigidity. It's the recognition that once you start making exceptions, you've lost the categorical imperative entirely. You've reduced morality to sophisticated rationalization, where the clever can always find some justification for doing what they wanted anyway. The test is simple. When you're considering lying, ask yourself, can I will that everyone in my situation would lie? Can I will that deception is permissible whenever someone judges truth would produce bad results? If you answer honestly, you'll see the problem. You're claiming a right you cannot universalize. You're treating your judgment as special, your situation as uniquely deserving of exception. You're doing exactly what the categorical imperative forbids, making yourself the exception to rules that apply to everyone else. And this is why lying, even kind lying, even life-saving lying, violates human dignity. Because it asserts that you can override others' rational agency when you judge it necessary, that you can manipulate their beliefs, control their choices, treat them as objects to be managed rather than agents to be respected. Perhaps Kant is wrong. Perhaps consequences matter more than he acknowledged. Perhaps flexibility is wisdom rather than weakness. But if he's wrong, we need to explain why. We need to show how we can allow exceptions without opening the door to unlimited rationalization. How we can make truth conditional without making it meaningless. How we can respect human dignity while sometimes deceiving people for their own. Good. These are hard questions. Much harder than the comfortable assumption that of course you should lie to save a life. Suggests Kant forces us to think carefully about what we're really doing when we lie, about what we're claiming about ourselves and others, about whether our reasons are genuinely exceptional or just conveniently self-serving. And once you start thinking this way, you can't stop. Every easy excuse becomes suspect. Every comfortable rationalization reveals itself as exactly what can't. Warned against an attempt to have things both ways, to enjoy moral status while avoiding moral obligation. Lying is straightforward deception, but manipulation is more subtle. The manipulator doesn't necessarily lie. They just arrange circumstances, frame choices, and craft messages in ways that lead people to do what the manipulator wants. I'm not forcing anyone, the manipulator says. I'm just being persuasive, influencing, presenting things in a favorable light. If people make bad choices, that's on them. This excuse appears everywhere. In marketing campaigns that exploit psychological vulnerabilities, in personal relationships where one person constantly maneuvers the other, in institutions that design systems to nudge people toward profitable behaviors, in conversations where someone uses emotional pressure to get their way, the manipulator always has the same defense. I didn't force them. They chose freely. I just made my case effectively. But let's examine this through Kant's lens. What is manipulation? Exactly. It's getting someone to do what you want by methods that bypass or compromise their rational judgment. You're not presenting reasons that would appeal to a fully informed, clear-thinking person. You're exploiting biases, triggering emotions, creating false urgency, or otherwise interfering with rational deliberation. Consider a simple example. A salesperson is trying to sell you something you don't need. They know you don't need it, but they've studied techniques to overcome objections. They create artificial scarcity only to left in stock. They trigger social pressure. Everyone in your neighborhood has one. They use subtle flattery to build rapport. They time their pitch for when you're tired and your judgment is weakened. Have they lied? Not necessarily. There might be only 2 in stock. Others might have bought one. The compliments might be sincere, but they're not engaged in rational persuasion. They're engaged in psychological manipulation. They're treating you as a system to be gamed, rather than a rational agent to be respected. They're finding your buttons and pushing them, without regard for whether this serves your genuine interests or rational judgment. Apply the formula of humanity. Are they treating you as an end in yourself? Are they respecting your rational agency? No. They're treating you as a means to their end, making a sale. Your rational judgment is an obstacle to overcome rather than something to be engaged with honestly. They're using techniques specifically designed to compromise your ability to think clearly about whether this purchase serves your goals. This violates your dignity as a rational being. Even if you freely choose to buy, your choice isn't genuinely free if it's the product of systematic manipulation. You're being treated as an object to be worked on rather than a person to be reasoned with. But someone objects, isn't all persuasion somewhat manipulative? Don't we all frame things too? Our advantage? Where's the line? The line is rational engagement. When you present genuine reasons for your position, explain their logic, provide accurate information, and allow someone to make up their own mind based on their jaw, respecting their agency. You're treating them as a rational being capable of judgment. When you exploit psychological vulnerabilities, hide relevant information, create false impressions, or use emotional pressure instead of rational argument, you're manipulating. You're bypassing their rational judgment rather than engaging it. The difference isn't always sharp, but it's real. And you can usually tell which side you're on by asking, would my approach work on a perfectly rational person who had complete information? Or does it depend on them being confused, emotional, pressured, or ignorant of relevant facts? If the latter, you're manipulating. This applies to personal relationships as much as commercial ones. Perhaps more. Consider someone who wants their partner to do something. Instead of asking directly and respecting whatever answer they get, they create situations where saying no would be awkward. They make the person feel guilty about past refusals. They alternate between affection and withdrawal to condition the desired behavior. They frame the request in ways that make it seem unreasonable to refuse. This might be effective. It might even be unconscious. But it's manipulation. It treats the partner as someone to be controlled rather than respected. It undermines their capacity to make genuine choices based on their own values and judgment. The manipulator might say, but I know what's good for them better than they do. This is the paternalistic defense. I'm manipulating them for their own benefit. But this misses the fundamental point. Even if you're right about what's good for them, and you usually aren't, you have no right to override their agency. They're not children. They're rational beings capable of making their own mistakes and learning their own lessons. To manipulate them, even benevolently, is to deny them the respect their rational nature deserves. It's to assert that your judgment of their good matters more than their own judgment, that you're entitled to control their choices when you think you know better. This is precisely what the formula of humanity forbids. You cannot treat someone as mere means to an end, Devon, if that end is their own welfare. You must respect their capacity to set their own ends, make their own choices, live their own life. The universalization test makes this clearer. What's your maxim? I will manipulate others when I believe it will lead them to choices I think are better for them. Can you universalize this? Can you will that everyone manipulates everyone whenever they think they know better? Obviously not. Because you don't want others manipulating you based on their judgment of your good. You want them to respect your autonomy, present you with accurate information and genuine reasons. and allow you to decide for yourself. But if you claim that right for yourself while denying it to others, you're making the classic exception. You're saying your judgment is special, your manipulation justified, your paternalism warranted, while everyone else must respect your autonomy. You can override theirs when you see fit. This is the fundamental incoherence in all manipulation. The manipulator depends on others not manipulating them. They require a baseline of honest communication, rational engagement, and respect for agency in order to function. But they refuse to provide that baseline themselves when it's inconvenient. Consider advertising and marketing, an entire industry built on studying how to influence behavior through means other than rational persuasion, finding the triggers that bypass critical thinking, creating needs that didn't exist, exploiting insecurities to sell products. The defense is always, we're just competing for attention, presenting our products attractively, giving people what they want. But look at the methods, associating products with unrelated positive feelings, creating artificial social pressure, targeting children before they develop critical thinking skills, using subliminal techniques, exploiting psychological biases. These methods don't respect rational agency. They treat human minds as machines to be programmed, not persons to be reasoned with. The entire premise is, how can we get people to buy without appealing to their rational judgment of whether the product serves their genuine interests? Can this be universalized? Can you will that everyone treats everyone else as a psychological system to be hacked? You cannot, because you don't want to be treated that way. You want honest information, rational arguments, and the freedom to judge for yourself what serves your interests. You want to be treated as an end, not as a means to others' commercial goals. But marketers claim this right for themselves, while depending on most people maintaining basic honesty and trust. They exploit the fact that people generally believe what they're told, generally assume good faith, generally don't expect systematic manipulation. This parasitic relationship depending on others, good faith while refusing to practice it yourself is exactly what Kant's ethics exposes and condemns. The same pattern appears in personal manipulation. The person who constantly maneuvers their partner depends on that partner's honesty and good faith. They're exploiting trust while refusing to reciprocate it, using the other's openness as a vulnerability to exploit rather than something to respect. When discovered, the manipulator often becomes indignant. You're not trusting me. You're being paranoid. But the manipulator is the one who violated trust by treating it as a tool rather than a reciprocal commitment. Kant's ethics draws a bright line. Either you engage with people as rational agents, presenting them with reasons and respecting their judgment, or you manipulate them by bypassing their rationality. There's no middle ground where you can kind of respect someone's agency while also treating them as an object to be controlled. This doesn't mean you can never influence anyone. Rational persuasion is influence. Good arguments, influence. Accurate information influences. But these influence by engaging someone's rationality, not bypassing it. The test is whether you're willing to explain your methods. Can you tell the person, here are the reasons I think you should do this, and here are the psychological techniques I'm using to make you more receptive to those reasons? If revealing your methods would undermine their effectiveness, you're manipulating, because you're depending on the person not recognizing what you're doing. you're treating their ignorance as a resource to exploit. Genuine persuasion doesn't need to hide its methods. Here are the facts. Here's the logic. Make up your own mind. The conclusion stands on its merits, not on psychological tricks, but manipulation dies in the light. Once someone recognizes they're being manipulated, the manipulation fails, which proves it was never about genuine reasons, only about psychological control. The manipulator's defense collapses under Kantian analysis. You cannot claim to respect someone while manipulating them. You cannot treat them as an end while using them as a means. You cannot honor their dignity while overriding their judgment. And you cannot universalize manipulation without destroying the very conditions that make it effective. The manipulator depends on a world of generally honest, trusting, rational people. But manipulation, if universalized, would create a world where no one trusts anyone. Everyone suspects ulterior motives, and all communication becomes a game of deception and counter-deception. In such a world, manipulation itself would be impossible, because it requires targets who aren't expecting it. It requires a baseline of good faith to exploit. This is the trap Kant's ethics reveals. Every form of treating people as mere means depends on others not doing the same. Every violation of human dignity requires dignity to generally be respected, or there would be no stable expectations to violate.